the efforts of the government, I would say, because a number of years have gone by trying to get this guy extradited. And I think it will open doors for further extradition also. We have a treaty of 1999, but hardly any extradition had taken place earlier. So I think this is a very, very positive step, and it will follow up with other people who are still in the United States, yet to be extradited. I think it will open the doors for them also to come to India. And most importantly, justice has to be delivered. Because so far, I feel even by sentencing them to jail, David Headley is one person who was associated with them in a very, very great way. He has been given 35 years of jail. But that is not sufficient. We must get David Headley also into India, because that will open up a lot of doors of information, a lot of intricate details, because David Headley was responsible in carrying out reconnaissance in all those entire areas, building up contacts. The sleeper cells were active at that point of time. So we would like to know who all are the people who were abetting this crime, who were a part of this entire operation, I would like to call it, because it was done in a very large and a well-coordinated manner. And hats off, I think, to our agencies. We have been able to nab this guy. We have been able to bring him here into India, and I think it's a great day for the nation.
Right, sir. In fact, we're continuously being joined by retired Major General G.D. Bakshi, retired Major General Rajan Kochar, who just spoke to us, retired Major General P.K. Basu, P.K. Sehgal, and Kaswar, who is reporting for us from Pakistan, and Dinesh Chotwani, Advocate Dinesh Chotwani, requesting everybody to continue being with us on the broadcast. During Prime Minister Modi's US visit in February, US President Donald Trump announced that the US administration has approved the extradition of Tahawwur Rana. Trump called Rana one of the very evil people of the world during the address of the joint press statement with Prime Minister Modi. In fact, Prime Minister also thanked President Trump for his administration's approval of Rana's extradition. Let's quickly listen into that conversation as well.
I'm pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, and having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack, to face justice in India. So he's going to be going back to India, face justice.
वाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और अमेरिका दृढ़ता से साथ खड़े रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि सीमा पार आतंकवाद के उन्मूलन के लिए ठोस कार्रवाई आवश्यक है, और मैं राष्ट्रपति जी का आभारी हूं। उन्होंने 2008 के जिसने भारत में नरसंहार किया था, उस मुजरिम को अब भारत के हवाले करने का निर्णय किया है।
Major General G.D. Bakshi, coming to you, India is now eyeing justice, for Tahawwur Rana, and in fact, this is a huge closure, not just for the entire nation, but also especially for the victims of the gruesome 26/11 terror attacks. Your first reaction on this?
We personally saw that attack with our own eyes. How the Millennium City of Mumbai was held to ransom by 10 thugs, armed, trained, infiltrated by Pakistan, who had taken over, captured one of our boats, fishing boats, and landed on the coast of Mumbai. The recce had been done by David Don Headley on the instructions of Major Tahawwur Rana of the Pakistan Army. Please, I think we should not miss out his rank and his direct connection with the Pakistan Army, because that is what Pakistan is so strenuously trying to deny. This Major Tahawwur Rana was one of the instruments of the ISI operating in the United States. He was collaborating with David Headley. helping him to organize his reconnaissance of the targets in Mumbai and the purchase, as I keep saying, of the Mauli threads as a deception plan, not only to carry out a horrific mass murder, mass casualty terrorist attack, but also to obfuscate the trail and blame it onto local Hindu radicals. And in this, they had the cooperation of some of our own local people here who had come out, and Digvijay Singh was releasing books about the true story of 26/11, days after the mass murder. So, what we really have, we were able to capture Ajmal Amir Kasab, one of the perpetrators of this mass murder. Thank God. Because it was with this we were able to tell the world of the direct links of the Pakistan state, in which are using this as an instrument of state policy against India. Amazing fact is that the then government did nothing to retaliate against Pakistan. They just sent them kilotons of dossiers, So in the fond hope that the Pakistani courts will take action against these people, they laughed it off. They called it all fiction. That is why now to tell them the truth, the hard truth to the whole world, we need this man, Major Tahawwur Rana of the Pakistan Army, to establish the direct linkages of the Pakistani state, the Pakistani military, and the Pakistan Army with this mass casualty strike in India. We need to tell the world that Pakistan is a state sponsor of terrorism, so that the international lending agencies like the IMF can take a correct stand when it comes to doling out this beggar nation, which is the epicenter of all terror in the world. And we need this man to bring closure. Closure for the victims, closure for the relatives, the grieving relatives of the victims who will, I'm very sure, they will get justice. They will get justice, yes, because these people, when they are in Indian custody, they sing like canaries. So he will spill all the beans on the Pakistani state, on the Pakistani ISI's direct involvement, which they have tried to shrug off, laugh off. It is so insulting. You kill 165 of our people and then you want to shrug it off like some kind of a bizarre joke. The joke will be on you, on Pakistan, because we've got your major. The major is now in our custody. And you see the way we will make him sing.
Yes, sir.
Sing like a canary, yellow canary that he is. Dastardly mass murderer, killer of innocent women and children, you will have to pay. So that the message goes out to the world that whether you are in your grave, we will dig you out and make you stand justice. We will not forget, we will not forgive.
Right, sir. In fact, sir, that's the key point that we take this conversation on, that India will not forgive and India will never forget what happened on the 26/11. In fact, requesting everybody to continue being with us, we will quickly take our viewers through the criminal charges that have been bestowed on Tahawwur Rana. My colleague Madhurima joins us with more details on that. Madhurima, talk to us about it.
Well, Gesu, it's going to be a very crucial day today wherein Tahawwur Rana will be brought back, and it's going to be a major step towards bringing back and implicating Pakistan, like Major General G.D. Bakshi had very amicably pointed out. Now, remember, viewers, the criminal conspiracy behind it. Tahawwur Rana is accused of conspiring with David Headley. Remember, they both were schoolmates back in Pakistan. He's a Pakistan-originated Canadian over here, but the basis is that origin country, then provided logistical support to Lashkar-e-Taiba. It was a detailed plan, viewers, where he had put in years of work and provided that kind of material that Lashkar-e-Taiba needed to carry out these attacks. Now then, helped them carry out the 2008 attacks in Mumbai. We know the entire city of Mumbai, the state of Maharashtra, including the country, was rattled. He helped him carry out the 2008 attack, provided him with all the material and of course a plan that how to navigate around the entire city of Mumbai. 166 people were killed, viewers, in 26/11 attack, and Tahawwur Rana was the one who stitched the entire conspiracy. He helped David Headley. He augmented the entire process that was meant to carry out those attacks. 6 Americans also were killed in that, particularly in that attack as well. Remember, viewers, that including American citizens, there were many more people of different nationalities that were also affected there, but yes, 6 of them were killed. He helped David Headley attain Indian visa that was for over 4 years, where he went and worked in that immigration office and navigated throughout Mumbai to collect data and give it to him, which he used to forward to Lashkar-e-Taiba. After that, he also used fraudulent documents for the visa. So it was him who helped David Headley get that fraudulent visa. Remember, 4-year visa given to him. He was here for 4 years, and for that all documents were provided by Tahawwur Rana. He helped David Headley recce the Taj Hotel as well. It was him who helped David Headley go inside the entire Taj Hotel and how to take pictures, how to collect data, and all the other evidence that would help in orchestrating that attack in 2008. He identified hot spots for the blast. Remember, the attacks took place in multiple locations in Mumbai. Shivaji Terminal was one. Then you had Taj Hotel. Also, there was a hospital is involved in the entire attack. So there were multiple locations that were under the scanner by these terrorists, and it was him, Tahawwur Rana, who identified these hotspots for blast. He gave that navigation to David Headley, and he did the recce. And he was in touch with the terror group leaders in Pak. So he was the mastermind, viewers, as far as the ISI is also concerned. So it was him who was in touch with the Lashkar-e people. Now, key conspirator Headley testified against Rana, viewers. So remember that these two were very close together. They had childhood connection as well, and he went on. Headley, who's also known as Daud Gilani as well, Rana helped Headley obtain all the Indian passport for recce before the attacks. Like I said, that these two had bond and they worked together, wherein Rana brought in Headley in India, helped him work in that fake immigration office that was established in Mumbai, and he gave the instructions to how to go about it in the entire city, how to recce, how to bring in all the evidence. Now, Rana helped Headley to forge his identity as well in India. So he was the mastermind who used to chalk out the strategy for David Headley and others as well as to how these attacks are supposed to be carried out. Remember, viewers, he would be the second person who will be also prosecuted, and strict actions will be taken against him. Now, he provided the blueprints for 26/11 attacks to LAT. So like we said, that he's the mastermind, viewers, and he has been convicted for providing material support to the Lashkar-e-Taiba. So this was one of the main bases, viewers, using which the US court had rejected his plea time and again, keeping in mind, viewers, that he had close links with the Pakistani spy agency ISI, and him coming in India is going to help us implicate Pakistan, which has been shirking from the responsibility and has been brushing aside the entire matter, saying that they had no involvement in it. Over to you, Gesu.
Right, Madhurima, thanks for putting everything in perspective and for explaining these two crucial points for us. For now, viewers, we're continuously also being joined by expert voices on the matter, and we will get you some of the most detailed understanding into what has been unfolding. In fact, quickly cutting across to also Advocate Dinesh Jotwani. Thank you for speaking to Republic. I want to understand what are the legal procedures that will be taken ahead after he is brought back to India. We know that for about a week or two, he will be kept under the close watch of the NIA. But what next?
So, as rightly said earlier, this is a day of justice for us. We waited more than 16 years for this moment of justice to happen in this country. The procedures next, legally speaking, the procedures next remain that, first of all, he will be subjected to medical examination. That usually happens in these kind of cases. And then he will also be produced before a magistrate. He has to be produced. And then, of course, the process here is to have a NIA remand or a police remand, as they say. And then the NIA will do its own investigations. That may be 14 days, that may be even extended further. So that period is extremely crucial legally as well as from investigation perspective. Legally, because then there may be chances that Tahawwur Rana may apply for a bail, may apply for international asylum, may apply for, he's being subjected to torture. All those applications at international level may happen on his behalf. We saw what happened. So the moment President Trump announced that Tahawwur Rana would be extradited to India and brought to justice, it was a very good announcement when our Prime Minister visited President Trump. So when that was announced, he again went to the Supreme Court of United States, seeking a stay on his extradition. That process also took, thankfully, it took not that long, but yes, there were interim apprehensions. He approached the international court. He approached, and by the way, we can see that though Pakistan is not coming in front defending him legally,
Yeah.
but we can make out that how legally how Pakistan would like to defend him to whatever extent they can. Maybe in India we may see that in India the constitution provides, and you saw in Ajmal Kasab case also, he was provided with a state lawyer.
Yeah.
So it may happen when he comes here, he may be given an option of having a lawyer in India, but also the state itself may appoint a lawyer defending him, which is the constitutional right of every accused in India. So that process also may take place, but at the same time, Pakistan would provide all its logistic, financial, legal strategies to be safe in India. And of course, they would try to see what is the medical condition. They would like to play on that because the medical examination of Tahawwur Rana was also done in US. It should corroborate with whatever is being done in India. So all that logistic support that he was getting in United States from the Pakistani government would perhaps continue here. But yes, as the earlier speaker said, that he is likely to speak like a canary. He is likely to spell out everything, the involvement of Pakistani government,
Right.
the involvement of Pakistani army into that operation that took place 16 years back. He was completely in charge of it. He, along with David Headley, had orchestrated this war on India, I would say. And ultimately, I think with his testimony now, India would see justice, would see the international authorities also coming out and clearly saying that Pakistan's involvement into India's affairs is now proven. There has to be international repercussion based on it. The legal repercussions in United Nations. This should come out that how Pakistan has been creating an atmosphere of terror in India, an atmosphere of hatred in India, and it
Right, sir.
continues till date. It continues till date.
Right,
And
sir.
so we will definitely see that the wheels of justice, take place in India, and that various legal authorities from magistrates court to the Supreme Court of India, we would see that the justice is brought to the victims, around 166 there, is brought to the justice, and we
Right,
will
sir.
see much more involvement of Pakistani government there.
Right, sir. In fact, also quickly cutting across to Kaswar, who joins us live from Pakistan. Kaswar, big questions being raised on the Pakistani administration, even the Pakistani army. What is the mood like? What can you get for us?
Well, Pakistan, from Islamabad, I can tell you at the moment is even nobody in Pakistan is talking about Tahawwur Rana or any controversy revolving around his extradition from the United States to India. I have tried to speak to some of the Pakistani officials, but they claim that when a person is not a Pakistani, he is a Canadian, then there is no point to discuss, no point to talk about what he has been doing or what are his circumstances at the moment. And Pakistan is nothing to do with if he is going to be extradited by United States to India. This is the reaction. It is not official reaction. Rather, it is off the record my conversation with the Pakistani officials as well. And nobody is in Pakistan, nobody is actually trying to take this question because they have legitimate reason to snub that when a person is not a Pakistani, then why Pakistan is supposed to talk about him? And this is the only reaction what I have so far gotten from Pakistani officials, but it's not a official reaction. And we will have to see if Pakistan Ministry of Foreign Affairs wants to speak on the issue, but I don't see them giving any statement regarding Tahawwur Rana.
Right, Kaswar, thanks for getting in those details for us. And like you've said, of course, we'd be eyeing any official statement that comes in from the side of the Pakistani state. Also, quickly moving to retired Major General P.K. Sehgal, who continues to join us on the broadcast. Sir, how do you think that this extradition will help bring the entire case to justice? We know that there will be questioning also, but what can be expected? Key links to be sort of key dots that will come up and that India will join them to get justice for 26/11. Is it so?
Your question is of extreme relevance. First of all, this extradition would not have taken place had there not been an outstanding commitment or understanding between our Prime Minister and the American President. And had we not had a friendly dispensation in America, had the Democrats won the election and the deep state would have been in place, there is no way that he would have been extradited. Now that the fact that he's been extradited, he will under no circumstances be allowed not to expose Pakistan. Pakistan will stand totally exposed. The role played by the Pakistani dispensation, the Pakistani army, the Pakistani ISI and the Pakistani Navy, all of them are critically involved, would be brought out absolutely crystal clear. Pakistan's reaction as seen by the person who spoke from Pakistan is clearly already in a denial mode. They're already saying that he's a Canadian and we have nothing to do with him. They're forgetting the fact that he was a major deployed as a doctor, army major in Pakistan, and he was instrumental in helping Headley in entire way. He was also instrumental in supporting LET. He was instrumental in carrying out all reconnaissance, etc. Faking documents to get him a visa, faking documents to get him a passport, also getting him a job as a businessman in India for 5 years. All this will stand absolutely and totally exposed. Pakistan will be exposed beyond an iota of doubt. Nationally, internationally, diplomatically, politically, and geostrategically. I'm very certain that all the organizations, whether it be IMF or whether it be FATF or be the World Bank, etc., would be forced to take note of what's been happening. India has been consistently, not from today, right from the day that Prime Minister took over, he's been consistently, each and every fora has been saying that Pakistan is the epicenter of global terrorism and is being the mastermind of everything that is happening as far as terrorism is concerned the world over. Irrespective whether it's happening in India or is happening in Europe or is happening in Middle East or even in Russia, etc., or even in Southeast Asia, Pakistan is directly or indirectly involved. And this has been brought to bear not once but number of times over. But Pakistan has continued to remain in a denial mode. Even when we handed over several dossiers, the Pakistani courts laughed it off. And they said that the dossiers contain nothing of relevance. Thereby, we can take action against the perpetrators. Now, Pakistan will be extorted to such an extent that they will possibly find it very, very difficult not to proceed against the perpetrators. The next step would be to make sure that the LET chief is also extradited to India, or Pakistan is forced to take such a grievous action against him, consider him as a liability, and the next person who will be eliminated in Pakistan is going to be the LET mastermind, Hafiz Saeed. I'm very, very certain that Pakistan ISI itself will knock him off because he's become a liability for them and an embarrassment for them. And his continuing existence in Pakistan, which they continuously being denied, at times they've denied that he's not well, he's not in India, not in Pakistan, will embarrass them to such an extent that possibly he'll be bumped off by the ISI or the Pakistani army, like 24 to 25 terrorists have already been taken care of. And nobody knows, despite the fact that ISI is one of the top agencies in the world, still they've not been able to point a finger at India. And nobody's been able to be caught ever. It's clearly indicative that Pakistan is going to be on a denial mode. The administration in America is absolutely and totally pro-India and is a friendly administration. The relationship between the Prime Minister of ours and President of America is outstanding. And it is because of this relationship that the President of America made a statement when Modi went and met him within the first 30 days that this evil man will be extradited to India. And our Prime Minister thanked him for the same. And once again, because of the friendly administration on the other side, there have been no roadblocks whatsoever. Otherwise, had the deep state still been in existence, had the Democrats been in existence, there is absolutely, I'm 100% certain that under no circumstances would have been extradited. And he would have never been brought to justice. Now, those people who suffered as a consequence of Rana and David Headley, 166 people dying, 18 of our brave security personnel dying, and over 300 people critically wounded. At least at long last, they will feel a sense of justice having been done to them if this man is taken care of. And I'm very, very certain that he will be taken care of in the manner that he ought to be taken care of. Pakka, har prakar se, he will speak out and blurt out because he knows that there is absolutely no option. And if he wants appropriate treatment in the Indian jail, which would be given to him, India is very transparent. If you notice, even kasab was being provided by chicken, etc., on a daily basis, and he was being given all sorts of everything that he wanted. India does not behave like the Pakistanis do. There will be total transparency. The world press would be watching very closely. The international organization will be watching very closely. Pakistan will definitely try and do everything under the sun to silence him.
Right,
and
sir.
we've got to be very careful that under no circumstances do any Pakistani organizations or any international organizations get ever close to him.
Absolutely.
And eliminate him.
Absolutely. Very right, sir. On that thought, we're also being joined by retired Major General A.K. Sivach, and my colleague Madhurima will take the conversation forward. Sir, welcome to the show and thank you for speaking to Republic.
Thank you.
Major General A.K. Sivach, now, like we've been discussing since morning as to how it would be easier for us to pin the responsibility on Pakistan now. Remember that time when Tahawwur Rana, after that 2008 attack, 166 people were killed, and he gloated and said that it is high time that the Pakistani military should award him with the highest military honor. No matter how much Pakistan keeps on saying that they were not involved and ISI had nothing to do with it, but there is a man now who will be brought back, but there was a time when he said that Pakistan should award him with highest military honor.
Absolutely correct. See, as far as Tahur Rana is concerned, he is one of the main culprit. In fact, he is a Canadian citizen of a Pakistan origin. He was in Pakistan Army as a doctor for about 7 years. So he is a ISI man. He is the one who's been trained by them. He was running an immigration law center in Chicago. And it's basically a satellite office was in Mumbai. Now, he is the one who has helped David Headley in carrying out the recce and also provided logistics support to the terrorists which have come from Pakistan. Now, as far as Pakistan is concerned, they have been denying this. They have been telling that this action has been done by non-state actors and Pakistan, ISI and army had nothing to do with it. But once Tahur Rana comes to India, he will be then interrogated. I'm sure he is going to confess, and then all dots will be connected. It will become crystal clear as to how this operation was planned in Pakistan and thereafter executed in India by the ISI agents and the Lashkar-e-Toba terrorists. So the point today is that Tahur Rana was a very important, you can say a person in this, the whole gambit. Though, of course, India wanted a David Headley, but then he has become a approver and US is unlikely to sign him. But the question is, Tahur Rana is a main a source which will expose the complete involvement of Pakistan ISI. We have sent 35 times the dossier to Pakistan regarding Lashkar-e-Toba involvement and Pakistani ISI army officer involved in Mumbai attack, but the Pakistan has never taken action. Now it will become very difficult for them to deny that, because once Tahur Rana comes, who was once upon a time in Pakistan army, he will then spill the whole beans and then the truth will prevail. And then there'll be international pressure also. Financial Action Task Force, I rightly agree on that. He will put them on a blacklist and in fact even grey list immediately. The point is, the involvement of Pakistan Army and Pakistan ISI will become crystal clear. Now, India has, with this extradition of Tahur Rana, 3 points have been proved by Indians. One is that anyone who commit a crime in India, let him hide anywhere in the world, India will get it back. And the second thing is, we are now exposing the Pakistan, its total involvement in a heinous crime where more than 160 people were killed, and out of them about 10 to 12 were also foreign citizens. Now, this is a very important point, that Pakistan is a hub center of terrorism. Pakistan abet terrorism, and therefore Pakistan must be put on a grey list of Financial Action Task Force. And third thing is, we have now sent a message to within our fellow Indians that India does not take terrorism very softly. We will go after it. And if we have to go and coordinate and cooperate with US, we will. And this is a great victory for, you can say, Indian agencies, that is NIA, to get him back. And now he will face law and justice in the court of India.
Major General Rajan Kochar, I would like to ask you one question as to how, like General Siwat just, Major General Siwat just very amicably explained it to us. But remember that Pakistan has been trying to brush it aside as to they do not have any links, but time and again it has come to fore as to how David Headley, Tahawwur Rana, they both had strong links with ISI, to the extent that David Headley knew Rana since his childhood days. They knew each other since their school days, and they were linked since then.
See, it's very difficult to deny now, because once hard evidence is in front of you, hard facts are available to you, and the very fact that the United States has considered it a fit case for extradition, and the statements what we heard on your channel, what Trump made, it becomes very difficult for a country like Pakistan to deny now. Our friend from Pakistan is also on the channel from Islamabad. He was mentioning that nobody's talking about this in Pakistan. Obviously, they'll not talk about this in Pakistan because it's a huge embarrassment to Pakistan. What will they talk about? That he was part of the Pakistan army for 7 years. He was part of the ISI network. He was part of the deep state. He was a part of the entire planning. Even Musharraf, in his book, which he has written, he has admitted to Pakistan's involvement in the 2008 Mumbai attack. So I don't think this deniability factor for Pakistan will last long for them, because when concrete evidence is there, when dossiers are available, when a statement of witnesses are there, and even David Hadley, he has confessed and he has become a prover to the very fact that he was part of the conspiracy and Tahawwur Rana was part of the conspiracy, and Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist camps are being organized in Pakistan. Even today, they are there. I am actually surprised to note that how Pakistan got out of the FATF grey list. There has to be a larger conspiracy to understand this, because it is the time now to get back Pakistan. I think the first step which the government should initiate now is to get back Pakistan into the FATF grey list. And why am I saying that is because it is directly linked to the funding which Pakistan is receiving. Today, Pakistan is getting the loan from the IMF and the World Bank. Where this money is being used for, it is important to understand that a part of this money is also being used to perpetuate terrorist activities in India. So I think the world has to get united now. And here is an example of a superpower like the United States, which has taken the initiative, which has extradited him. And now I think governments like Canada, Great Britain should also follow suit, because we have people who are there in Canada, who are there in Great Britain, whom we want in India, who are wanted in this various conspiracies and cases. So I think this question of deniability has lived its time. Now is the time for action, and you just have to wait and watch now what all will unfold as soon as Tahawwur Rana comes here, his integration starts. And of course, our learned lawyer has spent out the process. So once this process gets underway, you will find a lot of information coming into the hands of the NIA, the RAW, and they will be in a position to further investigate, connect the dots, and link the Pakistan army to this episode. Because this deniability of the Pakistan army, I think, must end now. It is high time we have to expose Pakistan army as an organization which is abetting the terrorism in the neighborhood. Even today, we are seeing they are pushing in infiltrationers inside Rajouri and Poonch areas. So it is, I think this concerted effort has to be brought at the world stage now. United Nations as an organization, I don't think can do much about it. It is now the other multilateral organization, when we talk about BRICS, when we talk about SCO, these are the kind of summits where we have to highlight the role of Pakistan in terrorism and these kind of terrorist attacks. It is time now. I will even go a step further to say it is the time to isolate Pakistan from the rest of the world. We have to bring this message loud and clear to the world that Pakistan is this epicenter of terrorism, and we must highlight the complexities and implicities of Pakistan you carrying out these kind of activities on its soil, in spite of Pakistan denying it. But I think now the writing is on the wall, and it's a matter of time which I'm sure Pakistan is going to get exposed.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for those insights. I'll request all our guests to stay. Joining us live on this broadcast is also my colleague Kaswar, live from Islamabad. Kaswar, what's the buzz there on ground? Because we know that Pakistan has been trying to keep themselves away from the controversy. They have said that they have nothing to do with it, but we all know the involvement of the ISI. What's the buzz on the ground now that Tahawwur Rana will be brought back tonight to India?
Well, you have rightly pointed out. Pakistan has not given any official response regarding Tahawwur Rana's extradition. But we talk about of the direct conversation with the Pakistani official. As I told you earlier, Pakistan has no legitimate reason to ask about what a foreign nation has done on a foreign land. So Pakistan is not concerned at all. And
there seems to be an issue with Kaswar's audio. We'll get back to him, viewers. But big day today. Big day today. It's a big win for India as Tahawwur Rana, the mastermind behind the 2008 terror attacks in Mumbai, will be extradited and brought to India to face the Indian trial. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a very short break.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up.
Alma Vista is all set to transform modern Indian interior with its innovative range of slim aluminium profiles. The brand's commitment to high-quality aluminium solutions ensures that each product is crafted with perfection using the electroforces method, ensuring durability for a lifetime.
We are very happy to announce the launch of a brand called Elm Vista. Elm is aluminium and Vista is view. Everyone in their homes, they want to reflect their personalities. How beautiful they want to reflect their personalities is the reason for Elm Vista. We are bringing the slimmest aluminium profiles which you can use to make your doors, your windows, your wardrobes, your sliders, your partitions. And the best part is we are having a unique solution called electrophoresis, which enhances its life almost lifetime with the guarantee of durability, and also enhances the aesthetics in terms of polish to be long lasting. We have our manufacturing unit in Nazafgarh, Delhi, and we are going to start our distribution pan-India.
Big diplomatic win for India as 2008 terror attack mastermind Tahawwur Rana will be extradited today back in New Delhi to face the Indian law. Stay tuned, we'll be right back after a very short break.
MDH की देगी मीरज, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influences, dirty influences. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I...
We was a big win for India as Tahawwur Rana will be brought back. Now, Republic Media Network has exclusively spoken to Devika Rotwani, a victim of 26/11 terror attack. Listen in to what Ms. Rotwani had to say.
मैं इस बात को सुनकर बहुत खुशी हो रही है। मैं पहले तो यूएस के कोर्ट को मैं धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगी, वहाँ के गवर्नमेंट को मैं थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि ये उसका रिजेक्ट करना बहुत बड़ी बात है। हमारे लिए इंडिया की सबसे बड़ी जीत है। तो मैं यही चाहूँगी कि तहव्वुर राना को जल्द से जल्द इंडिया लाया जाए और उसे फांसी की सज़ा हो, उसे सज़ा ही देनी चाहिए। उसे जल्द से जल्द जो जानकारी आतंकवाद के खिलाफ मिलती है वो निकालनी चाहिए।
इतने दिन वो फरार था, यूएस में था और कहीं न कहीं वो भी आरोपी था। जो मंजर था कहीं कहीं आज भी सुनती हैं तो
मैं वो सारी चीज़ें सुनती हूँ कि काफ़ी टाइम गया इस सब चीज़ों के लिए, बट वो अब मिल गया है। उसे जल्द से जल्द भारत ला के हमारे भारत देश को पाकिस्तान में क्या चीज़ें हो रही है, पाकिस्तान में आज भी जो मास्टरमाइंड बैठे उन लोगों ने क्या प्लानिंग की थी, कैसे की थी, ना जाने अभी भी उनके माइंड में क्या प्लानिंग होगी। शायद उस बारे में हमें सभी इंफॉर्मेशन मिल सकती है।
Tahawwur Rana will be brought back to India. Big win, big diplomatic win for Indian authorities. He will be facing the Indian law after he is brought back later in the night today. Stay tuned, we'll be right back after a very short break.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust.
Much more coming up, viewers. We'll put our focus on the biggest story coming in today. Tahawwur Rana to be extradited to India today. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influences, dirty influences. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media campus.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Well, hello viewers, we're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. 2611 Mastermind Tahawwur Rana to be extradited to India today. That is right. This is the biggest story coming in right now where justice will finally be served. All this and much more coming right up. But as usual, the headlines we're tracking. Let's get started. NIA team to bring 2611 Mastermind Tahawwur Rana to India today. 26% reciprocal tariffs imposed by Trump government to come into effect from today. Speeding car hit some pedestrians, leading to injuries to 6 of them. 5 of them are students preparing for UPSC examinations, while 1 was a visitor to the area. Tensions flared in West Bengal's Murshidabad and Nadia as a protest against the Waqf Amendment Act. Waqf Act now has turned violent. Data Sacha Sauda Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh released yet again, this time on 21-day furlough.
Proud of. In this challenging global environment, the Monetary Policy Committee met on the 7th, 8th, and 9th of April today to deliberate and decide on the policy repo rate. The global economic outlook is fast changing. The recent trade tariff-related measures have exacerbated uncertainties, clouding the economic outlook across regions, posing new headwinds for global growth and inflation. Amidst this turbulence, the US dollar has weakened appreciably, bond yields have softened significantly, equity markets are correcting, and crude oil prices have fallen to their lowest in over 3 years. In fact, as we speak, it is about $60 to a barrel. Under these circumstances, central banks are navigating cautiously. with signs of policy divergence across jurisdictions, each reflecting their own domestic priorities. The Indian economy has made steady progress towards the goals of price stability and sustained growth. On the inflation front, while the sharper than expected decline in food inflation has given us comfort and confidence, we remain vigilant to the possible risks from global uncertainties and weather disruptions. Growth is improving after a weak performance in the first half of the last financial year, 24-25, although it still remains lower than what we aspire for. And now I come to the decisions of the Monetary Policy Committee. After a detailed assessment of the evolving macroeconomic and financial conditions and outlook, the MPC voted unanimously to reduce the policy repo rate by 25 basis points to 6% with immediate effect. I repeat, the MPC voted unanimously to reduce the policy repo rate by 25 basis points to 6% with immediate effect.
All right, we'll get you all the details on the RBI's monetary policy update and much more. But before that, focus is back on our top story for today. Let's talk about the big breaking update and the biggest story we're tracking right now, that is the extradition of Tahawwur Rana. The Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles, a federal holding facility, is equipped with an underground passage designed for the secure transport of federal prisoners. Sources familiar with the facility confirmed that this passage is used to move inmates discreetly, bypassing the main areas of the detention center. 2611 attack plotter Tahawwur Rana will be extradited to India today. NIA team to bring back the 2611 mastermind. A multi-agency team from India has arrived in the United States. Meanwhile, all paperwork and legalities are being completed with US authorities. So these are the biggest updates we're getting for you right now on Republic TV, and we're also be trying to decode what exactly is happening in the Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles, which is a federal holding facilities equipped with underground passage designed for secure transport of federal prisoners. And according to sources that we have, we've understood that this facility is where passage is being used to move inmates discreetly, bypassing the main areas of the detention center. We'll try to connect to our colleague as well, Madhurima, who will be joining us for more. But this is the biggest story we're tracking right now. Tahawwur Rana, the Mumbai terror attack mastermind, is being brought to India. And after he has exhausted all his legal options that he has been trying for the longest time. Now, not just that, this is coming in as the US Supreme Court rejected Rana's petition requesting a stay on his extradition to India. Special flight expected to land tomorrow. Okay, we're getting some more breaking updates coming in now on Republic TV. So he is being brought to India in a special plane. But according to what we have learned so far, very, very soon he will be here, but he will be here tomorrow. Special flight will be landing tomorrow, according to the latest updates that we're getting for our viewers right now. And this is coming in as the Supreme Court the US rejected Rana's petition requesting a stay on his extradition to India. There's a multi-agency team already in the United States really working behind the scenes to make sure that all the paperwork and legalities are completed. I want to go back to my colleague who's joining us from our newsroom. Madhurima is joining us live. A very good morning to you, Madhurima. You know, we were telling our viewers that the extradition could be happening today, but we have got a new update for our viewers. There's a special plane which will bring back Rana, but we're getting a new date. It could happen tomorrow. Yes, Madhurima, go ahead.
Yes, Shivangi, that's what we are learning at the moment, that a special flight carrying Tahawwur Rana along with our crucial multi-agency officials who've landed in the United States of America and are finalizing the details of extradition. Now, what we are learning that initially it was that he might land today at around 8 in the night in the national capital, but there has been an update where Tahawwur Rana will be in New Delhi tomorrow morning sometime in tomorrow morning. We'll be getting more updates on this as to what time would this special flight be touching down the national capital. But yes, for the moment, Shivangi, we're learning that there has been a slight change in time. Instead of 8 p.m. today, Tahawwur Rana will be landing here in India tomorrow morning.
Right, back-to-back updates coming in right now, Madhurima. And I also want to take our viewers through what happened during PM Modi's visit in February when US President Donald Trump announced that the US administration has approved the extradition of Tahawwur Rana. Trump called Rana one of the very evil people of the world during the address of the joint press statement with PM Modi. PM Modi thanked President Trump for his administration's approval of Tahawwur Rana's extradition.
Announced that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, and having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack, to face justice in India. So he's going to be going back to India, face justice.
आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और अमेरिका दृढ़ता से साथ खड़े रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि सीमा पार आतंकवाद के उन्मूलन के लिए ठोस कार्रवाई आवश्यक है और मैं राष्ट्रपति जी का आभारी हूं कि उन्होंने 2008 के जिसने भारत में नरसंहार किया था उस मुजरिम को अब भारत के हवाले करने का निर्णय किया है। भारत की अदालतें कुछ
Yes. All right, being joined right now by Major General Sanjay Mestan is joining us on Republic. Thank you for joining us, defense expert. My first question to you is that obviously what we are tracking is how Pakistan once again has been exposed and Pakistan has been exporting terror. This is one more big message being sent to Pakistan that terror will not be tolerated. But before I go to that, what is your first reaction to the procedures being followed to bring back Tahawwur Rana? Now we know a special plane will bring him back by tomorrow morning, according to the latest coming in.
Shivangi, good morning. I think it is the greatest news for our country. 26/11, one of the greatest masterminds, Tahawwur Rana, is being extradited, and tomorrow by 8 o'clock he should touch the Indian soil. It's a great victory for India, the National Investigation Agency, and the Mumbai police, who were the start point for these investigations. Initially, they were the ones who had to bear this brunt, and they had arrested Ajmal Kasab, and so they did a fine job. And thereafter, the nation, in one voice, the National Investigative Agency and all possible agencies across the country have done wonderfully well in the last 10 to 12 years to seek this extradition. It was a long process. Finally, we have won the victory. And as you had just shown some of the press clippings, firstly of President Trump, he has clearly stated one of the most evil persons of this world. And obviously that world is Pakistan. And also the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Modi, was very, very clear that India and United States face joint terrorism. And therefore, we cannot accept terrorism. And also in case of India, we cannot accept cross-border terrorism. So it's a good victory for India. And I think also for all the martyrs, more than 160 people who unfortunately were martyred by these terrorists, I think it's a good message also for their families that India shall win always and every time. It has taken time, and now I think whatever extradition we have achieved, we will go to the bottom of the case. There are so many loopholes to be found out exactly as to how it happened, why it happened, who was funding him, everything. I think those are the issues which will come out, and we must give him the strictest punishment, and I think the punishment is very, very clear. He has to go to the gallows. There is nothing short of that, Shivangi.
Oh, yes. Major General Sanjay Mestan continues to be with us. And if you could talk a little bit more about Pakistan's role here. Now, a lot of loose ends will be tied up because we know a lot of unanswered questions still remain about Pakistan's deep terror network. and how this particular person, this mastermind, has connections with the LET and the ISI. That can't be denied. And now more information will tumble out during interrogations. How do you really read the following days in terms of India understanding how these terror networks really work?
Yeah, Shivangi, absolutely right. Firstly, India has to connect all the possible dots, starting from how it started happening. The first point is, of course, Pakistan is the epicenter of terrorism. There is no denial of this fact. Pakistan can keep denying. We are not worried about their denial mode. We have proved it not only this time. We will keep proving it a number of times, but they will always be in a denial mode. They have also denied Bin Laden being present despite the Americans killing him in their territory and close to the military academy, that is the Kabul military academy. So they will continue to be denied, but nevertheless, for India, we have to connect dots. Now, logically, if we go, Shivangi, the first point is how this person managed to come to India. Obviously, he was given visa by the Indian embassy, I think in the United States or Canada, wherever it is. Those dots will be connected. Firstly, let's be very clear. This man was a Pakistan army officer who served in the medical corps. He was there for 7 years. After that, the ISI has recruited him, sent him to Canada, and there he was, he got the citizenship, and thereafter he was working from United States. So these three places are involved. So from whichever embassy, whether it is Canadian embassy or whether it is the US embassy, the Indian embassy, how did he get this visa? After all, our procedures have faltered somewhere. That has to also be found out by the NIA. This person, he has got visa. And I am aware, because since I was also in the Embassy of India in Kabul, I am aware about the procedures, that the visa procedures are very, very strict. Detailed checks are done. So knowing very well that this man was a Pakistani army officer, he has now acquired the citizenship of Canada. All these detailed checks should have been done. So how has he managed to hoodwink the Indian system, the embassy over there, got a visa to come to India not once, but so many times? He had come to India, he had gone to Bombay, he had also done the detailed recce of the National Defence College of the Indian Military Academy. So that means our intelligence agencies, that is one. But more important than that, that is the visa consulate from where he got the visa. That is something to be probed by the NIA. Maybe that there was some racket behind it, some money or something would have been given to some any official there. That is how he got the visa, not once, so many times. So that is the first point. Second point is, when he was in India, and despite some agencies knowing about his credentials, how he was allowed to travel to all parts of India, to military installation, National Defence College, doing recce, etc., the Mumbai Taj Hotel and so many other places. How and where was he staying? Who were in connivance with him? I feel definitely some Indian hand has to be uncovered, because Pakistani is involved, there is no doubt. But once he is in our territory, the Pakistanis are not here. Pakistani sympathizers are here. So they need to be tracked. Whoever in any capacity assisted this person, Tahawwur Rana, to travel to various parts of India, to even travel to various hotels, stay there. Even the hotel process has to be checked in. How was he allowed? Despite, okay, he may be having a genuine visa, he may be having a genuine passport, but somehow, our agencies or maybe even the hotel staff, they should have found out about his whereabouts. So this is a lesson learned for India, that whenever we have foreigners in our soil with a foreign passport, I think the whereabouts very discreetly need to be monitored, including by the hotel staff. Where is he going? What time is he coming? What is his pattern? Right. Who all are coming to him? So all these are, intelligence is a game where every minutest input counts. And sometimes the minutest inputs help an organization to find out the ulterior motive of a person. So all these dots have to be found out, Shivangi.
Yes, I would request a guest to stay on with us. And like you're saying, Major General, more information will tumble out. We have exclusively spoken to Devika Rotwani, a victim of the 26/11 terror attack. Let's listen to that reaction coming in as well.
मैं इस बात को सुनकर बहुत खुशी हो रही है। मैं पहले तो यूएस के कोर्ट को मैं धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगी, वहाँ के गवर्नमेंट को मैं थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि ये उसका रिजेक्ट करना बहुत बड़ी बात है। हमारे लिए इंडिया की सबसे बड़ी जीत है। तो मैं यही चाहूँगी कि तहव्वुर राना को जल्द से जल्द इंडिया लाया जाए और उसे फांसी की सज़ा हो। उसे सज़ा ही देनी चाहिए। उसे जल्द से जल्द जो जानकारी आतंकवाद के खिलाफ मिलती है वो निकालनी चाहिए।
इतने दिन वो फरार था, यूएस में था और कहीं न कहीं वो भी आरोपी रहा। जो मंजर था कहीं न कहीं आज भी सुनती हैं तो
मैं वो सारी चीज़ें सुनती हूँ कि काफ़ी टाइम गया इस सब चीज़ों के लिए, बट वो अब मिल गया है। उसे जल्द से जल्द भारत ला के हमारे भारत देश को पाकिस्तान में क्या चीज़ें हो रही है, पाकिस्तान में आज भी जो मास्टरमाइंड बैठे उन लोगों ने क्या प्लानिंग की थी, कैसे की थी, ना जाने अभी भी उनके माइंड में क्या प्लानिंग होगी। शायद उस बारे में हमें सभी इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल सकती है। तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी जीत है। एक अभी जीत की एक सीढ़ी चढ़ रहे हम धीरे धीरे, और इसे पूरे एंड तक हमें चढ़ना है। तो लड़ाई है बाकी, अभी तक तो लड़ाई लड़ते रहेंगे।
लेकिन लाने के बाद एक कानूनी प्रोसेस होता है, प्रोसेस में लंबा लग जाता है। चाहे कसाब को देखा गया कितने दिनों तक रखा गया, फिर उसके बाद फांसी हुई। तो क्या चाहती है कि इसको जल्द जल्द फांसी हो,
जल्द से जल्द हो। मैं यही कहूँगी कि उसे लाने के बाद उसे सारी इंफॉर्मेशन निकाले, उसके बाद उसको सजा फांसी होनी चाहिए। उसे ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं रखना चाहिए जैसे कसाब को रखा गया था। कसाब को रखने के पीछे भी एक रीज़न था, बट जो पीड़ित है, जिसको गोली लगी है, जिनके घर में जो ऑफ हुए, जो शहीद हुए, उन लोगों को ये सारी चीज़ें सुनकर देखकर बहुत तकलीफ होती है। बाकी लोगों को भी होती है, बट वो दर्द जो है ना वो कभी हम भूल नहीं सकते। तो इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि ऐसे लोगों को ला के जल्द से जल्द एक इंफॉर्मेशन मिले, हमारे देश को आतंकवाद के खिलाफ सभी पता चले और इसे सिर्फ सजा फांसी हो।
All right, also being joined right now by R.V.S. Mani, former Home Under Secretary, Internal Security, and Mr. Mani was the one who manned the Home Ministry control room on 26/11 night. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Mani, as well. I want to ask. Yes, and this is very, very important that you're joining us, because we know that this entire operation is being monitored very, very closely by the NSA, Ajit Doval, and the Ministry of Home Affairs officials are also keeping a close eye on this extradition. I would just like you to give us an insight on what we can expect next, and what are the key points in terms of the monitoring situation on this case. What is being looked at minutely by the Ministry of Home Affairs?
Better late than never. Kudos to the present government, they brought him here. Otherwise, we should have brought him in 2010. My point is, why did we miss the gate? Because the papers were not okay, if rigor was not properly followed, or whatever it is. Or was the intent of the government not there in 2010? These are all questions that begs an answer. The nation should ask the then people who are ruling the government, the ruling dispensation, the ruling party, then these questions. Now, Tahawwur Rana comes out, India, he will also go through a procedure of trial. See, David Hadley was only allowed to be interviewed because the government had not been in the right earnest. In 2010 February, he was interviewed, not even interrogated, because the then government did not take the investigating agency, the Mumbai Crime Branch, along with the interview team, so it could not have been a sustainable interrogation. The statement would have held no legal backing. Having said that, now Tahawwur Rana is coming. Whether he will be, first thing is, what are the conditions? Because the conditions will be there that he cannot be given death penalties and all that. We do not know what the conditions are there. Notwithstanding that, my simple point is, will he now spill the beans on the other people who have been assisting him, who allowed them to conduct recce in the Taj Hotel, in other locations where later terror attacks were held, the recce in other places like the National Defense Academy in Pune, Kadakavasla and all that. Of course, the attack happened only here. Is there any linkages that his linkages with the NDA recce had anything, or Pune recce had anything to do with the German bakery blast, which happened 1.5 years later in February 2010. So there are, because February 2010 holds a very, very important period in that matter, because the David Hadley interview was to be held around that time. All things fructified around that time. So these are all matters which needs to be answered. The nation should ask the then ruling party the nation should ask the ruling. See, but for a foreign journal having exposed the particular major Bollywood personality's son's involvement in conducting the recce, the nation would not have known about it. Now it has come out, but it was hushed up. Why did they not pursue the lead? There is an answer to the parliament question answered on 2nd March 2010. Question number 78, in which it says the Ajmal Kasab had confessed to receiving Indian help, but it was not pursued further. Something like that. You can collect the questions response from the Lok Sabha website. The question is, why was it not pursued? And all other things were very clearly indicating that there are Indians were involved. Now Tahawwur Rana can spill the beans on who are all the Indians involved, whether it was Bollywood groups, whether it was some other groups, we do not know. So it is a very significant achievement to get to the root of the problem. That is what is most important. Kudos to the present government, kudos to the National Security Adviser. He has been following this up relentlessly since 2014 when the government came into power. But you know, the extradition processes are very elaborate.
Yes.
Lot of procedure, de-rigor, paperwork, all those things. And lot of paperwork might have been lost in the previous government's tenure, reconstruct them. So many things are there. So that is the reason after 11 years we have seen success. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mani, hold on. Mr. Mani, you know, you're giving us very, very important insights. And I just want our colleague to come in. Madhurima is joining us and she also wants to ask you a couple of questions. Yes, Madhurima.
Mr. Mani, like we know that you were manning the control room when the entire 2008 terror attack took place. Can you explain to our viewers as to what all did you do that day? How were you taking those decisions as to the combat was concerned? Multiple agencies, all hands on deck were there combating the entire situation. What was the atmosphere like? How were the decisions being taken that day?
See, the entire leadership of the Internal Security Division was in Pakistan. I was the senior most person there. Of course, I was helped after a particular request by the Joint Secretary Northeast, then Mr. Verma. Apart from that, there was nobody to give a leadership, and the Home Minister's personal office in the residence would not respond to any of our proposals. These are all realities which have been captured in my book, Myth of Hindu Terror. Having said that, we asked the Home Minister that let there be a local resource like the CISF manning the airport, one company of 30 people could be sent there, or maybe the CRPF group center at Navi Mumbai could be temporarily as a first aid measure deployed there, but the approval did not come. And as a sequel to that, we lost a lot of people. The first 30 people or 40 people of the NSG, when they went into that, including Major Sandeep Unnikrishnan and all, many of them were killed. These could have been saved had we taken the first aid measures. Number two, these are operational issues. Number two, the Honorable then Mr. Home Minister Shivaraj Patil wanted to accompany the NSG team. As a sequel to that, there was a 2-hour delay, 1.5 to 2-hour delay in arrival of the NSG team in Bombay. That could have been avoided. And as soon as they arrived in Delhi Airport technical area, they could have been flown into Bombay. That also could have stopped the damage. Thirdly, about the involvement of a particular officer who was present in the place, is where is most salient. That officer was there in Taj and she escaped scathingly. My commandant, assistant commandant manning the control room said, "Lagta hai, madam," he told in a very chaste Hindi that, "Lagta hai, madam, terror attack inaugurate karne ke liye." That is the type of jokes we were sharing because it was so tense that it was sleepless, and we were directionless because no leadership was coming. At the same time, my mentor, Joint Secretary, whom I named, Mr. Verma, he was taking calls. He was busy responding to all external affairs, ministers of his PM of everybody was calling up, saying that what is the update? Because foreign diplomats were calling the external affairs. So it was a mess out there with very few people to handle. This could have been handled better. More importantly, very, very important point I want to say, the Indian delegation to Pakistan was originally for 1 day only. It was deliberately extended by the Pakistani team leaving the agenda unfinished. They spilled it over to the next. And see the timelines. 3 o'clock, they meet, the Indian delegation meets Rahman Malik, the Home Minister of Pakistan, as a courtesy matter, which was planned by the Pakistan, it was designed by the Pakistan, with some Indian insiders on this side of the border. Our own, maybe from the government, maybe from somewhere external sources. Having said that, once we reached there, 4 o'clock, they were taken to a place called Muri, which is 1.5 hours. That is around 6:30 or 7 in the Pakistani time, which is around 7:45 in India. The terrorists landed into India through Badwar Park, Kolaba area, and they came to Badwar Park. So there are so many issues which needs an answer, which has not been answered after 15 years or 18 years. I'm sure these answers will also come. Indian help being received, Indians who have been helping the terrorists coming into Pakistan, on arrival giving them currency notes, on arrival giving them transport. See, from Badwar Park to travel to Leopold Cave or Taj Hotel or Trident or CST, whatever it is, it requires some transportation when people are coming with arms and communication equipment and what all. And they came with a huge... Final point is, outside Taj, there was a chai ki tapri that went missing after the attack. And this attack went on for almost 60 hours. So where did they get the armaments to continue the attack for? It was like a war. They were fighting like a 4 or 5 who were inside the Taj, including everybody was fighting a war. Where did they get the arms to fight, to sustain, engage the national security, one of the elitist forces? They engaged them for almost 50 hours. How did they get the money? How did they get the resources? How did they get the arms? These are all questions which needs to be asked. I'm sure Tahawwur Rana's interrogation will take it to further light in the entire matter. Thank you very much. Actually, I'm out of station. I'm doing it from a hotel. So I think and I have a flight to catch.
All right.
So I would prefer...
Yes, we got your perspective and very strong questions you have asked. I want to thank all our guests right now. Thank you, Madhurima. We have to take a very short break, but we will keep our focus on the biggest story that is coming in. Tahawwur Rana extradition will be happening very soon. Special plane to bring him back by tomorrow morning. Stay tuned.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild. It was only a matter of time before someone put a leash on this filth factory. You see, this is not comedy. It's a race to the bottom, where shock replaces skill.
NIA team to bring 2611 Mastermind Tahawwur Rana in India today. $26% reciprocal tariffs imposed by Donald Trump government to come in effect from today. A speeding car hit some pedestrians, leading to injuries to 6 of them. 5 of them are students preparing for UPSC exams, while one was a visitor in the area. Tensions flared in West Bengal's Murshidabad and Nadia district as a protest against the Waqf Act turned violent.
Dera Sacha saw that Chief Gurmeet Ram Rahim Singh released again, this time on a 21-day furlough. Central Bank cuts repo rate by 25 BPS to 6%, home loans likely to get cheaper. Viewers, thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Ayana Mitra, and today's biggest story is the extradition of 2611 Mastermind Tahawwur Rana, who's expected to be extradited to India today. Authorities have heightened their security and proper arrangements are currently underway in the process. Now, these arrangements are being made following guidelines from the US Judiciary for handling extradited individuals. Now, the extradition of Rana, viewers, marks a significant diplomatic victory for India because to this date, the only key operative held accountable in India for the November 26 attacks, which claimed over 170 lives, has been Ajmal Kasab, the sole gunman captured alive, who was subsequently tried and executed. And that is the biggest story that we are tracking for you this morning and all day today. The mastermind of the 2611 terror attacks, Tahawwur Rana, who has several charges against him, is set to be extradited, and we learned a while back that he will land in India likely tomorrow morning via a special flight. And the US jury had acquitted Rana of the charge of providing material support for the attacks, but he was also found guilty of several other charges and sentenced to more than 10 years in prison on US soil. And yes, viewers, so Tahawwur Rana has several charges against him. He's been charged of criminal conspiracy, committing terror acts, murder, and providing several fake documents and facilitating reconnaissance. And there are several Pakistan links to him that has emerged over time, even though Pakistan continues to steer away from the controversy. Even though he continues to steer away from the controversy, and he had acquired Canadian citizenship and become an ISI asset, and now he's been extradited to India. All right, and joining me this morning on this biggest story is Major General Shashi Asthana, who's a defense expert. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV this morning. And also joining me is Ambassador Deepak Vora. Sir, thank you very much for joining me on this broadcast this morning. So what we want to understand from you, this man, he worked with the Pakistani army as a doctor for years, and then he acquired Canadian citizenship and became an ISI asset. What, through Tahawwur Rana's extradition, what role of Pakistan can possibly emerge as far as the 2611 terror attacks are concerned? Major General Asthana.
See, Pakistan, when they develop a terrorist and a terrorist of a kind like Tahawwur Rana, they invest a lot in a manner that they pick up an officer from the military and then who has the potential to become an agent and an agent of a credibility who can launch an attack like 2611. So it's a well-planned strategic management of the terrorists and the linchpins of such major attacks. We all know that this is a Pakistani mastermind, and taking him to Canada, getting him citizenship, and thereafter the planning an attack. Because when he moves from Canada to India to recce the site, it doesn't sound that kind of alarm than a Pakistani moving from Pakistan to India. So that's one part of it. Secondly, as far as this incident is concerned, Supreme Court of USA has played up. President Trump has lived up to his promise, and the India's soft power has made a big statement all over the world. The biggest statement which we have is that if you are a terrorist or a potential terrorist trying to target India, irrespective of where you hide, you will be brought back to justice in India. That's one part of it. The second part is, I think Indians have the determination, and long back we have been talking about the covert operations. Without getting into details, the fact is we are exploiting all the options, and there are three more masterminds of 2611, whether it is Hafiz Saeed or it is or others. Now I am only waiting that some unknown man knocks them off at some point of time very soon. So as far as Rana is concerned, once having brought back to India, I am sure he will be tried and tried as per the international norms, because we have to not only be fair, but we seem to be fair for a simple reason, because if we are expecting others to extradite their terrorists to us, we have to prove the credentials of India that there will be a fair trial. So I'm sure there will be a fair trial and a fast one, because the last one of Kasab, it took 6 years. We would like to see this trial ending much earlier than what the trial of Kasab took place. Back to you.
Right. All right, I'd also like to go across to Ambassador Deepak Vora. Sir, you know, with Tahawwur Rana's extradition is definitely a big diplomatic win for India. But do you think that with this move, there is now renewed pressure on Pakistan to address how it, facilitates terrorism on its soil? And do you think that Pakistan will be forced to act against terror operatives now?
Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Always a pleasure to be with you on your channel. I've just heard what Major General Asthana had to say. I respect him a great deal. Give me a couple of minutes. I want to quote for you from a U.S. Department of Justice press release of 9th June 2011, when I was there. They talked about this fellow's plot against a Danish newspaper and then said that we have concrete evidence, etc., etc. And he was sentenced to 14 years in jail in the United. I'm talking about this Tahawwur fellow, 14 years in jail in a U.S. prison. He was to be released, I think, in 2027. Now, ma'am, how was he fingered? Who got him in this? And I'll tell you again, please forgive me, it's a remark that I don't subscribe to, but this is from a French novel by Alexandre Dumas. It says, "Cherchez la femme," look for the woman involved. Now, his buddy, David Coleman Headley, was fingered by his wife, Headley's wife, who protested against his 17 or 18 other marriages in Pakistan and said, "You lied to me." And then she informed the FBI that this guy was involved in terror planning, but they did nothing. They said, well, his wife is against him because of his other marriages. So he is the fellow, Headley, who fingered Rana, and then Rana was convicted, and now they hate each other. They were buddies once upon a time. The message going out is, internationally now, there is no place for these terrorists to hide. Having said that, let me also tell you, ma'am, this is the United States, which has been at the receiving end of terror. You remember 9/11. I lost family in 26/11. Still hurts, ma'am, although a distant relative, still hurts. I couldn't face his wife. Now, let me just tell you something more. Had this joker been somewhere in that country, I think they call it Little Britain or this United Kingdom, they would have quoted, our rules, this, that, and the other. What a nightmare they created to bring back that diamond smuggler or whatever that fellow's name is. Now, this, if he had been there or in that dustbin Trudeau's country called Canada, we would never have been able to bring him back. But the United States is sending a message to the world that, look, buddy, and particularly under Donald Trump, who had said openly that this is a very evil man. So they are telling the world, look, if you are involved in terrorism, don't come to the United States, because we will not shelter you. And the message we are giving, this is not India, this is Bharat, ma'am. ये घर में जाएगा आपके, या मारेगा, या वापस लाएगा जिन लोगों ने भारत को सताया. This message, and today I'm 6 feet 2 inches. I stand 6 feet 8 inches, man, because I'm so proud of the way our NIA handled it. This guy Tahawwur Rana was acquitted earlier because they said, you haven't produced evidence. Then the NIA took over. We gave strong evidence. In the extradition treaty, there's a clause, man, which you should read. It talks about double jeopardy. If this guy has been jailed in America for a particular crime, he can't be jailed anywhere else for that crime. But we said we want him not for what he wanted to do to the Danish paper. We want him for what he did in Mumbai. So even that excuse didn't work. And his lawyer's fees, listen to this, General Asthana, his lawyer's fees, I'm told by my lawyer friends, was in excess of $20 million US. ये कहाँ से इस आदमी को ये पैसे मिले हैं? वही जो इसके जो चाचा ताए हैं ना, सब जो बैठे हुए हैं across the border, they are giving it to him. Now, if I were Pakistani today, what would I do? I would come clean and say, look, I'm sorry that this happened. Some rogue elements in my military were involved. We'll sack them, but hereafter we are going to cooperate. Whatever you want, we'll tell you. You think they'll do it? Is the moon made of blue cheese?
Right. All right, I'd request both our guests to kindly stay on with us, because right now I'm being joined by my colleague Madhurima, who's going to take us through the details of how this man, Tahawwur Rana, has links to Pakistan. Madhurima, over to you.
Thank you, Oyona. Let us take our viewers as to how Rana had links with ISI and Pakistan. Now, we've seen how in the past years Pakistan has denied any links with Tahawwur Rana or 2611 whatsoever, but we know that Pakistan was behind the nefarious act, that terrorist act that took place on 26/11/2008. So Rana worked with Pakistan's army as a doctor, where Pakistan continues to deny the fact. He worked with the Pakistani army as a doctor. He was one midst them, Oyuna. Now, moving on, the next link is he acquired Canadian citizenship and he became an ISI asset. This is the second link between Tahawwur Rana and Pakistan and ISI. Now, executed Pakistan ISI's plan by facilitating Headley as well. We know the link between Headley and Tahawwur Rana. They knew each other since they were very young, and he was the person who helped him attain the Indian visa as well. He was in touch with terror group leaders in Pakistan. He was the main person who was directing Headley on the directions of Pakistan and ISI. So he was in touch with the terror groups in Pakistan as well, viewers. Moving on, there were several other links defining his role towards the entire attack that took place on that fateful night of 26/11. So these are the links that we bring for you, viewers, as to how Tahawwur Rana was linked with Pakistan. He was in touch with the terror groups. He worked as a doctor over there. He facilitated Headley, and he was the key conspirator. Headley's testified. He also testified against Rana. Remember when Headley in length spoke about Rana's participation in stitching this entire plan of the terror attacks. Rana helped Headley obtain Indian passport for recce before attacks. Remember that it was Rana who helped Headley attain that office in Mumbai and chalked out the entire plan for Headley. He helped Headley forge his identity in India as well, so that he can move freely around in India and gather intel to carry out that attack, viewers. Rana was at the forefront of the decision making. He was the bridge between Headley and ISI, and he has been working since the beginning to stitch the plan of this heinous attack that claimed 166 lives. He provided the blueprint as well for 27 attacks to the Lashkar-e-Taiba. So it was Rana who chalked out the entire plan. It was him who gave the information to LET, and on the directions of LET, there were more information given to Headley to carry out the plan and gain intel. Now, he was convicted for providing material support to the Lashkar-e-Taiba as well. So, no matter how much Pakistan continues to deny the link between two, there is enough evidence, and now with Tahawwur Rana coming into India, it will come out. Tahawwur Rana has links with Pakistan, ISI, and that has been made abundantly clear with his history that lies within the country, within the boundaries of Pakistan, viewers.
Right. All right, many thanks, Madhurima. Viewers, taking a very quick break now, but on the other side. But we have more breaking news coming up on the other side. There's major showdown currently underway in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly over the Waqf Act. Stay tuned as we get you all the latest on that.
महराज मलिक और दूसरी जानिब से बीजेपी को शोर यहाँ पे आपस में भिड़ गए हैं। देखिए तस्वीरें इस वक्त।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influences, dirty influences. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first.
All right, viewers, getting in more breaking news now. Those are the visuals on your screens from the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly, where there are major brawls that have taken place over the Waqf Act. And we're learning that glasses have been broken inside the Assembly as BJP and AAP MLAs clashed. And AAP MLAs, as we are learning at the moment, have been marshalled out in the aftermath of the showdown. And these are the dramatic shots that are coming in at the moment. And this is for a third day in a row, viewers, that we are seeing clashes inside the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly over the Waqf Act. In fact, just yesterday, we saw NC MLAs voice their protest against the act, and Gursimran, my colleague, joins me on this broadcast with more information. Gursimran, very, very dramatic visuals on our screens. There are verbal duels that are happening inside the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. The marshals have now physically intervened. What is exactly happening and what led to this? Please take us through the details.
See, it's the Aam Aadmi Party, Mehraj Malik, who was making some remarks on the BJP MLAs, and after that the BJP MLAs, they got onto a verbal spat, and then it turned out to be a physical spat inside the assembly. Right now I'll request Gaurav to show you a view of the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly that has been closed, and all the BJP MLAs, they have been moved out of the assembly. The Aam Aadmi Party MLA who was pushed by the BJP MLA and he fell down, he has been sent inside the assembly because the marshals, they got into the action, and they were well aware that if left alone, the BJP MLAs, they are agitated. And now we are outside, that you will see all the BJP MLAs, they have come outside, and now they are saying that what the Aam Aadmi Party MLA has done, this has been done just to ensure that this is wrong.
देखिए, आज तो मैं वैसे भी 15 मिनट लेट पहुंचा क्योंकि मैं जामिंग में फंस गया था, हीरानगर से आ रहा था। जब जहां पर पहुंचा तो वहाँ पर खड़े थे कुछ लोग आए, मेरे ख्याल से वो पीडीपी से बिलोंग करते थे, बड़े गुस्से में, आक्रोश में थे। और कल भी हमने थोड़ा सा आपके इसमें मीडिया के माध्यम से देखा कि जिस प्रकार की उसकी टिप्पणियाँ धार धर्म पर है, हमारे हिंदू धर्म पर जिस प्रकार से टिप्पणी किया, एमएलए पर व्यक्तिगत तौर पर जिसने इस प्रकार के आरोप लगाए हैं, मैं समझता हूं ऐसा आदमी जिसको अपने आप की होश नहीं है, जिसकी उसकी ड्रेस सेंस एक एमएलए क्या होनी चाहिए, उसकी वाणी किस प्रकार से सहमत होनी चाहिए, उसका व्यवहार असेंबली के अंदर कैसा होना चाहिए। मैं तो आपके माध्यम से ये कहना चाहूँगा, पूरी एनसी जो कांग्रेस की सरकार है, जिसको महराज मलिक ने सपोर्ट दिया है, जब भी वो प्रोसीडिंग डिस्टर्ब करता था उसको ये शायद
ये सरकार के समर्थन में है आम आदमी पार्टी यहाँ पे।
बिल्कुल, हाँ, ये तो उसने कहा है वो सरकार के समर्थन में है, मगर उसका एक बात होगा, उसका किसी अपनी वाणी पर किसी भी किस्म का कंट्रोल नहीं है। और जिस प्रकार से उसने हमारे धर्म पर वो टिप्पणियां की हैं, धर्म को डिफेम करने की कोशिश की है, हमारे एमएलएस को डिफेम करने की कोशिश की है। कल हमने देखा कि पीडीपी के साथ उसका कोई स्कफल हुई थी। आज भी मैं जब पहुंचा, उसकी पीडीपी के लोग थे शायद, वो भी बड़े गुस्से में, जहाँ से मैंने उसको देखा वो दूर हमारी तरफ उंगली करके बोल रहा था। और जब हम अंदर गए तो अंदर तो 200-250 के ज़्यादा लोग थे, और कौन लोग थे मैं नहीं जानता। उन लोगों ने इसका स्वाभाविक अपना रिएक्शन दिया.
Sir, we have seen that the glasses have also broken, the MLAs were pushed, we have seen that the BJP MLAs have been thrown out of the assembly, and now the gates have been closed for you people. How do you see this conduct by the marshals and the assembly?
Because the conduct of the marshals is very, I think it should be condemned. They are not supposed to just restrain our entry when we are going inside the assembly. And the way they have done, I will definitely condemn it. And though I tried, along with my 2 or 3 colleagues who entered into the house, but I didn't see the person.
You also saw that you were also heckled, your shirt.
Seeing that my pocket is also just torn out. So this is not proper. I think ruling party members, the persons belonging to the ruling party and speaker, all there, they are responsible. I've seen so many times provoking the person. Whenever he starts disrupting the proceedings, whenever our leader, party of the leader speaks, he interrupts the proceedings.
Now that he has been taken inside the assembly, what will be the next course of action from your people's side?
I will say one thing, that we being a member of a very disciplined party, we are in favor of this scuffle. Whatsoever it is, we are not in favor. At least the persons belonging to ruling party speaker, they should just overcome. They should try to prevail upon the person that he should not use this vulgar language against.
So very clear from the Bharatiya Janata Party that they say that the person should not be allowed to use this kind of a vulgar language, the remarks that he had made on the Bharatiya Janata Party, and that's why this all scuffle broke out. And right now you will see that the entire area, the entries points, they all have been barred. I'll request Gaurav to come this way to show you that the security has been deployed and no one is allowed to enter. Even the BJP MLAs, they have also been moved out as we speak, and this is important because we have seen that time and again there have been verbal spats, but now it is the physical assault that has been reported. Yes.
All right. Okay, Gursimran, many thanks for getting us those updates. We will keep coming back to you because clearly this isn't the end of the showdown in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly, as it's the 3rd consecutive day that this has happened. Now, viewers, on the other side, do not go anywhere because we will continue to get you the latest developments on the biggest story of the day. Tahawwur Rana, 2611 mastermind, expected to be extradited to India very, very soon. Stay tuned to Republic TV for more on that.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild. One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media Campus, which is the largest newsroom in Asia, aims to bring together a diverse set of people from across the country. You can work from where you are, you can work with me here on this campus to create content on anything which you feel, if it proliferates, if it spreads, will have a positive impact on our people. It could be in the area of health, technology, defense, awareness, current affairs, politics, or even history, science and technology. I know there are a lot of you out there who have the talent, and all that you want is the reach. And Republic is doing this to give your content the reach. Together, all of us can come together and create a content revolution in our country. The digital medium, the growth of digital in our country is one of the most fascinating things, but you can use it in a positive way for the country, or you can use it in a negative way for our country. There are too many people who are using the digital medium to make a quick buck. But together, all of us, if we become one unit that's working in national interest, that believes in nation first, then through the Positive Influencer program, we can change the way the digital medium works in our country. So come, I welcome you to work with me here on the Republic campus as part of the Positive Influencer program. Here on the Republic Media campus, you will have access to great infrastructure, a warm and welcoming professional environment, and of course, the best production values. Now, if you have the content and you feel it needs the finish, it needs to be worked on, or that you would benefit from working in an environment where there are many other content creators like you, then you can be here. You can work with me here in the Republic newsroom. You can work from home. You can make it 50-50. You can make it work the way you want. As long as you believe that the content you create, and we believe that the content you create, will make our nation number one, will be one solid contribution towards the Viksit Bharat, then you can be part of this wonderful program. The initiative I announced in the presence of the Prime Minister at the Republic Summit, which is the Republic Positive Influencer Program. So come, work with me, work with us. Let's make a difference for our country.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and India's most wanted terrorist, Tahawwur Rana, is all set to be extradited to India and will reach India tomorrow under the strict supervision of the National Investigating Agency. We're tracking that and a lot more for you, but first a quick check on the headlines. India registers biggest victory in the fight against terror. 26/11 Mastermind's extradition underway. Special flight carrying terrorist Tahawwur Rana to reach New Delhi tomorrow morning. National Investigation Agency to have the custody of terrorist Tahawwur Rana. MLAs clash inside Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. Glass is broken. All BJP MLAs moved out of the assembly.
बाहर देखो कितने लोग हैं, कौन है वो इनको लगता है मैं अरेस्ट करेगा, अरे एक को भी नहीं छोड़ूंगा।
Trump administration's 27% tariffs on India kick in from today. India looks to negotiate. Reserve Bank of India cuts repo rate by 25 basis points, bringing it down to 6%. Viewers, while we track the Tahawwur Rana case for you, we're getting in a fresh breaking update on the story. As per the NIA sources, the team which will extradite Tahawwur Rana is a 6 to 7 member team. The team is in fact led by a Deputy Inspector General who the National Investigating Agency will also first seek a police remand for 2 weeks before seeking judicial custody of Tahawwur Rana under full security. Terrorist Tahawwur Rana is being brought back to India and his flight lands tomorrow in the morning. In fact, the latest coming in tells us that the National Investigation Agency, their sources have revealed that the team which is helping the extradition of Tahawwur Rana to India is a 6 to 7 member team being led by Deputy Inspector General rank officer, which is a DIG. And in fact, the National Investigating Agency will first seek the police remand for 2 weeks before seeking judicial custody for terrorist Tahawwur Rana. In fact, under full security, the terrorist is being brought back to India. His flight lands tomorrow in the morning. Also being joined by our senior editor Shravan from the newsroom to get us more updates, and also joining us is my colleague Akhil. Shravan, speak to us about this crucial moment. 6 to 7 people on the team. The flight lands tomorrow morning.
Well, in fact, on those details, we'll just get in my colleague Akhil. But before that, Gesu, some more important details coming in as far as the current situation at the Metropolitan Detention Center, where Tahawwur Rana is currently in custody. We're being told that the NIA team, along with the NIA team, you have a few of the raw officers who are also part of the multi-agency team which is carrying out the extradition formalities. We're being told that the team hasn't really left from Los Angeles as yet. The extradition formalities are basically underway. As far as the team coming back is concerned, we are being told that there is a possibility that they are going to be back by sometime tomorrow morning. A special aircraft has basically been sent. This aircraft is of the Indian Air Force, which has been sent to Los Angeles to bring back Tahawwur Rana. As far as the composition of the team is concerned, my colleague Akhil has been reporting that a DIG rank officer is basically leading this entire case. Apart from that, there are a few other members who are also present in the team. Akhil, if you can just walk us through the details you're picking up. You're joining us from outside the NIA headquarters. Any more details that the NIA is putting out right now?
Well, Shravan, that's right. Right now, I'm just standing outside the NIA headquarters over here in the national capital. And what we have got the information from our sources in the NIA that it's a 6 to 7 members team that is leading this entire operation. And if you see what we have seen, that this team is being led by a DIG rank official. And from our sources, what we have learned that tomorrow morning, it is very likely that Tahawwur Rana will be brought back to the national capital. And initially, what will happen that the NIA will seek 2 weeks of police custody, and then the judicial custody will be demanded in connection with the case. Back to you.
Right, Akhil. Thanks for getting us that information. Shravan, in fact, like Akhil also just expanded, saying that the NIA is yet to give an official statement and is yet to reveal more details into the matter. From what we learn as of now, 6 to 7 people being led by a DIG rank officer. In fact, Shravan, speak to us about the importance of this extradition.
Undoubtedly, this is a big blow to Pakistan. The reason being is that here is a man who was backed by Pakistan's military as well as the ISI. Dr. Tahawwur Rana was the co-conspirator as far as the 26/11 attacks are concerned. The fact that he was working closely in tandem with David Coleman Headley. In fact, he was running a travel agency which essentially helped David Coleman Headley to secure a multi-visit visa to India. In fact, using that particular visa, David Coleman Headley, during the period of about 4 years, carried out recce in various cities, particularly in Mumbai. In fact, he was the one who was looking into the landing spots in Mumbai so that Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists could land through sea. In fact, we're being told that Tahawwur Rana, in the investigation that was found out, that he was closely in touch with David Coleman Headley as far as his movements are concerned in Mumbai. And the cover that was actually provided to David Coleman Headley was by Tahawwur Rana. In fact, it is just not the 26/11 attacks, but remember, David Coleman Headley and Tahawwur Rana also conspired as far as the Denmark attacks are concerned. They were planning to carry out an attack in a newspaper in Denmark. In fact, that attack was actually foiled. In fact, also, the details that are also coming in is with regards to both the attacks where they have been convicted. In fact, in the US court also, the order that has been passed by the US court, which basically looks into not only the 26/11 attack, but they have basically been convicted in 9 charges, but also in the Denmark attack too.
Right. In fact, Shravan, also the statement that he made, he said that they should be given the highest military honor posthumously in Pakistan. In fact, you're right. Many Pakistan links completely out to be uncovered. We're also being joined by retired Major General Shashi Asthana, and also former Ambassador Suresh Kumar Goyal on the broadcast to get us more information. Major General Asthana, cutting to you first. Your first reaction, such a big security diplomatic win for India.
It's a big statement as far as the soft power of India is concerned.
Yeah.
This is a statement which is perhaps which indicates to rest of the world and especially to Pakistan that if you create a terrorist attack in India, you will be tracked and all efforts will be made to bring the terrorists to justice. So his extradition and also the Indo-US relations, it also speaks a lot about the Indo-US relations and the diplomatic win because President Trump has lived up to his promise. The Supreme Court has not got biased by the kind of excuses which he was making to delay his extradition. So that's one part of it. The second thing is that his subsequent investigation will be very valuable to us in terms of getting more information, in terms of modus operandi, in terms of the further linkages to the various terrorists, in terms of nailing the roles of ISI and Pakistan Army and flagging it to the FATF, because over a period, the Pakistan Army has been able to get rid of the problems which they had with the FATF by making all kinds of excuses and making all the terrorists who were on the FATF list vanish from Pakistan. But the question is, we all know that they all exist there, and Pakistan continues to be a mastermind. So nailing Pakistan is important from the global point of view because these 170 people who were killed in 26/11, they were not only from India, there were a lot of foreigners, and there were few attacks which were targeted specifically to Jews and foreigners. So therefore, it's not only an Indian issue, it is a global issue as well. And that is why perhaps the kind of coordination and cooperation which has been exhibited is quite, I would say, commendable in many terms. So I look forward for a speedy trial because the trial of Kasab took very long. In this particular case, we have to ensure that it is a fair trial and fair not only in execution, but it should be seen to be fair for the simple reason because if we are expecting other countries to extradite terrorists to us, one of the main excuses which they say is that whether I will get fair trial or not. So we will have to make sure that he gets a fair trial. It is a fast trial, it happens fast, and the justice is delivered as fast as possible. Back to you.
Yes, right, sir. In fact, thanks very much for getting us your insights. Quickly also cutting across to Suresh Kumar Goyal, former ambassador who continues to join us. Sir, two questions I have for you. This, in a way, sort of also aligns India's and US's view towards terrorism, global terrorism, like Major General Shashi Asthana also mentioned. What is your take on that, first? And second, the extradition took so long. It's finally happening. The moment is here. We're very happy. But the extradition took very long. Could you fill in the gaps in diplomacy in these two fronts?
Your second question first, here. The delay in extradition clearly illustrates that it is not just a political process.
Yeah.
It is also a legal process. And in any country like India or in the USA or in any other country where certain legal processes need to be followed, those do create delays. And in the case of the USA, I do remember that the promise of extradition had been made by Biden also when he was the president, and President Trump continued to adhere to that commitment made by the former president. And we are very happy that finally, as a result of that political commitment and as a result of completion of the legal process, judicial process, we are finally getting Tahawwur Rana back to India. This will also illustrate one more thing. It may be easy for us to demand a speedy trial for Tahawwur Rana. Kasab's trial and this fact of the delays in extradition of Tahawwur Rana would illustrate that no such trial is going to be speedy, but it has to be transparent, to be seen as fair, so that no one can claim that we have been either concealing facts or we have been unfair. So transparency and fairness is very important, and I'm sure that we will ensure that. As far as the other thing about, sorry, your first question was, if I may ask you to repeat.
Of course. Also the fact that, do you think that India and US somewhere are looking eye to eye when it comes to defining what global terrorism sort of looks like? Because before this, he was not convicted in the US for the Mumbai terror attacks, but Donald Trump made a statement. So do you think diplomacy-wise, the two countries are now eyeing, they are shoulder to shoulder when it comes to global terrorism?
In a sense, India and the US, there is a convergence of interest between the two countries on the issues relating to international terrorism. One of the most important factors is that neither country really insists on asking what the international terrorism is. Simply the act would really indicate whether such an international terrorism act has been committed, and that is enough to proceed on the basis of available facts. However, I think there is a lot more that we can do. Your reporter earlier mentioned David Coleman, Headley. We still don't have him.
Yes.
We still don't have him, despite all the evidence that we have. So that clearly indicates that while there is a huge convergence between the two countries, there are still issues which need to be addressed, and those will depend upon the political factors, really. I'm going to just leave it there. But I'm very happy that finally India and the USA are beginning to be closer on the issues relating to international terrorism. And that simply is because USA now gets affected by what is happening in their own country, and therefore this identity of views, if I could say.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you so much for
Yes.
bringing in those insights, Mr. Ambassador. In fact, also quickly being joined by my colleague Akhil, who continues to be outside the National Investigation Agency's headquarters here in the national capital. Akhil, what are you gathering? We got the recent information about 6 to 7 people being on the team that's involved in the extradition, being led by a DIG rank officer. What else do we have? Akhil.
Well, Geshu, that's right. If you see at this point in time, the senior officers in the NIA is tight-lipped about this issue because it's a very, very controversial issue, and it has been going for a very long time. And if you see at this point in time, Mr. Rana is going to be brought back. He is going to be extradited after 17 years. So it's a very long battle which has been fought by our soil. So at this point in time, if you see 6 to 7 members team of the NIA and other central agencies have basically NIA forces that the of leading this, and it is very likely that tomorrow morning Tahawwur Rana will be successfully back to India.
Thanks very much for getting that information for us. In fact, there are also certain reactions on the big story which tracking Tahawwur Rana to India. Listen to this.
I am pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people who 40 Mumbai terrorist attack just in India. So he's going to go back to India.
आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ा भारत और अमेरिका सहमत है कि सीमा पार आतंकवाद को कार्रवाई आवश्यक है और भारत की हूँ उन्होंने 2008 के जिसने भारत में नरसंहार किया उस मुद्दे को अब भारत के हवाले करने का भारत उचित कार्य
joined by retired General Shashi Khan, speaking to Republic. And also, I want to understand what it mean for India. We lost more than 160 people to that gruesome attack, 300 others gravely injured, 60 to 80 security personnel were killed.
That was it was one of the most heinous wherein people targeted to the reputation of local represents reputation and the kind of people from our country, the state. So it was to punish the image of India as well and create the security of India. But having dealt with it in a very professional manner, and everybody thought that were either tried and failed, like the case of now people who are in the background as so we are asking for extradition from of all these people, but Pakistan will not oblige. You say that the operation President Trump has lived up to his reputation. The courts in USA they are very objective, and the extradition is coming. Now, this is extremely important for us because getting a terrorist makes a lot of difference as the investigation and the loopholes are concerned. Get to know what was the of subsequent cases, or in case we can gaps sure that these time will be able to flag the Pakistan military and establishment where they seem to be off the hook of shall I making terrorist think that okay.
Yes. All I want to understand, we are also with, like, and waiting for so long. Under the blame for carrying out their activities. Do you think that sort of situation is playing out now?
Pakistanis have a fear of exposure because person has turned of information that we military after I am sure you will an agent sent to some country and run a agents for whatever to to be carried out. Now, this is the kind of which Pakistan does to have strategic assets. They are exposed and we have nothing to do with it. We don't have started giving explanations. Clearly shows that there is a fair amount of nervousness in Pakistan by
Thank you so much for those interviews. We will get to the exclusive conversation Republic had with one of the victims survivors act of 2067 attack. In fact, she is the youngest person to identify in proceedings were carried.
मैं इस बात कर बहुत मैं तो इसके को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगी गवर्नमेंट को क्यों चाहती हूँ कि ये रिजेक्ट करना हमारे लिए कि सबसे यही कहेंगे कि तहव्वुर राना को लाया गया है और उसे फांसी जाओ सजा ही नहीं चाहिए जो के खिलाफ मिलती है वो निकालनी चाहिए
दिन वो बड़ा कहीं वो आरोप जो मत था तो
टाइम गया ये सब चीज वो अब मिल गया है भारत हमारे देश को चीजें हो रही जो लोगों ने क्या की थी कैसे की जाने अभी उनके माइंड क्या हमें मिल तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी जीत है और इसे पूरे एंड तक हमें चढ़ना है तो लड़ाई है बाकी अभी तक तो लड़ाई करते रहेंगे
लेकिन आने के बाद ये कानून क्या चाहती कि जल्द फांसी
जल्द से जल्द हो मैं यही कहूंगी लाने के बाद उसे सारी इंफॉर्मेशन निकाले उसके रखना चाहिए साफ रखा गया था साफ रखने की जो वीडियो है जिस जो और जो है चीजें सुन बहुत तकलीफ होती है आपको भी दर्द है कभी हम भूल नहीं सकते इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि ऐसे हमारे देश को आतंकवाद के खिलाफ सभी से
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influences, dirty influences. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness, and you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator Program, which is the Positive Influencers Program. The Positive Influencers Program, which is going to...
India registers biggest victory in the fight against terror. 26/11 Mastermind extradition underway. Special flight carrying terrorist Tahawwur Rana to reach New Delhi tomorrow morning. National Investigation Agency to have custody of terrorist Tahawwur Rana.
बाहर देखो कितने लोग हैं कौन है वो इनको लगता है मैं अरेस्ट करेगा अरे एक को भी नहीं छोड़ूंगा
MLAs clash inside Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. Glasses broken. All BJP MLAs moved out of the assembly. Trump administration's tariff on India kick in from today. India looks to negotiate. Reserve Bank of India cuts repo rate by 25 basis points, bringing it down to 6%. Biggest story that we are tracking for you viewers, a 26/11 attack plotter Tahawwur Rana's extradition is underway right now. From what we are picking from our sources is that the terror mastermind would reach India tomorrow morning. Tahawwur Rana's extradition is underway. And what our sources are telling us that he will reach India tomorrow morning. A team of India's National Investigative Agency is already in the United States. And we are being told that the formalities for extradition of Tahawwur Rana are currently on. All paperwork and legalities are being completed with the US authorities. Upon reaching India, the National Investigation Agency will have the custody of the terrorist Tahawwur Rana and continue the further interrogation. We get you minute by minute details of this entire procedure from the US and what's going to happen in India. Okay, joining us live on this broadcast is Major General retired KK Sinha. So thank you for speaking with us. It's a big win for India, and we are now closer to proving to the world that it was Pakistan behind the entire terror attack that took place on 26/11/2008. Sir.
Good morning and Jai Hind. Yeah, you said that is a great win for the India. It is a great diplomatic win for the India after 16 years of 26/11. It happened in 2008. You also said that, we are, now going to, prove it to whole world that, Pakistan and Pakistan deep state was involved. It was proven even that time, 26/11, when it happened 2008. But we failed to take actions. We failed to immediately retaliate. We failed thereafter diplomatically, and we failed it, for a very long period. And now the things are actually coming a diplomatic win for India. See, as far Tahawwur Rana is concerned, see there, he was in United States of America in Los Angeles, and now I believe that NIA is doing the last formality when we will get him back by tomorrow. We have to understand, when the deep states plays in, there was a deep state in the United States of America. Now it is now getting marginalized, and that's why he is getting extradition and is coming back to India. What are the linkages? In 26/11, Americans, I think 6 or 7 American citizens were also killed. So you see the duality part of it, The citizens of the United States of America was also killed, and in spite of the fact that the deep state was so much involved in it that they were able to block it, the extradition for 16 long years. What is going to happen? He will come, he will get the same fate what the Kasab got, or the people who actually perpetuated it from Lashkar-e-Toiba getting eliminated in Pakistan itself. By I do not know who is getting done, and I feel that the deep state of Pakistan is eliminating. The point is that, when he comes back, we will be able to prove it once, that who were the main culprit as far the ISI is concerned by name, because he knows the complete, the lineup in ISI and Pakistan military. And it will be, he was the main man who was actually funding it financially. So that we will fix it with the FATF also on this particular. So it is a great win. He will come, he will go through the process. I don't know how much process will take, and he will meet the same fate what the Kasab and others got it.
So I would also like to. Okay, sir, just wait with us. I'll request my guest to just wait with us. Joining us live from Islamabad is my colleague Kaswar. Kaswar, it's been quite some time now, and now we know that Tahawwur Rana will be landing in the national capital tomorrow. Have the Pakistani authorities come out and given any statement so far?
Well, no statement from either Pakistani official or Pakistan military. No statement, not a single statement have come from Pakistan's military or the Pakistan Ministry of Foreign Affairs so far. But yesterday, I spoke to some of the higher Pakistani officials, and they did not speak on the record, but off the record they said that it is a matter involving a foreign national. And Pakistan is not concerned what the foreign national has done in a foreign land. If he has done something, either good or bad, so Pakistan is not concerned. So I believe that this is a very calculated, statement from any official, but on the that too off the record. So Pakistan is not giving any statement regarding Tahawwur Rana, and this is what I can tell you from Islamabad at the moment.
Well, thank you, Kaswar, for those details. Joining us live from Los Angeles. Kaswar, you also stay with us. All of you, all the guests with us, Akhil, also stay with us. Now, we are now joined from LA, outside the Metropolitan Detention Center. Shayan Krishnan. Shayan, speak to us as to what's happening there at the moment and how soon can we expect a movement there at the detention center?
Sure. So currently I'm outside the Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles, and soon the Rana will be coming from these stairs. The team of NIA is already inside. And they will soon be taking him back to India very soon. And let me be very clear here. this is a victory of America and India, and this is a slap to the Pakistani terrorism. And this is actually an historic moment, what I'm witnessing right now. And we are looking forward, like anytime it could happen that Rana could come from these stairs with the team of NIA.
Well, Shant, show us around. Shant, show us around. Show us around as to if there are any preparations happening over there. Show us around. Show our viewers as to what's happening there in LA.
Because of the high security, there is no preparation or anything. The doors are locked. Behind me, these are doors. So the doors are currently locked because of the high security, of course. And I don't know if you can see it. So everything is currently locked. And this is the whole thing. It says U.S. Department of Justice Federal Bureau of Prisons. And this is the notice for that. But yeah, there is no one here right now. And because of the security measures, because of course, Rana is a declared terrorist. And this is, as I said, it's a victory of America and India both. And this is a slap to the Pakistani terrorism. And this is a very big day for the whole world, I believe.
Shan, talk to us about as to how soon can we expect movement there, and also the fact that from where you're standing, it is the place from where Tahawwur Rana will be taken by the Indian authorities?
Yes, so there are two exits. Because of the security measures, they haven't told us which exit they will be taking. There's one exit here, and one is on the back side, which is the parking lot. So it could be anywhere, either this one or that one. But since there is too much security, so they're not informing anyone of what the route they will be taking.
Shan, also tell us as to, like you there right at the movement, do you see any of the Indian authorities over there or do you see any movement happening? Like you said that there are two exits, so has the security been beefed up there as well?
Well, for sure, they would have been briefed. I asked one of the security guard. They said they are not allowed to tell anything. But what I'm hearing from my sources and all, that there are some NIA people inside, of course, who are planning how to take Rana outside and to have like a safe trip back to India so that he can be treated well in India, you know. Like, and when I say treated well, it means like, of course, like treated well. And he's a declared terrorist, of course. So I think India, the government of India, will take care of him very well.
Shan, tell us how long has it been that the NIA officials and other Indian officials have been inside that detention center?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Yeah, Shan, I was asking you as to if you can tell us how long has it been since the NIA officials and other Indian officials have been there inside that particular detention center?
Well, the security here hasn't briefed me about that, but what they're saying is that there are some officials inside. They don't know how long they are there for, but for sure it could be any time that they can come with the Rana. That's all they said because of the security concerns.
Okay, so also tell our viewers as to how soon can we expect. You said that any moment from now, so we can expect action in like another half an hour, an hour over there at the detention center.
Well, hopefully, what I'm hearing is that since it's like around 12 a.m. in the morning, so it could be any time between 1 to 2 a.m. that it could happen anytime, but so, probably not for another hour at least.
Okay, so like in an hour, Shayan, we'll have Tahawwur Rana on our screens. You'll be bringing those exclusive visuals of the NIA officials taking Tahawwur Rana in their custody and bringing him back to India. So just show us once again for viewers who are joining us right now, just show us around as to how the detention center there has been beefed up with the security. Like you said that there's nobody, it's 12 a.m. over there in the midnight. But show us around as
you can see it here.
From where these are the stairs from where Tahawwur Rana will be brought outside from this specific detention center.
Yes, and this says U.S. Department of Justice Federal Bureau of Prisons. So this is the prison inside, and because of the strict security measures, there are doors which are locked. And this is the whole building, which starts from here, and it goes all the way here, and you can also see the police car here as well. So this is the whole building. of the Metropolitan Detention Center where Tahawwur Rana is inside.
Yes, Shan. Shan, you were also telling that you've spoken to your sources there and they have told you as to NIA officials are there inside from where you're reporting at the moment. So can you please also share as to if they said that how many officials are there in the lot that is inside?
Well, they hasn't told us yet, but what they said is that there are some Indian officials. I don't know whether they're NIA or something else, but there are some Indian officials who are already inside. That's all they told us yet.
Okay, so have you gathered any information about as to are there multi-agency people over there like NIA and other officials as well? Are the people from embassy also present at the moment?
I cannot see any cars here, but what security has told us is that there are some people. Even security doesn't know who these people are. But what I can see here, there are no Indian officials' cars yet. So I don't think there are any embassy persons here yet.
Shan,
otherwise, the cars will come.
Yeah, you were also talking about that there are multiple exits as well. So what our sources are telling us, Shan, that there is a special way, passage through which Tahawwur Rana will be brought back. So if you could move around and show us this detention center as to what are the dimensions.
Let me show you the other. Let me show you the other exit as well.
Yes.
Which could. So this is the other exit, which has a very big security thing here. So this is the other exit.
Yes, and
I don't know if I can record it here. So these are the two exits that, which is in the Metropolitan.
So those are the exclusive visuals that you're bringing for viewers at 12 a.m. over there in Los Angeles, where the preparations are done. Viewers, you can see on your screens as to this. These are the two exits that we've just shown you from where Tahawwur Rana will be brought outside from this particular detention center. We're live and it is 12 a.m. there at Los Angeles, and Shan is bringing us more information as to what is going to happen and how soon. So Shan, just talk to us about as to what will happen once Tahawwur Rana is brought outside. Where will they be moving from here on there in the US?
Okay, from here, from Los Angeles, the team of NIA will be directly taking him back to India. He will not stay anymore in USA, and as promised by the President Donald Trump, that we are giving back the terrorist back to India because I think India deserves it, and this terrorist attack that he did was in India. So I think India is the country that needs to punish him, and I think this is the greatest step. So yes, he will not be staying anymore in America or Los Angeles. He will be directly going to India.
Yes, Shan. Shan, moving on, I would, like you said, that it is just about an hour or so that Tahawwur Rana will be brought outside from this particular detention center, and you got us those exclusive visuals from the second exit as well, where the security has been beefed up. So tell me, what are your sources telling us as to what kind of formalities are left? Because what our sources have informed us that the procedure is almost complete and they're signing off the last few documents left. What are your sources telling you?
The procedure, I think, was completed yesterday only. And what they're doing right now, I think they might be just preparing some last moment stuff. And it could be like any time after 1 hour between, so I can tell about LA time, between 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. It could be any time that we'll see Rana coming out. It might be, he might be in a car, inside the car, but we are not exactly sure. But because of the security reasons, what we think is that he might not be coming from these stairs. He might be coming in a very isolated thing, like in a car or something, but I don't think he would be coming like that.
Thank you, Shen, for those details. But for the benefit of our viewers, if you can just show us around once again as to the kind of security detail that has been put in place at the time when the NIA officials and other Indian agency officials are also there at the detention center. So viewers, this is the detention center from where we are reporting only Republic Media Network live from Los Angeles over there. So Shan, stay with us. I am also joined by my colleague Kaswar, who's reporting live from Islamabad. So viewers, we are getting you live coverage, both live from Islamabad, from where Tahawwur Rana had links, and there from the LA center as well, from where he will be brought out. He's there at the detention center along with the NIA officials, final details being worked out. So Kaswar, tell us about the fact that now it is quite out in the open that Tahawwur Rana will be in India by tomorrow morning. We have the exclusive visuals over there. Is there any buzz? Is there any commotion there in the political quarters of Pakistan at this moment?
Well, no, not at all. Absolutely not. Pakistan is not even going to touch this story as well. And whether from the we did not hear whether from Pakistan Ministry of Foreign Affairs, whether it is Pakistan's military or even the Pakistan political class. Everybody is distanced from this story, because as I have been tracking this story since yesterday, but so far what I have got to know is that the Pakistani claim that he's a foreign national, and what he did at a foreign land, Pakistan is not concerned. Okay, he born and bred in Pakistan, but now he had left years ago. So now he's a Canadian national. We are not supposed to comment on what the Canadian or American nationals have been doing. Pakistan is not concerned. This is a typical, statement which Pakistani officials are giving off the record. But on the record, there's no statement. All Pakistan is actually busy in Islamabad. Multinational companies and the delegations of the Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Americans, and then the Chinese are here. Pakistan is holding 2 days. Today is the last day of an international conference on Middle East. So everybody in Pakistan, Islamabad, is busy in completing this multi-billion US dollars mineral investment as well. And nobody in Pakistan is talking about Tahawwur Rana, because I told you that official belief.
I am sure all things said and done, Kaswar, all things said and done, Pakistan must be closely monitoring this entire movement that will be taking place from the United States to India. All said and done, they might not speak but they must be watching this entire thing very closely. What your sources are telling us, Kaswar?
Well, my sources believe that this is a case that is involving a foreign national, and Pakistan is not concerned. There is a complete, full stop on the Tahawwur Rana story. Even my sources are, not speaking on this particular case as well. Yes, this involves Tahawwur Rana, who the man who born and bred in Pakistan, but then they claim that he has left Pakistan. Even the man who had left Pakistan's nationality only to acquire another nationality, the Canadian nationality. What to talk about that man who is not even a Pakistani, who has no roots in Pakistan? So I tried to speak to some of the people here, and also my sources as well. But everybody here in Islamabad, in Pakistan, they are not even willing to speak about a former Pakistani. And one of my sources, and a high official in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, stood up to me that, Mr. Klasa, why are you speaking about a foreign national who, and we are not concerned as a Pakistani that what a foreign national has done at a foreign land. So we are not concerned. And even I was snubbed by one of the higher officials. So the reality is that he was born in Pakistan, no doubt about that, but the man who had Chand, who had abandoned Pakistan nationality to acquire Canadian nationality. Even Pakistani officials are not going to speak about this former Pakistani, and this is what I can tell you from Islamabad. The thing is, in a one-liner, Pakistan is not tracking this story. Pakistan is not interested, and Pakistani officials have distanced themselves from Tahawwur Rana's story, and they claim that he is a Canadian national. It's a matter involving Canadian national who has been arrested at U.S. land and now being extradited to India. That is another foreign land. So Pakistan is not concerned what India is going to do.
Pakistan parroting the same thing is not going to change the facts whether there was that there's a definite link between Pakistan's ISI and Tahawwur Rana in 26/11 when 166 people were brutally killed there in Mumbai. Pakistan can continue to parrot the same thing, but the silence from Islamabad speaks a lot and speaks aloud as to how nobody is saying a word. Otherwise, there's always an opinion. We'll come back to you, Kaswar, but let's go again to Los Angeles from where Shan is reporting for us exclusively. It's 12 a.m. over there. NIA officials there inside the detention center. Shan, you just showed us those exclusive visuals over there. Talk to us about, like you said, that your sources and the security officials over there have confirmed that yes, the NIA officials and other Indian officials are inside the detention center at the moment, and the final work is being done. Shan.
Yes, absolutely, that is true. And but another thing is, this is a very, very security measure, and it's a very what do you call? It's a very important thing as well. So, which is why they are, for the security reasons, they're not telling us anything like when he's gonna leave, when they're gonna depart from here to India, or where they're gonna go, or which car they're gonna leave with, or whether they will use the car or these stairs. They're not telling us anything like that. So we are not expecting what is gonna happen, but. What we are thinking and what they have said is it could be any time between 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. It could be 3 a.m. It could be 1 a.m. It could be 6 a.m. So because of the security measures they are taking, they are not telling anyone, not even a security guard, what time they'll be leaving.
Thank you, Shan. Thank you for the moment. We'll come back to you shortly. KK Sinha, sir, please stay with us. We'll just slip into a very short break and come to you after this.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild. It was only a matter of time before someone put a leash on this filth factory. You see, this is not comedy. It's a race to the bottom, where shock replaces skill and vulgarity, dirt masquerades as wit. Enough is enough.
Viewers, Tahawwur Rana's extradition and being brought back to India is a major diplomatic win for the country. During PM Modi's US visit in February, US President Donald Trump had announced that US administration has approved the extradition of Tahawwur Rana. Trump called Rana one of the very evil people of the world. During the address of the joint statement with Prime Minister Modi, PM Modi thanked President Trump for his administration approval of Tahawwur Rana's extradition. Listen in.
I'm pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, and having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack, to face justice in India. So he's going to be going back to India, face justice.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media campus, which is the largest newsroom in Asia.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
India registers biggest victory in the fight against terror. 2611 Mastermind Extradition is underway. Special flight carrying terrorist Tahawwur Rana to reach New Delhi tomorrow morning. National Investigation Agency to have custody of terrorist Tahawwur Rana. MLAs clash inside Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. Glasses broken. All BJP MLAs moved out of Assembly. Trump administration's 27% tariffs on India kick in from today. India looks to negotiate. Reserve Bank of India cuts repo rate by 25 basis points, bringing it down to 6%. we're tracking for you viewers. 2611 attacker plotter Tahawwur Rana's extradition is underway right now, and from what we are picking up from our sources is that the terror mastermind would reach India tomorrow morning. A team of India's National Investigation Agency is already in the US, and we are being told that the formalities for the extradition of Tahawwur Rana are currently on. All paperwork and legalities are being completed with US authorities, and upon reaching India, the NIA, National Investigation Agency, will have the custody of terrorist Tahawwur Rana and continue to the further interrogation. Now, we get you minute-by-minute details of this story. We are trying to cover all the angles here for you to understand exactly what we can expect next. Tahawwur Rana, accused in the Mumbai terror attacks of 2008, is being brought to India in a special plane after he has exhausted all of his legal options that were available to him. And after this, viewers, this is coming in just after the US Supreme Court rejected Rana's petition requesting a stay on his extradition to India. And we're getting you some more reactions coming in. We have exclusively spoken to Ankur Chawla. Ankur Chawla is a 2611 survivor and writer of 14 Hours, an insider's account of the 2611 Taj attack.
I think it was very horrific. Of course, at that point of time, I remember we were working in the hotel, like another day for that matter. And, you're not used to hearing a gunshot on a regular day, specifically at the place that we were in. And I was, literally a few months into my first job. So it was very scary at that point of time. Initially, we didn't know what's going to happen. Then I think it was a gang war. Then there were a lot of rumors around it. But finally, we realized that it was a terrorist attack, and it became much bigger than what we had, sort of imagined in our wildest of dreams. A lot of friends left, a lot of colleagues were no more after this, and of course a lot of guests also lost their lives, which was very, very sad overall in this scenario. So yeah, it was scary, but as I said, these kind of big incidents that happen in your life either leave a good or the bad mark, but they leave a big mark in you. So bad was, of course, sometimes when you recollect those memories, like today's news, when it sort of resurfaces, of course it takes you back to the memories and those tragic times at that point of time, but obviously it tells you that you've got one life, and I think the value of life becomes even more important. Of course, it should be as bad as it could. I think that is what most of us would say who were actually a part of this entire incident. But I think it gives a great statement. It gives a great satisfaction. Firstly, that it's not just left over. People are still chasing it. The government is still chasing it, and he's been brought back to India. I think that is also a big statement to the world. That we would not take that very lightly. Also, I feel that for the future, we would get a lot of information from him, like the way I think, India got from Kasab, which also is a great step towards the right direction. So, of course, it is a great satisfaction, but the worst possible punishment is what I would suggest. I mean, simple as that.
All right, let's go straight across to our guests who are joining us right now as we speak. I'm being joined by our two of our guests, Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar and Major General K.K. Sinha. Both are joining us, one former diplomat and one defense expert, to give us a good sense of, this story as we cover all the angles. And the message is very strong to Pakistan that whatever Pakistan might try, India firmly stands with what India has been saying in the international fora, and that is that Pakistan should stop exporting terror. I want to go first across to our Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar for joining us and ask you if you could help our viewers understand how big of a diplomatic win has this been for India. It's definitely a feather in India's cap after those negotiations which have been taking place between the US and India on the extradition of Rana.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on your show. You're very right. I think it's a very big deal. Symbolically, it sends out a very strong message, a very clear message, number one, in terms of the partnership that exists on the issue of counterterrorism between India and the United States. You would remember that when Prime Minister Modi was in the United States on 13th February, then in the presence, while addressing the press, President Trump had said that he had approved, he had authorized the extradition of Tahawwur Rana to India. You would also recall that in 2017, when Prime Minister Modi had gone during Trump's first term, and it was his first visit during Trump's term in June of 2017. At that time also, Mr. Trump had announced the extradition of Sayyid Salahuddin, another Pakistani terrorist. So one message is that the partnership and the collaboration between India and the US on the issue of countering terror is very strong. Second message is to Pakistan, that whatever they might do and
yes,
whatever might be the the attempts that might be made by Pakistan to shield their terrorists, India is going to pursue, India is going to go after them, and the terrorists will not be able to get out of our hands. The third message, if you permit, I will mention, and that is a substantive outcome of this extradition, which is that we of course know that there were 10 terrorists who had come to India. 9 of them died during 26th to 28th, and Ajmal Kasab was put under trial, and then he was executed also because of the crime that he had committed. But who were the actual handlers of this whole operation in Pakistan in 2008?
Yes.
We still are not very clear. And I think that is the information that we that NIA, through its interrogations, will be able to get from Tahawwur Rana. And that will be a very important information.
We will be looking forward, like you're saying, to the information coming in during this interrogation. But I want to go across to Shayan Krishna, who is at the Los Angeles Metropolitan Detention Center, and he's reporting live for us from Los Angeles. Yes, I'm coming to you right now. What is happening inside? What is happening inside? We know that paperwork and legalities are being sorted out. There's a multi-agency team from India in Los Angeles trying to extradite Rana with all the paperwork intact. What is happening there, Krishna?
Right now, there is because see, Rana is a very big terrorist. He's not like a common man, which is why they're not allowing anyone to go inside. I can show you the visuals as well. The door is pure locked, and they're not allowing anyone to go inside. This is the first entrance, and the other entrance, which I showed before as well, that is also closed. So because of the security concerns, they are not letting anyone go inside. Also, they're not even telling us at what time exactly they will be leaving, whether they'll be leaving in a car or they will be leaving through these stairs. So these are the only two exits. Either this is the car entrance or the exit, and these are the stairs exits. So both the exits are fully closed with the pure security measures.
Right. And I want to tell our viewers that we are the only ones. We are only ones. The Republic is the only one outside in that Los Angeles Metropolitan Detention Center where the teams from India are trying to get the last paperwork done. So Shayan is right over there. Before I go to my guest, Shayan, just once more take our viewers through how many officials have you seen? Have you also got any glimpse of Tahawwur Rana? And how many officials are there at the spot?
So I have not seen any officials here. What the security is saying that they have, that there are some Indian officials. They don't know whether they are NIA, from embassy or anyone else. But there are some pupils who are inside. They cannot tell for security reasons what are their names or anything. But yeah, for sure there are some officials from India, whether they're from embassy or government, but they are inside, yes. And it could be any time from between 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. California time that the Rana could come with the Indian officials anytime. And of course, we wouldn't even know because of the security measures they have.
Right. Okay. So, Shayan, we have our viewers watching this right now, and you're saying that anytime soon the officials will be coming out. But the big question would also be that how is the U.S. Treating Tahawwur Rana? Now, what Trump called Tahawwur Rana, said he's a very, very evil person. That's the words that he had used. Okay, we're getting some breaking news coming in right now. NIA team with Rana to land in New Delhi on Thursday. So getting back-to-back updates coming in right now. And remember, we had told you that a special plane is going to be bringing him back. NIA team with Rana to land in New Delhi on Thursday. So we can expect this to happen tomorrow. And now we also have that location for you. We have the time, which will be around morning from what we understand. And we also know where it will happen. Usually, that location of his landing was not open in terms of the location, but New Delhi is a place where the landing of the plane will happen. I want to go back to our reporter Shayan Krishna, who's joining us. And Shayan, we just understood that New Delhi is where the special plane with Rana and officials will be landing. Where will they be taking off? Do we know from where in the US they will be taking off and then landing in India?
Yes, from here, Rana will no longer stay in America. That's very clear from the Trump administration side. Rana will directly go from here. So after here, the Rana will be in the custody of NIA. So it will be the responsibility of NIA and the Indian government to take him wherever they want. But I want to mention one more thing. Trump administration is very clear. This is a terrorist, which he did the terrorist activities in India. So India should be the one punishing this terrorist, which is a great step, I believe. But as you see in the Biden administration, this step was not taken. So I think this is an achievement for Donald Trump and Narendra Modi ji, both the pupils who came into that conclusion that this is a terrorist which should be punished by India. And it's just within, after a couple of hours, this terrorist will be given back to India.
Right. Right, so Shayan is getting us all those top updates coming in. Shayan Krishna, right outside the Los Angeles Metropolitan Detention Center. And Shayan is speaking about, how the US has made it very clear that it's time Rana faces justice in India. That's something that Donald Trump had said very, very clearly. Just want to take our viewers once again to the kind of sights you're seeing outside, and just take our viewers through what the environment there is looking like. We can expect that this is going to be it's a tight security there. Are there police officers there? What is it looking like where you are right now? Because you're at the detention facility where Rana has been kept.
Here, this the first exit which I'm about to show you. This is the first exit, which is for pedestrians who prefers walking. This is the first entrance. And let me show you the other one as well. You can see the police car as well here. But there's not like in the sense of physical policemen are not here. But yeah, in terms of security, the doors are locked and everything. And so this is another car which just left from the detention center. And this is the second exit.
Right. Okay, Shayan, I want you to stay with us because let's tell our viewers once again, Shayan Krishna, our reporter, is right outside the LA detention facility where all the paperwork, negotiations are complete now. Now the paperwork and the legalities are being sorted, and that is the last step before Rana is back. I want to go to our guest, Major General KK Sinha, who's joining us on Republic, and you have been patiently waiting, Major General. And I think the question I would like to pose to you is, once again, speaking about the pressure on Pakistan that this extradition has put. Now, we know for sure that Pakistan has been exporting terror. India has been talking about this at all the international fora, whether it's UN or other international fora. Do you think it's time for FATF to reconsider putting Pakistan back on its list after this big extradition and diplomatic victory by India?
Yeah, your question is regarding the FATF should put the Rana back. The Rana, along with the David Headley, they are the main funder. They were the main people who are providing the money part of it. Transaction was through the ISI to Canada, and Canada onwards he was doing it to all those people who are involved into this terror, network, and also the heinous crime in 2611. So that was established. One thing you must, the viewers must know that he is a captain. We are saying Tahawwur Rana. He is a captain Tahawwur Rana. He is from the Medical Corps of Pakistan, Medical Corps, and he, before he has gone to Canada, he has gone on the behest of ISI. He became a planner along with the David Hadley. So our dossier says all those things, and we have to, even in Indian media has to bring it out. He is a captain of Pakistan Army from Medical Corps. who has become of the ISI network all over in internationally. He is not only in 2611 he is involved, he is also involved in the Copenhagen, the blast and all which has taken place over there, terrorist activity. So he is an international terrorist who is coming to India on extradition. The point is that we have to expose the Pakistan deep state and the deep state which was there in the West, which with hands and gloves they were doing all this thing, which is getting exposed. Why Donald Trump is important? Mind you, in 2008 it happened, 2009 he was caught because he entered United States of America in Chicago as a businessman. And there he was caught, and then it has taken from 2013 he was apprehended, and then 2025 he has been now extradited. Now, in between, what is the more important is that 2023 Supreme Court of United States, squares that he can go back extradition. But it has taken 2 years before. If the Donald Trump would have not come this time, even he would not have come to India. So you have to see, and the people have to understand how deep is the Pakistan in their, when it works out to terror activities. So your question regarding the FATF should put them back. Pakistan should put not only in the grey list, Pakistan should be put in the blacklist, because the whole world, is getting exposed. And especially when the Donald Trump, because he has got zero tolerance from jihad. It is a jihad. It's a jihadi, things which they are carrying out internationally. What is happening in West Asia is jihad. See, what is happening in South Asia, what is happening in Indian continent was also a jihad which the Pakistan was doing. It is totally exposed. You see, everyone has been punished. 10 of them came. Kasav, the Pakistan said that, Kasav is not Pakistan, nationals. And that's why they were denying, even during that time, they were denying, in spite of the fact that, Kasav was saying that is a Pakistani. Point is there, David Headley is the last man who will be left, who will be left. Otherwise, Captain Tahawwur Rana is back. And we have to get the name of those. We know all the Sanandler, who was from LAT, who was the captain, who was the major, who was the ISI student, who was doing all those things. I think it is a great, I say, geopolitical win, because Trump and Modi, if would not have been there, and 2025, this would not have been possible.
Right. I want to go back to our reporter who is right outside the detention center facility in Los Angeles, because he can help us understand a little bit more about what is happening. I'll come back to you, Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, in just 2-3 minutes. Let's go to Shayan Krishna. Shayan, this is where Metropolitan Detention Center, Los Angeles, this is where Rana is lodged in. And Shayan, he had been submitting an emergency application for stay pending litigation of petition for writ of habeas corpus on February 27, 2025. That means he's been trying not to get extradited, but he has now run out of legal options. He's tried everything in the US, from the lower court to the highest court, but his extradition is going to happen now. Shayan, what is happening around you? All right. Okay, let's go to Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, and I want to coming back to you right now. I was trying to ask a reporter, Shayan. By the way, we're the only channel outside the detention facility where Rana is. This is a world exclusive that Shayan is getting us for us from Los Angeles. Same question to you, Wing Commander Praful Bakshi. He's tried everything from the lower courts in the US all the way going to the Supreme Court of the US, but his extradition is happening. He will be served justice. It also talks a lot about how India's extradition treaties are something India is very serious about and has made efforts to extradite a terrorist like Rana back to India. It's a big diplomatic win coming in for India.
Thank you, ma'am. It is no doubt a very, very nice diplomatic move and a win for us. First thing, it just shows that diplomacy is now taking a right seat in India, very strong seat, as you say in writing, and that is what the beautiful thing about it. Now, this Captain Rana, and there are, by the way, a lot of other military personnel involved. This is the way to put these people into the armed forces. People put these people, experts, into various fields. Rana's extradition was written on the wall. They could have tried it. It's a victory, all right. But what is going to happen now is we have to now start investigation within our country. Not only Rana and his handlers and who was handler, which brigadier, which colonel in Pakistan army, we'll keep getting. But who were the supporters in India? Which madrasa? How was it happening? What was his contacts in Bombay? How did he work out the whole thing along with Kasab and Headley? And who were the actual handlers? And when the attack was taking place, there were Bombay handlers within the country. Sleeper cells were active. Now we have to start getting them out. Like they said, Chanakya said that when you have to take a poisonous plant out, not only take it, but put curds in his matta and his roots. And that's what is going to happen now. Slowly now we are going to do that. We'll start getting the way how the systems are financed. What are the sleeper cells? What are the connection with Kashmir? What is it? Canada is there. He's a Canadian citizen. What are the relationship with the Khalistanis? Everything will start getting revealed. Not only this. And yes, we are very grateful to the judicial system that they have finally worked it out. Our diplomacy is very strong. But ma'am, let me tell you, now the whole Pandora's box has been opened. Now everything will start spilling out. We have to now see. A lot of embarrassment will be there for us Indians also. A lot of Indians were involved also. It's not so clean, huh? So we have to watch out for that also. And let us see. Now the things have started happening and they will happen more fields because thank God our diplomacy is becoming strong. And that's it. Congratulations to them. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. We have also spoken to Devika Rotawani, a victim of 26/11 terror attack, and I will just want to go across and let our viewers hear what the victim is saying and how they are happy that justice is finally being served.
मैं इस बात को सुनकर बहुत खुशी हो रही है। मैं पहले तो यूएस के कोर्ट को मैं धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगी, वहाँ के गवर्नमेंट को मैं थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ क्योंकि ये उसका रिजेक्ट करना बहुत बड़ी बात है। हमारे लिए इंडिया की सबसे बड़ी जीत है। तो मैं यही चाहूँगी कि तहव्वुर राना को जल्द से जल्द इंडिया लाया जाए और उसे फांसी की सज़ा हो, उसे सज़ा ही देनी चाहिए। उसे जल्द से जल्द जो जानकारी आतंकवाद के खिलाफ मिलती है वो निकालनी चाहिए।
इतने दिन वो फरार था, यूएस में था और कहीं न कहीं वो भी आरोपी था। जो मंजर था कहीं कहीं आज भी सुनती हैं तो
मैं वो सारी चीज़ें सुनती हूँ कि काफ़ी टाइम गया इस सब चीज़ों के लिए, बट वो अब मिल गया है। उसे जल्द से जल्द भारत ला के हमारे भारत देश को पाकिस्तान में क्या चीज़ें हो रही है, पाकिस्तान में आज भी जो मास्टरमाइंड बैठे उन लोगों ने क्या प्लानिंग की थी, कैसे की थी, ना जाने अभी भी उनके माइंड में क्या प्लानिंग होगी, शायद उस बारे में हमें सभी इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल सकती है। तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी जीत है। एक अभी जीत की एक सीढ़ी चढ़ रहे हम धीरे धीरे और इसे पूरे एंड तक हमें चढ़ना है। तो लड़ाई है बाकी, अभी तक तो लड़ाई लड़ते रहेंगे।
लेकिन लाने के बाद एक कानूनी प्रोसेस होता है, प्रोसेस में लंबा लग जाता है। चाहे कसाब को देखा गया कितने दिनों तक रखा गया, फिर उसके बाद फांसी हुई। तो क्या चाहती है कि इसको जल्द फांसी हो,
जल्द से जल्द हो। मैं यही कहूँगी कि उसे लाने के बाद उसे सारी इंफॉर्मेशन निकाले, उसके बाद उसको सजा फांसी होनी चाहिए। उसे ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं रखना चाहिए जैसे कसाब को रखा गया था। कसाब को रखने के पीछे भी एक रीज़न था, बट जो पीड़ित है, जिसको गोली लगी है, जिनके घर में जो ऑफ हुए, जो शहीद हुए, उन लोगों को ये सारी चीज़ें सुनकर देखकर बहुत तकलीफ होती है। बाकी लोगों को भी होती है, बट वो दर्द जो है ना वो कभी हम भूल नहीं सकते। तो इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि ऐसे लोगों को ला के जल्द से जल्द एक इंफॉर्मेशन मिले, हमारे देश को आतंकवाद के खिलाफ सभी पता चले और इसे सिर्फ सजा फांसी।
During PM Modi's US visit in February, US President Donald Trump announced that the US administration has approved the extradition of Tahawwur Rana. Trump called Rana one of the very evil people of the world during the address of the joint press statement with PM Modi. PM Modi thanked President Trump for his administration's approval of Rana's extradition.
I'm pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, and having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack, to face justice in India. So he's going to be going back to India, face justice.
आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और अमेरिका दृढ़ता से साथ खड़े रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि सीमा पार आतंकवाद के उन्मूलन के लिए ठोस कार्रवाई आवश्यक है और मैं राष्ट्रपति जी का आभारी हूं, उन्होंने 2008 के जिसने भारत में एक नरसंहार किया था, उस मुजरिम को अब भारत के हवाले करने का निर्णय किया है। भारत की अदालतें उचित कार्यवाही करेंगी।
Much coming up, Tahawwur Rana, 2611 mastermind, is expected to be extradited to India. Security has been heightened, and all the teams have reached to US to bring Rana back to India. Stay tuned for more details.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influences, dirty influences. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness, and you can work with me here on this campus.
India registers the biggest victory in the fight against terror. 2611 mastermind extradition is underway. Special flight carrying terrorist Tahawwur Rana to reach New Delhi tomorrow morning. National Investigation Agency to have custody of terrorist Tahawwur Rana.
देखो कितने लोग हैं, कौन है वो, इनको लगता है अरेस्ट करेगा, अरे एक को भी नहीं छोड़ूंगा।
MLAs clash inside Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. Glasses broken. All BJP MLAs moved out of Assembly. Trump administration's 27% tariff on India kicks in from today. India looks to negotiate. Reserve Bank of India cuts repo rate by 25 basis points, bringing it down to 6%. Viewers, the biggest story we're tracking for you is the 26/11 attack. Plotter Tahawwur Rana will be back in India to be served tomorrow. He's back on a special plane and he will land in New Delhi. From what we're picking up from our sources, the terror mastermind would reach India tomorrow morning. A team of India's national investigation agency is already in the United States, and we are being told that the formalities of the extradition of Rana are currently on. All paperwork and legalities are being completed with US authorities upon reaching India. The NIA will also have the custody of Rana and continue the further interrogation. We're getting a minute-by-minute updates, and we can see we have reporters on in every part. You can see that we have Kaswar, Shayan, Krishna and Akil. All are reporters. Kaswar is in Islamabad, Shayan is in Los Angeles in US with the only channel reporting live from the detention facility where Rana is. And Akil is getting us top updates coming in from the NIA headquarters in New Delhi. We are tracking every update and every angle of this story. And also getting you top updates coming in terms of what we can expect next. Tahawwur Rana is an accused in the Mumbai terror attacks, is being brought to India in a special plane. He'll be here around tomorrow on Thursday. He'll land in New Delhi from what we understand. He's exhausted all his legal options in the US. He was trying to avoid extradition for the longest time. And we have also exclusively spoken to Ankur Chawla, 26/11 survivor and writer, 14 hours, an insider's account of the 26/11 Taj attack. Let's listen in.
I think it was very horrific. Of course, at that point of time, I remember we were working in the hotel, like another day for that matter. And, you're not used to hearing a gunshot on a regular day, specifically at the place that we were in. And I was, literally a few months into my first job. So it was very scary at that point of time. Initially, we didn't know what's going to happen. Then I think it was a gang war. Then there were a lot of rumors around it. But finally, we realized that it was a terrorist attack, and it became much bigger than what we had, sort of imagined in our wildest of dreams. A lot of friends left. A lot of colleagues were no more after this. And of course, a lot of guests also, lost their lives, which was very, very sad, overall in this scenario. So yeah, it was scary. But as I said, these kind of big incidents that happen in your life either leave a good or the bad mark, but they leave a big mark in you. So bad was, of course, sometimes when you recollect those memories, like today's news, when it, sort of resurfaces, of course, it takes you back to the memories and those tragic times at that point of time. But obviously, it tells you that you've got one life, and I think the value of life becomes even more important. Of course, it should be as bad as it could. I think that is what most of us would say who were actually a part of this entire incident. But I think it gives a great statement. It gives a great satisfaction. Firstly, that it's not just left over. People are still chasing it. The government is still chasing it, and he's been brought back to India. I think that is also a big statement to the world. That we would not take that very lightly. Also, I feel that for the future, we would get a lot of information from him, like the way I think, India got from Kasab, which also is a great step towards the right direction. So, of course, it is a great satisfaction, but the worst possible punishment is what I would suggest. I mean, simple as that.
And viewers, those are the reactions coming in from the survivors of 26/11 attack, who are waiting with batting eyes as they look at the national capital of Delhi, where in the next 24 hours, the main mastermind of the 26/11 attacks, Tahawwur Rana, will finally arrive after the US Supreme Court has greenlit the petition that was expecting to have a stall on his extradition, and now it has been a complete rejection. Let me show you what is the mood right now in the United States, where my colleague Shayan Krishna has filed a walkthrough right outside the LA Metropolitan Detention Center, where Rana is being held now. And from moments from now, he'll be brought out and will be brought back to India. Take a look.
From here, from Los Angeles, the team of NIA will be directly taking him back to India. He will not stay anymore in USA, and as promised by the President Donald Trump, that we are giving back the terrorist back to India, because I think India deserves it. And this terrorist attack that he did was in India. So I think India is the country that needs to punish him. And I think this is the greatest step. So yes, he will not be staying anymore in America or Los Angeles. He will be directly going to India. Procedure, I think, was completed yesterday only. And what they're doing right now, I think they might be just preparing some last moment stuff. And it could be like any time after 1 hour between, so I can tell about LA time, between 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. It could be any time that we'll see Rana coming out. It might be, he might be in a car, inside the car, but we are not exactly sure. But because of the security reasons, what we think is that he might not be coming from these stairs. He might be coming in a very isolated thing, like in a car or something, but I don't think he would be coming like that.
One second.
And viewers, those are the updates coming in live from Los Angeles detention facility in the United States, where Tahawwur Rana is being held right now under detention. Remember, his extradition now has been given a green light by the United States Supreme Court, and Republic is the only network at the moment which is reporting minute to minute from the United States as well as Islamabad and the national capital of Delhi, right outside the NIA headquarters, from where we are getting you detailed insights on how this entire extradition is going to be carried out and executed in the next 24 hours. Is the biggest development in the 2611 justice case since the conviction of Ajmal Kasab in the case. The main plotter from Pakistan, the mastermind that operated and aided and abetted the entire 2611 incident, is now going to be brought back to the national capital of Delhi. And these are the updates, live and exclusive, only on Republic TV, that we are tracking from the United States, Islamabad and New Delhi. I have my colleague Madhurima also, who is joining us live from the national newsroom, Republic newsroom, right here, tracking minute-to-minute details and coordinating with all the updates that are on this entire case. Republic is the only network that is reporting from the United States, New Delhi and Islamabad. Madhurima, tell us, what are the biggest updates that we are tracking on this key extradition of the 2611 plotter, Tahawwur Rana?
Now, Krutarth, as you said that, yes, we are live from multiple locations, but let also, for benefit of viewers, explain that who is Tahawwur Rana and what is the importance of his extradition and bringing him back, and how it's going to put Pakistan under the scanner now. Close associate of David Headley. Remember, David Headley was the person who had wrecked the entire city of Mumbai and has chosen those multiple spots where the attack would take place. He aided Headley in 2611 attacks. Like I said, that it was him, it was Tahawwur Rana who chalked out the plan for David Headley. It was him who was giving the guidelines. He provided cover for Headley's activities as well. So it was Tahawwur Rana who explained David Headley as to what the MO for this attack is going to be, how he is supposed to collect intel and pass it on to the ISI, and henceforth from there carry out the attack. He helped Headley secure a 5-year Indian business visa as well. It was him who forged that immigration office in Mumbai. He helped him with the visa, and it was him who helped Headley. It was Tahawwur Rana who helped Headley to recce the entire area of Mumbai and to choose the attack spots as well. He was aware of Headley's LET, that is Lashkar-e-Toiba's mission, as early as 2006. So whereas the attack took place in 2008, remember that it was Tahawwur Rana who was the mastermind behind chalking out the entire strategy, and that he was in touch with all stakeholders in this attack. So he was convicted for 26 Mumbai terror attacks as well. So as we know that he was the key conspirator, he was convicted for the same attacks as well. And now his extradition is under procedure and will be brought back tomorrow. Now Tahawwur Rana's name is in NIA's charge sheet as well, and which is why it is the NIA officials that they are there at the LA center and will be taking in custody of Tahawwur Rana for further investigation when he is brought back to the national capital. Now charges against Tahawwur Rana, accused of conspiring with Headley over here. It was Tahawwur Rana who was accused of conspiring with Headley, like I said, from providing him visa to helping him recce the entire area. He was the person who provided the logistical support to Lashkar-e-Toiba as well. So he was a bridge between Headley attackers and Lashkar-e-Toiba. Though he is a Pak Canadian, but it was him, the mastermind, who was planning the entire attack. He helped them carry out the 2008 attacks. Viewers, as I said, that he was at the epicenter of the entire strategy that was being planned to carry out those attacks that claim 166 people. Like I said, that there were 166 people that were killed in 26/11 attacks. There were 6 Americans also that lost lives in that particular attack.
And ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news update coming in as we track the extradition of Tahawwur Rana. Minute by minute details live here on Republic. A 6-member multi-agency team will be carrying out the extradition formalities for Tahawwur Rana. That's the big breaking news scoop that Republic is bringing to you. A special Indian Air Force aircraft is also set to take off from India to bring back Tahawwur Rana. And back-to-back breaking updates that we are tracking. India has now cleared more details. Another breaking news update coming in, ladies and gentlemen. India is now cleared a very crucial deal to buy 26 additional Rafale jets. This is in pursuance to the last week's Jaguar crash, the tragic crash that took place in Jamnagar, following which Republic was also one of the networks that put out the crucial CAG report highlighting the deficiencies in Indian Air Force's acquisition and the critical lapses that are existing in the Indian modernization of the Indian Air Force, following which there's a massive reply and massive impact. Indian Air Force has now officially cleared the deal of 26 Rafale jets to be purchased from France. I have a senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, joining me live on the broadcast on the phone line. Abhishek, tell us more about this very, very important national security deal of 26 additional Rafale jets being purchased by the Indian Air Force.
Well, this was in the making for a while, Krutarth, and finally it seems that this has happened. India has approved this deal, which is about purchasing 26 Rafale Marines, 22 of which would be single-seater and 4 would be twin-seater for training purposes. They would be all going to the Indian Navy. These are, remember, the naval versions of the Rafale, which we already have for the Indian Air Force. 2 squadrons already integrated. And now, similarly, the Indian Navy also getting Rafales, which essentially means that Rafale is going to be the mainstay, the 4th generation mainstay fighter jet for Indian Defence Forces, both for the Air Force and for the Navy. Remember, we have our own aircraft carriers now and Rafale Marines to be integrated with them. What is important is that with the kind of politicking we had seen during the first Rafale deal for the Air Force, it really cast a shadow on the subsequent process, which has led to some delays, unfortunately. But now that this has happened, finally, India and France, remember Prime Minister was in France just a couple of months back, and there in the joint statement, Krutarth, it was mentioned that the deal is in the making. Obviously, it was not announced because there were some last-minute loose ends to be tied, also for the optics. But now that this information is coming in that the deal is through, it should give a big fillip to Indian Navy and help integrate these 4th generation fighter jets with our aircraft carriers, and thus make Indian Navy a truly a blue water navy with its capacity to project its power in the ocean beyond our immediate shores.
Tell us more about the Rafale M variants that the CCS has believed to have cleared now, and the initial expectations is that the first delivery of these aircrafts are expected somewhere around a timeline of 2039 or even 2031. So we're looking at a better part of the start of the next decade, and towards the end we will clear this entire Rafale deal. So it is, although a long-term tactical project, but it will significantly boost. But where does this place the progress on Tejas LC as well, which has also been under headlines, and how will this exactly impact the capabilities of the Indian Navy in terms of boosting its maritime superpower? We have an aircraft carrier and now Rafale M coming in. How will it change the tactical theatre of Navy? Abhishek. We'll be getting more details on that story, but ladies and gentlemen, the big update coming at the moment is that the CCS is believed to have cleared 26 Rafale jet deal, which is the Rafale Marine variant. This is the variant for the Indian Navy. These 26 jets include 22 fighters along with some trainer aircraft. These will be inducted into the Indian Navy, and they will be used by the Indian Navy for boosting the maritime strength. I believe I have a guest joining me live on this broadcast. Captain D.K. Sharma, who's retired from the Indian Navy, is joining me on this broadcast. Captain Sharma, if you can hear me, do tell us about the significance of this 26 Rafale Marine deal that the Indian counterparts have now signed with their French counterparts.
Well, it is a great news which you are breaking because if you recollect, the Prime Minister had commissioned INS Vikrant a few years back, and we were waiting very, very eagerly that what kind of fighters will be coming on board INS Vikrant and will be increasing the power and lethality of Indian Navy. So it was a fight actually between Boeing and Rafales, and ultimately you will find that the Rafales today have been cleared, 26 Rafales, out of which 22 are single-seater and 2 are twin-seaters, and they are very, very potent, and Indian Air Force already has got 2 squadrons of that. But that is why it is being called a Rafale Marine, because this is a marinized version because of the short takeoff and arrested landing. So it will have a hook, it will have that kind of power which can, make it take off within just about 150 meters with a slope which we call as ramp. So it is a very, very positive development, and we were in the Indian Navy, everybody was waiting with a bated breath to have this deal going, because it might, again, take some time for the aircraft to join Indian Navy and get integrated with the fleet, but a very, very positive move.
Indeed, and Captain Sharma, the aircraft is expected to replace the MiG-29K variants.
No. They are not going to replace.
Are they going to replace them? Are they going to be alongside them? Do tell us about that.
No. MiG-29Ks came with Vikramaditya. One must remember. So that is a Russian aircraft carrier with a Russian fleet of fighters on top. But now this one, which has been made, is more advanced, and the technology caters for anything. Of course, the Rafale Marine will be based on board Vikrant, but MiG-29s also can fly. So that is the advantage that we will have, the advantage of operating both our fleets from either of the aircraft carrier. So that is the point which I wanted to make. But the flight component of Vikrant was pending, and hence, with CCS clearance, make sure that 26 of the aircraft come and they complete the complement of INS Vikrant, Romeo 11, which was commissioned by the Honorable Prime Minister a few years back.
Indeed, so massive development coming in for the Indian Navy with INS Vikrant set to get a complement, as Captain Sharma very rightly explained it to us, of the Rafale M variant, which is a very advanced Navy aircraft which is expected to boost the blue water capabilities. Captain Sharma, if you can also point out the significant tactical advantage that a Rafale M aircraft brings in as compared to the MiG-29K. Obviously, it is a much newer aircraft, but along with that, there must be some enhanced capabilities that the Indian Navy is looking at. Tell us, how much more secure are we going to be thanks to the Rafale M variant coming into the Indian Navy?
We are supposed to be the service provider, there's a net security providers in this part of the world. And now you have also seen that recently Charles de Gaulle was here, and the US Navy is also operating over here. So with this kind of latest aircraft, we can have interoperability. We can use another deck. If, say, Vikrant is operating, Charles de Gaulle is operating, or anybody, the US carrier is operating. So we can, land here, do the strike, or whatever duties are assigned to the fighters. They can be, the platforms can be exchanged and used. Plus, latest technology, plus maintenance will be simpler because Air Force is having 2 squadrons, we will have 1.5 squadrons. So the availability of the aircraft will be much, much higher. Serviceability will be better. And of course, these are the MiG-29s are almost now 20 years old, but these are the latest ones. So this is the difference.
Indeed, sir, and this also brings us in terms of a tactical parity when it comes to the United States and the French Navy, which are the other 2 navies, if I'm not wrong, who also operate the Rafale M variants.
We are not competing with them. We consider them our strategic partners, and that is what you see Quad is, or for that matter, in the larger context of Indian Ocean region and beyond. We all are moving together for rule-based navigation and whatever is by the books.
Indeed, and thank you very much, Captain Sharma, for all those details, bringing us at this early hours as the announcement is being broken on Republic TV Live that the Navy is in final stages now, and almost the Indian government has cleared the purchase, as per sources, of 22 single-seater Rafale M variant aircrafts that are supposed to boost the naval complement and the air superiority of the Indian Navy on INS Vikrant and INS Vikramaditya in the Indian Ocean region, as India attempts to boost its posture in the Indian Ocean region as a true blue water navy. These aircrafts, which are highly advanced, will now, along with the MiG-29Ks, which are already in service under the Indian Navy, will be complementing them and bringing in a lot of diversification in the Navy's tactical advantage in the skies, and also boost the Indian Navy's complement of the new aircraft carrier that was inducted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. India now operates 2 aircraft carriers, ladies and gentlemen, and now they will operate 2 types of different Indian naval aircrafts, which will be the MiG-29Ks and now the Rafale M variants. This is another significant purchase of the Rafale Ms that the Indian government has done. Before this, we have seen the 36 fighter jets of Rafale were purchased for the Indian Air Force, and now the Indian Navy too is inducting the Rafale, which also shows the tactical pivot of India and towards the French manufacturers, Dassault, and also on how we are getting closer in congruence. Coming up live on Live Breaking, ladies and gentlemen, is the big detail on how India is going to boost its naval strength with the purchase of 22 additional Rafale Ms for the Indian Navy. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Rana, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade, are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Ranas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild. It was only a matter of time before someone put a leash on this filth factory. You see, this is not comedy. It's a race to the bottom, where shock replaces skill and vulgarity, dirt masquerades as wit. Enough is enough.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and back-to-back breaking news updates coming in on Live and Breaking on Republic. The big breaking news that we are tracking right now is from Moscow. Russia has officially invited Prime Minister Narendra Modi to attend the May 9th celebrations marking the 80th anniversary of the victory over Germany in World War II. The Deputy Foreign Minister of Russia, Andrei Rudenko, has said that Moscow is expecting Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the May 9th parade. This is the biggest honor that Russia extends to any foreign dignitary by inviting them to the Victory Day parade in Moscow. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the Victory Day parade is a very significant event that takes place every year on May 9th, celebrating the victory of Russia and the Allied forces over Nazi Germany at the end of World War II. It is also one of those parades that inspired the 26 January parades here in India as well, and the May 9th parade is one of the most significant diplomatic events in which the foreign heads of states are invited. Just like on Republic Day, we invite foreign dignitaries, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to meet Vladimir Putin on May 9th and visit Moscow, as Moscow has now extended an official invitation to Prime Minister Narendra Modi for this mega military parade on May 9th. That's the big breaking news update coming in from Moscow. And back-to-back breaking news update coming in once again. This is from the India and Pakistan border. Getting in breaking news from the India and Pakistan border, in Gurdaspur district of Punjab, a BSF Jawan has unfortunately been injured while preventing a major blast tragedy. Blast ahead of a fence on the Indo-Pak border was reported in the Chautra area of the Indo-Pakistan border, and it is suspected to be an IED or an improvised explosive device blast. The BSF in a statement has said that the ongoing intervening night between 8th and 9th April was when this incident took place, when a BSF party was in the area for a domination patrol ahead of the BSF fence during the night, and it detected a suspicious item inside a well, which was well inside the Indian territory, beg your pardon, and following which during the domination party which was carrying out night patrol along the BSF border in Gurdaspur sector, the BSF Jawan was unfortunately injured by an IED blast on the Indo-Pak border. Those are the visuals coming in live from the hospital where the Jawan is now been admitted and is undergoing further treatment. But an unfortunate IED blast being reported on the Indo-Pakistan border, a severe escalation in the peace and tranquility along the India-Pakistan international border. The BSF is now investigating the matter, and soon the role of the people behind this IED blast will be taken into consideration. The good news is that the Jawan is now admitted to the hospital and is undergoing further treatment. There is no loss of life reported, but injuries reported to the Jawan, who is undergoing treatment now at an army facility. That's the breaking news update from the Indo-Pakistan border. Coming up next on Live and Breaking, more details on the IED blast on the Indo-Pakistan border. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be one of the biggest dangers to our country, are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media Campus, which is the largest newsroom in Asia, aims to bring together a diverse set of people from across the country. You can work from where you are, you can work with me here on this campus to create content on anything which you feel, if it proliferates, if it spreads, will have a positive impact on our people. It could be in the area of health, technology, defense, awareness, current affairs, politics, or even history, science and technology. I know there are a lot of you out there who have the talent, and all that you want is the reach. And Republic is doing this to give your content the reach. Together, all of us can come together and create a content revolution in our country. The digital medium, the growth of digital in our country is one of the most fascinating things, but you can use it in a positive way for the country, or you can use it in a negative way for our country. There are too many people who are using the digital medium to make a quick buck. But together, all of us, if we become one unit that's working in national interest, that believes in nation first, then through the Positive Influencer Program, we can change the way the digital medium works in our country. So come, I welcome you to work with me here on the Republic campus as part of the Positive Influencer Program. Here on the Republic Media campus, you will have access to great infrastructure, a warm and welcoming professional environment, and of course, the best production values. Now, if you have the content and you feel it needs the finish, it needs to be worked on, or that you would benefit from working in an environment where there are many other content creators like you, then you can be here. You can work with me here in the Republic newsroom. You can work from home. You can make it 50-50. You can make it work the way you want. As long as you believe that the content you create, and we believe that the content you create, will make our nation number one, will be one solid contribution towards a Viksit Bharat, then you can be part of this wonderful program. The initiative I announced in the presence of the Prime Minister at the Republic Summit, which is the Republic Positive Influencer Program. So come, work with me, work with us. Let's make a difference for our country.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. A huge team from India is finishing the last paperwork and legalities as we count down to Tahawwur Rana, the mastermind of the 26/11 attacks, extradition back to India. That will happen tomorrow, where he'll be back on a special plane. We're getting you live updates coming in. We have reporters in Los Angeles at the detention center where Rana is. We have reporters in Islamabad. We have reporters outside the NIA headquarters. And we have a guest as well giving us minute-by-minute updates and perspectives on the biggest story and the biggest diplomatic win for India. Here are the headlines. Let's get started. India registers the biggest victory in the fight against terror. 26/11 Mastermind's extradition is now underway. Special flight carrying terrorist Tahawwur Rana to reach New Delhi tomorrow morning. National Investigation Agency to have custody of terrorist Tahawwur Rana. Russia invites PM Modi for Victory Day parade on May 9th. As per sources, India clears mega deal to buy 26 Rafale marine fighter aircrafts from France. Reserve Bank of India cuts repo rate by 25 basis points, bringing it down to 6%. So the biggest story is extradition of Tahawwur Rana, and what we see, viewers, is top details coming in and what exactly is happening right now as we speak at the Los Angeles detention center. And we're coming to know that around 6-member multi-agency team is carrying out the formalities What we mean by that is that the paperwork and the legalities which are happening before the extradition, the last minute paperwork is being cleared out. This is expected to be a smooth process as well. Indian Air Force's special aircraft will be bringing Rana back. So this is also one more big update that we're getting for our viewers. This is exclusive on Tahawwur Rana's extradition. Let's go straight across to my colleague Shravan Sen, joining us live from our newsroom. Shravan, getting our viewers back-to-back exclusive information on the entire process, and we're coming to know about the number of team members present in the US for the extradition. We're also coming to know when will he be back, which aircraft is getting him back, and what time he will be back. If we could take our viewers through all the latest details, we're loading off.
Well, as we speak, the extradition formalities are now being completed. A 6-member team of the National Investigation Agency as well as the security agencies are currently present at the Los Angeles Metropolitan Detention Center, where Tahawwur Rana has been lodged for several months now. In fact, as part of the extradition formalities, remember, it's what they're essentially going through is the US court order, and they're also looking at certain other formalities to be completed before he's actually handed over to the Indian authorities. We are being told that this is going to perhaps take a few more hours before Tahawwur Rana is officially handed over to the Indian authorities, and thereafter, remember, it's about a 15-hour flight back to New Delhi. Once he lands in the national capital, his custody would be taken over by the National Investigation Agency, presented before the court, and the first stage of investigation that is going to be carried out is the National Investigation Agency, as the nodal agency, would be largely looking into his role into the 26/11 attacks. As far as the Denmark attack is concerned, there is no clarity whether at all Danish investigators will also be coming to India or not, because if you go by the US court order, they make a mention of both the Mumbai 26/11 attack and the Danish newspaper attack that was conspired by Tahawwur Rana as well as David Coleman Headley. He has been charged on 9 counts is what we are being told. In fact, the argument that took place in the US Supreme Court was whether at all this follows the India-US extradition treaty. The court has made it abundantly clear it's a double jeopardy, and the fact that all laws have essentially been followed, and that is the reason why extradition has now been granted to India.
Right. Okay, Shravan, stay on with us, Shravan, because we're getting exclusive information for our viewers. We also have our reporters on the ground in Los Angeles. We are the only channel reporting live from Los Angeles, where the detention facility is. We have Shayan Krishna, we have Akil from the NIA headquarters. Shayan, what is happening all around you? Just take our viewers through what you're seeing around you, and how many members of the Indian team are there, and how tight is the security?
The security, I cannot tell about the security because they're not allowing anyone in because of the doors are still locked. We haven't got to know about how many people are inside yet. But what we know is that there are some people from Indian embassy or from NIA. We don't know who they are, but there are some Indian representatives who are inside. I can see some people walking inside as well, but the door is still locked.
Right. And Shayan, we are the only channel there where you are right now. We are the only channel reporting live from outside the LA detention facility where Rana is. If you could take our viewers through, the USS stand, where Donald Trump himself has called Rana a very evil person. This has been a big diplomatic victory and collaboration between India and the US to make this a big success. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. I can show you around everything. Here, let me just flip my camera. So again, this is the entrance here. This is one of the entrance, which is locked, of course, for security reason, and they're not allowing anyone to go inside. And we still haven't got to know how many NIA people are inside, but there's a police car here as well, and this is the second entrance. So most likely Rana would be coming either from this entrance or this pedestrian entrance, so one of these two.
Right. And do we have any time, any kind of time slot that you could tell our viewers? When can we expect Rana to come out? Do we have any kind of time slot? How much more time is left? What is the time right now in Los Angeles? It must be very, very late into the night, Shayan.
Absolutely. Right now it's 1 a.m. and so they also don't even know, or maybe they don't want to tell us. But because of the security reasons, they are saying that they cannot tell us of any prisoner or anyone who are detained. They're not legally allowed to tell the information of any prisoner or the detained person, which is why they're unable to tell anyone about what time he could come out. And even if he come out, what they are saying is that there won't be any chance that we would be able to see him, because he might be in a car, or even if he would be walking, he would be like fully covered. So because again, he's not a normal person. He's a globally recognized terrorist. He's not a common man. So I think there should be the security measures US government is taking. I think they should be taking those measures.
Right. So we are reporting live from the LA detention facility. I will come across to Islamabad, that is Pakistan. Then we'll go to New Delhi, NIA headquarters. But I just want to take one more question from Shayan, because Shayan Krishna is right outside the detention facility. And we have seen, Shayan, how many times has Rana tried to appeal, even from the lower courts of the US all the way to the highest court, Supreme Court, and he still could not get his extradition stayed. I mean, he wanted to get his extradition stayed. That did not happen. If you could take our viewers through, how long has he been inside that detention facility? He has been there for quite a while now.
Yes, let me share you one thing here. During the Biden administration, Rana was trying his all best to delay this. But since Trump came, one of the first thing he did was to tell Modi ji that Rana will be yours and you will be the one responsible to punish him. So I think we all need to thank President Trump for that, because President Trump and the Supreme Court of the United States of America is very clear that there won't be any more forgiveness for Rana, because he is a globally recognized terrorist. So no one will be able to listen to him. His game is over.
Right. Okay, Shayan, stay on with us. Shayan is outside Los Angeles. We're the only channel reporting live from where the paperwork is happening, and Rana is still inside that facility. I want to go across to my colleague Kaswar first. He's in Islamabad, and Kaswar, a lot of attention now coming to Pakistan, and all in a good way. This is a very strong message which is being sent to Pakistan when it comes to the allegations against Pakistan, even on the global fora, where it's been accused of exporting terror.
Well, let me tell you that reportedly he has been a Pakistani. He studied here in Hassan Abdal Cadet College and all.
All right.
Have been.
I'll come back to you, Kaswar. And we know that Tahawwur Rana is supposed to be having connections with the NET and the ISI, and that will come into focus when the interrogation starts. I want to go to my colleague Akil outside the NIA headquarters. Akil, now Rana will be taken into NIA custody, and this entire operation is also being monitored very, very closely by the NSA Ajit Doval. Yes, go ahead, Akil. Take our viewers through what is happening. What is happening outside the NIA headquarters right now?
Well, Shivangi, if you see, this is a very crucial moment, and it's a big victory, big diplomatic victory for our country. Because if you see, for the last 17 years, he has not been into the custody over here in India. And what we have seen that finally we have been able to manage to extradite him, Mr. Rana, who is a globally recognized terrorist. So at this point in time, by what we got to know from our sources, that by tomorrow morning he will be over here in the national capital, very likely. But if you see at this point in time, what we have got from our sources, that it's a 6 to 7 members team that is in the United States of America, and the legal framework and the the paperwork are being done over there just to complete those paperwork. Once it will be done, then the officials of the NIA, including other security division officials, will take Mr. Rana back from United States to the national capital. So for that we'll have to wait and watch. But here you can see behind me the visuals of the NIA headquarters over here. At this point in time, it's pretty calm over here. Few media people you can see over here at this point in time, but it's very likely that tomorrow the buzz is going to be over here because the entire media is going to be here. Because if you see, it's very likely that NIA is going to seek for 2 weeks of police custody of Tahawwur Rana, and after that this investigation will go into its second leg when Mumbai Police Crime Branch team will further investigate, and then the trial process will begin in this case.
Right, Akhil getting us all those top updates outside the NIA headquarters, and I want to also go across once back to my colleague who is in Los Angeles, and he's patiently waiting to catch a glimpse of Rana once he comes out, once the paperwork and legality is over. I'll come back to you, Shayan. I want to go to Islamabad once, because we were in a conversation with Islamabad about the kind of focus coming back to Pakistan, because Rana is supposed to be having connections with the LET and also the ISI, and that is once again coming out in focus. Yes, go ahead to what is happening there in Islamabad. Over to you, Kaswar.
Well, let me tell you, there has been no formal response from either Pakistan's military or the Pakistan civilian setup as well. Ministry of Foreign Affairs officials are keeping the mum as well, but reportedly there has been some reports that Mr. Rana has studied at Hassan Abdal Cadet College, and according to some reports, he was also part of Pakistan Army. But since he has left Pakistan's nationality only to acquire Canadian nationality, so Pakistan's official claim that now Rana has nothing to do with Pakistan. He was born and bred in Pakistan, but when a man who abandoned Pakistan's nationality to acquire another nationality, so that was a connection that Rana has actually already cut out. So now Pakistani officials claim it is a story about a foreign national, about what he has done at somewhere at the foreign land. So this is nothing which can bother Pakistan. So Pakistan is not bothered at all. He is not a Pakistani national. Pakistan is not concerned what he has been doing in the past, because Mr. Rana has abandoned a Pakistan nationality. And let me tell you something that is very interesting, that a question was asked by the Pakistanis reporter maybe 8 years ago, if Pakistan is willing to give consular access to Rana. But Pakistani officials bluntly told the reporters that since a man is a Canadian national, so there is no question of providing him any sort of consular access or the counseling as well. So Pakistan is very clear that even if he is being extradited from United States of America to India, Pakistan is not bothered at all. And Pakistan has one thing, not official report. Remember, Pakistan has not given official stance. What I am telling you is through my sources, and that is Pakistani officials are very clear that he is not a Pakistani, and Pakistan is not concerned what he has been doing in the past as a Canadian national.
That's right. Okay. I will come back to you. I'll come back to you soon. I want to go once again to Los Angeles, because that is where the paperwork and the legalities are happening as we speak. And this is very important given the fact that this is where Rana will come out from. And then he'll be put on a plane back to India. Shayan, do we know from where will he be flying with the team, with the Indian multi-agency team present? Are they going to fly from Los Angeles?
Yes, they will be flying directly from Los Angeles to India. The Donald Trump administration is very clear that we will no longer be taking care of him anymore. We are today officially handling this terrorist to Indian government, which will be after a couple of hours maybe. And just after a couple of hours, America will no longer be responsible of this terrorist. So directly from Los Angeles, he will be no longer going to any other city in America.
Right. Okay, hold on. All of our reporters are there. We have Kaswar, we have Shayan, we have Akhil from different locations. But I also want to take our viewers through where the story is standing right now. What is happening? What is this case all about? We'll put our viewers through all those details coming in next right now. Now, starting off with what is happening. It's end game for Tahawwur Rana. That is right. It's end game for him. He has tried so hard to not come back to India. He has tried so hard, but that is not going to happen. He will be coming back. Pursuit of 2611 plotter has been on since PM Modi's second term, and PM Modi has been pursuing this himself personally. He had those talks with President Trump. Remember, a formal extradition efforts started in December 2019. And remember, all this while Rana was trying to appeal to the courts there to not get extradited. India used all diplomatic channels to extradite Rana, and now that this has happened, it's a big feather in India's cap. India gave foolproof documentation to the United States, so much so that even President Trump has called Rana a very evil person. India's evidence clincher on Tahawwur Rana in US courts. India presented all the documentation, all the evidence that even US could not do anything about it, and they said that, and they gave the green signal to let Rana come back to India to face justice. India's agencies are satisfied. US concerns on international standards. So India's agencies have worked hard to satisfy the US on the international standards that they are following in this entire process. There's also video proof of Indian facilities shared with US courts. Remember that Rana was a little apprehensive that he might be treated unfairly in India once he comes back, but that fears have been allayed by the Indian authorities. The Trump first confirmed Rana's handover in the year 2020, and India's efforts gained momentum under Trump 2.0. And remember that meeting which happened in February where Trump and PM Modi had a meeting, and we came to know Rana will be extradited. During PM Modi's US visit, Trump confirmed extradition in 2025. February was when that meeting had happened, and Trump and Modi had those talks, which were a big success for India in the pursuit of bringing back the 2611 mastermind. And viewers, we also have been getting our viewers back-to-back updates. The survivors have spoken to Republic TV. They narrate what torture they had to go through, the sadness that they had to face, but now they're happy that finally they will be getting justice.
आप कहाँ पे थे उसी टाइम, हमले के टाइम?
एसटी स्टेशन और बीटी स्टेशन में था। चाय का पैसा लेने जाता हूँ, दिन भर सप्लाई होता है, शाम को कलेक्शन करने जाता हूँ क्योंकि उनका प्राइवेट केस लिखा हुआ जाता है। तो मेरे को बोला बहुत क्राउड है, थोड़ा टाइम के बाद आ, छोटू बोलते लोग मेरे को उधर, तो बाद में आ जा, थोड़ा लेके जा। तो मैं बाहर खड़ा होकर मेडिकल था, मंजू से बातें करते हुए खड़ा था।
टाइम क्या था तभी?
9:45 था। 9:50 में चालू हुआ ये सब, जैसे हुसैन सागर छोड़ रहा था प्लेटफॉर्म। तो इंडिया और इंग्लैंड का मैच था, तो मैं बोला मैच जीत गया इंडिया। तो देखा तो आवाज़ बढ़ते जा रही, पब्लिक इधर से उधर भाग रहे, कुछ समझ में ना। वहाँ पे एक दो पुलिस वाला था, किधर के पता नहीं चला। फिर टिकट काउंटर के अंदर आया, मैं बोला कुछ गलत खबर होगा, पुलिस वाला मारेगा। फिर 2 मिनट रुका, 2 मिनट से ज़्यादा नहीं। फिर कस के चिल्लाने लगा, भागो बम फट रहा, भागो बम फट रहा, रेलवे छोड़ के भागो, अपनी जान बचाओ। बहुत सारे पब्लिक नासिक, पूना, कोकन वाले थे, वो टिकट चाहिए मेरे को। तो फिर टिकट काउंटर के गेट लगा, साहब लोग बोला ऐसा बोला कि इधर छोटू शॉर्ट सर्किट हुआ, पुलिस वाला तेरे को लेके जाकर धोएगा। बोला धोएगा बात की बात है। तो आप लोग एक काम करो, सबको खाली करो, और रेलवे का जितना कैश है वो लेके नीचे बैठ जाओ। और वहाँ पे जगह नहीं था, हर काउंटर पे एक आदमी बैठ गया। मैं खड़ा था और एक इंसान भटिया साहब था, वो खड़ा था। तो पब्लिक को खाली हो गया, पूरा हॉल खाली है, इतना कस के चिल्लाया। एक भी इंसान वहाँ पे मरा नहीं आज तक, सीसीटीवी फुटेज दिखाया नहीं है। तो वहाँ पे जाने के बाद तो अजमल कसाब को फांसी हुआ, मेरे को मालूम नहीं था। मेरे को क्राइम ब्रांच में बुलाया था, वो क्या बोलते हैं, करापन मार्केट, तो बहुत बड़ा ऑफिस है, नेब नक्शा बना के बुलाया था। तो मैं बोला एक ही को देखा, मैं बोला दोनों इधर से गया, मतलब एक को देखा है। तो मेरे को नाम नहीं मालूम, बाद में नाम मालूम पड़ा। मेरे हाइट का 19-20 रहेगा, 6 पैकेट का पैंट, बैग, छोटा बंदूक, बड़ा बंदूक। तो मेरे को पंजाबी लैंग्वेज में गाली दिया था।
पंजाबी लैंग्वेज में गाली दिया अजमल कसाब ने?
तो उसने मेरे को थोड़ा पीछे हट के एक बुलेट मारा, तो विंडो का कांच टूटा। दूसरा टेबल था, तीसरा में सो गया मैं। और मेरा फैमिली को फ़ोन किया, D&A मेरा, तुम लोग काम करके संभाल लेना। फिर देख रहा हेल्पलाइन नंबर पे 983311 पे फ़ोन किया, ऐसा हम लोग इतने लोग फंसे, निकालो। कोई जवाब नहीं। 2-4 पहचान वाला फ़ोन किया, तो मैं देखा अब जो चप्पल खोला, मैं बोला साहब को एक मास्टर को उतने में विंडो कांच का लग के यहाँ लगा था। तो मास्टर को रुमाल दिया, बैठो नीचे। तो रिटायर हो गया अभी साहब रिटायर हो गया। उसके बाद अंदर चप्पल खोला, जो जिंदा लोग था, पीछे का रास्ता एक सेंट जॉर्ज हॉस्पिटल में जाने का 2 मिनट का रास्ता है, जहाँ आपकी गाड़ी खड़ी वहाँ से यहाँ तक है, इतना ही है। पीछे का रास्ता से जो हाथ गाड़ी पे, पहला हाथ गाड़ी पे जो जिंदा है उसको ले गया, जो मर गया उसको छोड़ देता था। आधे 1 घंटे बाद वो एम्बुलेंस वगैरह सब आया। उसके बाद जो स्टाफ जख्मी था रेलवे का, उसको गेट खुलवाया, पुलिस वाला को साथ में लेके जाके, गेलो खोलो नहीं खोला, मैं छोटू बोल रहा तो गेट खोला, सेंट जॉर्ज में हॉस्पिटल में लेके गया, उनको बोला ऐसा ऐसा रेलवे साहब है, एक काम कर जे ले गया, मतलब वो साइड तो निकला वो लोग, तो पीछे का पीडी मिला रोड से मैं भाईकल्ला रेलवे हॉस्पिटल में उसको एडमिट किया, वहाँ से आया।
अभी जो 26/11 का मास्टरमाइंड है तहव्वुर राना, उसको इंडिया लाया जा रहा है, क्या चाहते हैं आप?
देखो, मैं सरकार और हाई कोर्ट, सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो भी है, गवर्नर, सबसे गुजारिश करना चाहता हूँ, इसके लिए कुछ अलग से कानून बने, 2 से 3 महीना ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा, और एक नया कानून बनाया जाए आतंकवादी के लिए कि उसको सरेआम, जैसे दुबई वगैरह में होता है, सरेआम काट दिया जाता है, गोली मार दिया जाता है, ऐसा इंडिया में होना चाहिए कि उनको डर पैदा करे। उन लोगों को मालूम है मैं इंडिया में पकड़ा गया तो जेल में राजा ज़िंदगी जीऊँगा, जितना हमारे प्रधानमंत्री को सिक्योरिटी नहीं रहता उतना उसको रहता है, तो उनका क्या है, वो हमारे इंडिया का दामाद नहीं है कि उसको बैठा के खिलाऊँ या कुछ अच्छा काम नहीं किया है, तो इसके लिए जल्द से जल्द फास्ट ट्रैक पे चलाना चाहिए।
Tahawwur Rana, the key plotter of 26/11 attacks in Mumbai, will arrive in India.
Security officials already there in the United States to finish off the process.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influences, dirty influences. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first.
India gets 26/11 Mastermind Tahawwur Rana, terrorist, hours away from getting into hands of Indian law enforcement. NIA sources say 67-member team led by DIG rank officer to bring back Tahawwur Rana. Special plane to land tomorrow. Big boost for defense, mega deal on Rafale fighter jets to be sealed. Russia invites PM Modi for Victory Day parade on May 9th. Blast on the Indo-Pakistan border, IED explosion suspected. RBI slashes repo rate by 25 basis points for a second time. Aam Aadmi Party and BJP MLAs clash inside the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly over Waqf Amendment Bill.
gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. I'm Suesha Sawant, and we put our all-out focus on the biggest story. Yes, it's the huge win for India as 26/11 plot attacker Tahawwur Rana, who will be extradited to India very soon. In fact, sources suggest that it could be as soon as tomorrow morning. Details that we are receiving of how an NIA team that is already in the United States, we are being told that the formalities of extradition of Tahawwur Rana are currently underway. All paperwork and legalities are being completed with US authorities. In fact, we also learned that upon reaching India, NIA will have the custody of the terrorists right away and will begin the interrogation. Tahawwur Rana, from what we are picking up from our sources, will reach India by tomorrow morning. The terror mastermind who is due to face the law. Agencies who've been trying to extradite him to India, and we are now very close to getting Tahawwur Rana back to India by tomorrow morning to face the law. And we have Shyam Krishna joining us from LA Metropolitan Detention Center, and also Akhil from outside the NIA headquarters. Shyam, if I can come to you first to give us a sense of how the procedure is now panning out. We learned from our sources that as soon as tomorrow morning, IST, he will be in India, NIA bringing him back. But in terms of the paperwork that is underway, what's happening?
So right now, we have no idea what's going inside. As you can see behind me, the doors are locked. They're not even allowing media people. Of course, in America, even the media people are not even allowed to go inside. Only the family of the detainers are only allowed to go inside. So right now, we don't know what's going on inside, but our sources have said that some Indian officials are inside. We don't know if they are from NIA, from Indian Embassy, or something else. But there are some Indian officials inside. We don't exactly know who they are. And regarding that, it could be any time so right now it's 1 a.m. in America, in Los Angeles, and it could be any time before 7 a.m. that it could happen.
Continue talking to us. What more are you picking up in terms of the NIA team that is present there, and of course fulfilling the formalities in terms of bringing him back? What happened in the US court where his plea was rejected, Tahawwur Rana's plea was rejected. So in that sense, how are the developments panning out?
Yes, he has appealed many times. So Rana has appealed many times. But as the President Trump has clearly said, no one is above the president. President Trump has clearly said there won't be any forgiveness for Rana because he is a globally recognized terrorist. And under the Biden administration, his case was getting delayed and delayed, but no longer. Under President Trump, he's very clear, no forgiveness for Rana, and he will be handing to the Indian government very soon, maybe within like a couple of hours.
All right, do stay on. Let me also bring in my colleague Akhil, who joins us from outside the NIA headquarters. Akhil, what more are you picking up from your sources within the NIA on the extradition paperwork that is underway?
Well, Shweta, that's right. If you see earlier what we have seen that the NIA team, apart from, because it's a multipolar agency work, and not only the NIA team, apart from that, what we have seen, the MHA team also involved in this case, and the NSA team also involved in this case. And the NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval, including if you say NIA DG, Mr. Sadanand Datte. So all these officials are clearly monitoring this situation. So at this point in time, what we got to know from our sources that Tahawwur Rana will be brought back and will be extradited tomorrow morning. And it is very likely that he will be taken over to the national capital, to New Delhi, and then the NIA will basically seek for at least 2 weeks of police custody, and then after that the case will be transferred to the Mumbai Police Crime Branch, where the trial will begin from there on.
All right, Akhil, do stay on. I want to go back to Shan because Shan, this is also about the Trump administration being extremely clear when it comes to having an iron hand to fight against terrorism, and also given the Modi-Trump diplomacy, this is one more step that we see where certainly in favor of India. Tahawwur Rana will be here in the next few hours, as you're saying, as far as the paperwork from there is concerned, and by tomorrow morning, hopefully he should be here.
Yes, absolutely. He would be here. He would be in India very shortly. And America is very clear. If he's a terrorist wanted by India, it should go towards India, and because the Mumbai attacks was happened in India. It was happened in Mumbai. So I think Indian government has the right to punish him, whatever the government wants to punish. I think it's the right of the Indian government, and what the American government is doing is absolutely right. Hi.
Shan, many thanks for getting us those details. Let me quickly take a word from Kaswar as well. He joins us from Islamabad. Kaswar, as much as Islamabad has never admitted to the mountain of evidence that the Indian agencies have presented when it comes to the 26/11 plot and the role that the ISI had, but with regards to India getting one step closer as far as this investigation is concerned, Tahawwur Rana will be here. Is it spooking the authorities in Islamabad?
Well, authorities in Pakistan are not concerned, and there is so far no official statement on Tahawwur Rana's stories. Pakistan is actually trying to tell the world that we are not concerned, because this is something pertaining to a Canadian national and being extradited by the United States to India. So this is only one thing that I am getting from my official sources, but not on the record, only off the record. And Pakistani officials believe that, he has some, Tahawwur Rana was born and bred in Pakistan, had done some work here as well. But then what to talk about a man who had abandoned his nationality, became a Canadian national, and then after what he did, it was like a Canadian national, not a Pakistani national. So when he is someone who has abandoned his nationality, then Pakistan is not concerned at all. So Pakistan has cleared itself that this is something which is only about three states, Canada, United States, and then India. So these three countries must be concerned about what he did. This is something I have got to know from my official sources. But so far, not a single official has spoken from Islamabad on this Tahawwur Rana story. I believe that Pakistan will not utter any sort of statement regarding this, because their intentions are very clear that he's a Canadian national. He did something like a Canadian national. So Pakistan is not concerned, and Pakistan has a legitimate reason to not to speak regarding a Canadian national who is Tahawwur Rana as well. So this is the unofficial response from what I am getting from Islamabad. So far, no response from Pakistan side.
But all that also depends on what Tahawwur Rana reveals to the agencies when he is interrogated. I want to thank Kaswar, Shan and Akhil. Do stay on, because we'll also give our viewers a sense of why this development is so important. And I now tell you the kind of charges that are pressed against Tahawwur Rana. Firstly, criminal conspiracy. He's been accused of conspiring with David Headley. We all know how David Headley was a man hugely responsible when it came to carrying out the 26/11 attack, and how he was in India. But who was the man helping him? It was Tahawwur Rana, because he committed terror acts. He provided logistical support to the LET. He executed the ISI plan, and how he helped all those who were actually in India, in Mumbai, for the recce. He had helped them carry out the 2008 attacks in terms of logistical support, in terms of coordination, in terms of providing fake documents, all of this that Tahawwur Rana was aiding them in. He is the man responsible for 166 lives that were lost in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. He was the one who was plotting the entire plan and actually helping with executing it. 6 Americans who were also killed in that attack, they were in that hotel that night when those armed terrorists started shooting at innocents. But most importantly, how was he actually helping David Headley and the others? He was providing fake documents. This is how he helped David Headley get an Indian visa, reach Mumbai. David Headley also made a lot of friends here on the pretext of how he was lying. He conducted the recce of the hotel, and Tahawwur Rana used fraudulent documents to help David Headley get an Indian visa. This is how David Headley went ahead, lived in Mumbai for the longest time, conducted the recce of Taj Hotel, marked out every point. And he, along with Tahawwur Rana, had identified hotspots for the blasts, for where the terrorists will be stationed, to how they will open fire on so many innocents. So he was the man who facilitated the reconnaissance. So these are the charges that Tahawwur Rana faces. He will be questioned on all of this by the NIA once he is in India. Tomorrow morning is what we understand, because right now in the US paperwork is underway, after which they'll take the flight and come back where he faces the law. We also have more responses from survivors of the 26/11 attack. Listen it.
I think it was very horrific. Of course, at that point of time, I remember we were working in the hotel, like another day for that matter. And, you're not used to hearing a gunshot on a regular day, specifically at the place that we were in. And I was, literally a few months into my first job. So it was very scary at that point of time. Initially, we didn't know what's going to happen. Then I think it was a gang war. Then there were a lot of rumors around it. But finally, we realized that it was a terrorist attack, and it became much bigger than what we had, sort of imagined in our wildest of dreams. A lot of friends left, a lot of colleagues were no more after this, and of course a lot of guests also lost their lives, which was very, very sad overall in this scenario. So yeah, it was scary, but as I said, these kind of big incidents that happen in your life either leave a good or the bad mark, but they leave a big mark in you. So bad was, of course, sometimes when you recollect those memories, like today's news, when it sort of resurfaces, of course it takes you back to the memories and those tragic times at that point of time, but obviously it tells you that you've got one life, and I think the value of life becomes even more important. Of course, it should be as bad as it could. I think that is what most of us would say who were actually a part of this entire incident. But I think it gives a great statement. It gives a great satisfaction. Firstly, that it's not just left over. People are still chasing it. The government is still chasing it, and he's been brought back to India. I think that is also a big statement to the world. That we would not take that very lightly. Also, I feel that for the future, we would get a lot of information from him, like the way I think, India got from Kasab, which also is a great step towards the right direction. So, of course, it is a great satisfaction, but the worst possible punishment is what I would suggest. I mean, simple as that.
आप कहाँ पे थे उसी टाइम, हमले के टाइम?
टी स्टेशन और बीटी स्टेशन में था। चाय का पैसा लेने जाता हूँ, दिन भर सप्लाई होता है, शाम को कलेक्शन करने जाता हूँ, क्योंकि उनका प्राइवेट केस लिखा हुआ जाता है। तो मेरे को बोला बहुत क्राउड है, थोड़ा टाइम के बाद आ, छोटू बोलते लोग मेरे को उधर, तो बाद में आ जा, थोड़ा लेके जा। तो मैं बाहर खड़ा होकर मेडिकल था, मंजू से बातें करते हुए खड़ा था।
टाइम क्या था तभी?
9:45 था। 9:50 में चालू हुआ ये सब, जैसे हुसैन सागर छोड़ रहा था प्लेटफॉर्म। तो इंडिया और इंग्लैंड का मैच था, तो मैं बोला मैच जीत गया इंडिया। तो देखा तो आवाज़ बढ़ते जा रही, पब्लिक इधर से उधर भाग रहे, कुछ समझ में ना। वहाँ पे एक दो पुलिस वाला था, किधर के पता नहीं चला। फिर टिकट काउंटर के अंदर आया, मैं बोला कुछ गलत खबर होगा, पुलिस वाला मारेगा। फिर 2 मिनट रुका, 2 मिनट से ज़्यादा नहीं। फिर कस के चिल्लाने लगा, भागो बम फट रहा, भागो बम फट रहा, रेलवे छोड़ के भागो, अपनी जान बचाओ। बहुत सारे पब्लिक नासिक, पूना, कोकन वाले थे, वो टिकट चाहिए मेरे को। तो फिर टिकट काउंटर के गेट लगा, साहब लोग बोला ऐसा बोला कि इधर छोटू शॉर्ट सर्किट हुआ, पुलिस वाला तेरे को लेके जाकर धोएगा। बोला धोएगा बात की बात है। तो आप लोग एक काम करो, सबको खाली करो, और रेलवे का जितना कैश है वो लेके नीचे बैठ जाओ। और वहाँ पे जगह नहीं था, हर काउंटर पे एक आदमी बैठ गया। मैं खड़ा था और एक इंसान भटिया साहब था, वो खड़ा था। तो पब्लिक को खाली हो गया, पूरा हॉल खाली है, इतना कस के चिल्लाया। एक भी इंसान वहाँ पे मरा नहीं आज तक, CCTV फुटेज दिखाया नहीं है। तो वहाँ पे जाने के बाद तो अजमल कसाब को फांसी हुआ, मेरे को मालूम नहीं था। मेरे को क्राइम ब्रांच में बुलाया था, वो क्या बोलते हैं, करापन मार्केट, तो बहुत बड़ा ऑफिस है, नेब नक्शा बना के बुलाया था। तो मैं बोला एक ही को देखा, मैं बोला दोनों उधर से गया, मतलब एक को देखा है। तो मेरे को नाम नहीं मालूम, बाद में नाम मालूम पड़ा। मेरे हाइट का 19-20 रहेगा, 6 पैकेट का पैंट, बैग, छोटा बंदूक, बड़ा बंदूक। तो मेरे को पंजाबी लैंग्वेज में गाली दिया था।
पंजाबी लैंग्वेज में गाली दिया अजमल कसाब ने?
तो उसने मेरे को थोड़ा पीछे हट के एक बुलेट मारा, तो विंडो का कांच टूटा। दूसरा टेबल था, तीसरा में सो गया मैं। और मेरा फैमिली को फ़ोन किया D&A मेरा, तुम लोग काम करके संभाल लेना। फिर देख रहा हेल्पलाइन नंबर पे 983311 पे फ़ोन किया, ऐसा हम लोग इतने लोग फंसे, निकालो निकालो निकालो, कोई जवाब नहीं। 2-4 पहचान वाला फ़ोन किया तो मैं देखा, अब जो चप्पल खोला, मैं बोला साहब को एक मास्टर को उतने में विंडो कांच का लग के यहाँ लगा था, तो मास्टर को रुमाल दिया, बैठो नीचे। तो रिटायर हो गया, अभी साहब रिटायर हो गया। उसके बाद अंदर चप्पल खोला, जो जिंदा लोग था, पीछे का रास्ता एक सेंट जॉर्ज हॉस्पिटल में जाने का 2 मिनट का रास्ता है, जहाँ आपकी गाड़ी खड़ी वहाँ से यहाँ तक है, इतना ही है। पीछे का रास्ता से जो हाथ गाड़ी पे, पहला हाथ गाड़ी पे जो जिंदा है उसको ले गया, जो मर गया उसको छोड़ देता था। आधे 1 घंटे बाद वो एम्बुलेंस वगैरह सब आया। उसके बाद जो स्टाफ जख्मी था रेलवे का, उसको गेट खुलवाया, पुलिस वाला को साथ में लेके जाके, गेलो खोलो, नहीं खोला, मैं छोटू बोल रहा तो गेट खोला। सेंट जॉर्ज में हॉस्पिटल में लेके गया, उनको बोला ऐसा ऐसा रेलवे साहब है, एक काम कर जे ले गया, मतलब वो साइड तो निकला वो लोग। तो पीछे का पीडी मिला रोड से मैं भाईकल्ला रेलवे हॉस्पिटल में उसको एडमिट किया, वहाँ से आया।
अभी जो 26/11 का मास्टरमाइंड है ताहूर राना, उसको इंडिया लाया जा रहा है, क्या चाहते हैं आप?
देखो, मैं सरकार और हाई कोर्ट, सुप्रीम कोर्ट, जो भी है, गवर्नर, सबसे गुजारिश करना चाहता हूँ, इसके लिए कुछ अलग से कानून बने, 2 से 3 महीना ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा, और एक नया कानून बनाया जाए आतंकवादी के लिए, कि उसको सरेआम, जैसे दुबई वगैरह में होता है, सरेआम काट दिया जाता है, गोली मार दिया जाता है, ऐसा इंडिया में होना चाहिए, कि उनको डर पैदा करे। उन लोगों को मालूम है मैं इंडिया में पकड़ा गया तो जेल में राजा ज़िंदगी जीऊँगा, जितना हमारे प्रधानमंत्री को सिक्योरिटी नहीं रहता उतना उसको रहता है। तो उनका क्या है, वो हमारे इंडिया का दामाद नहीं है कि उसको बैठा के खिलाऊँ, या कुछ अच्छा काम नहीं किया है। तो इसके लिए जल्द से जल्द फास्ट ट्रैक पे चलाना चाहिए।
Tahawwur Rana, the key plotter of 26/11 attacks in Mumbai, will arrive in India.
Security officials already there in the United States to finish off the process.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH। This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild. It was
Thank you for staying with Republic. I'm Suesha Sawant, and we cut across to breaking news coming in from Karnataka, where trouble is mounting for the Congress, as Congress MLA and financial advisor to the CM. Basavaraj Raya Reddy has hinted at corruption in the system, leading to poor infrastructure in the state. He's referred to his own constituency in Koppal and spoken of how schools built today are crumbling. He said that people building and those getting it built are both not good. It's a controversial statement by Basanagonda Patil Yatnal, who was recently ousted from the BJP, saying these days many Hindus are behaving like they're born to Muslims, attacking Uddhav Thackeray over his stand on Waqf bill. Abhishek will join us from Republic Kannada. I believe he is already with us. Abhishek, take us through the details of the statement made and most importantly, how this speaks of corruption under Siddaramaya's rule.
Well, it is very clear from the financial advisor statement of CM of Karnataka, Basavaraj Rai Reddy, has claimed that the corruption has gone to the peaks in the state of Karnataka. He being the senior MLA and a senior political leader of the Congress party and also a cabinet ranking person who's very close aide of CM Siddaramaya, has complained that in his very own constituency, the quality of the school buildings have come to the grassroots level, whereas he also complains that the corruption has gone to the peaks, and he sees the intervention of the government and makes sure that the people who are behind this corruption is actually taken care of, and also demands that the government will have to look into the matter as of now. And also he claims that the corruption is very much prevailing and he doesn't like whatever he is seeing in his very own constituency, and this come as a shocker despite various other parties complaining about the corruption. We've seen BJP and JDS complaining about the corruption in the Karnataka government, but this is the first ever time that a fellow person from the Congress government itself has complained about the corruption in the state of Karnataka as of now. Back to you.
All right, Abhishek, many thanks for getting us those details. With that, we step into a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you further details of how India is now very close to extraditing Tahawwur Rana. Sources suggest he would be in India tomorrow morning and will straight up be questioned by the NIA.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media campus, which is the largest newsroom. One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media campus, which is the largest newsroom in Asia, aims to bring together a diverse set of people from across the country. You can work from where you are, you can work with me here on this campus to create content on anything which you feel, if it proliferates, if it spreads, will have a positive impact on our people. It could be in the area of health, technology, defense, awareness, current affairs, politics, or even history, science and technology. I know there are a lot of you out there who have the talent, and all that you want is the reach. And Republic is doing this to give your content the reach. Together, all of us can come together and create a content revolution in our country. The digital medium, the growth of digital in our country is one of the most fascinating things, but you can use it in a positive way for the country, or you can use it in a negative way for our country. There are too many people
who are using the digital medium to make a quick buck. But together, all of us, if we become one unit that's working in national interest, that believes in nation first, then through the Positive Influencer program, we can change the way the digital medium works in our country. So come, I welcome you to work with me here on the Republic campus as part of the Positive Influencer program. Here on the Republic Media campus, you will have access to great infrastructure, a warm and welcoming professional environment, and of course, the best production values. Now, if you have the content and you feel it needs the finish, it needs to be worked on, or that you would benefit from working in an environment where there are many other content creators like you, then you can be here. You can work with me here in the Republic newsroom. You can work from home. You can make it 50-50. You can make it work the way you want. As long as you believe that the content you create, and we believe that the content you create, will make our nation number one, will be one solid contribution towards a Viksit Bharat, then you can be part of this wonderful program. The initiative I announced in the presence of the Prime Minister at the Republic Summit, which is the Republic Positive Influencer program. So come, work with me, work with us. Let's make a difference for our country.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon once again, and thank you for staying tuned. I'm Suesha Sawant. We get you the latest details on how it is a big win for India. Tahawwur Rana, the 2611 plotter, will be in India tomorrow. He will be questioned by the NIA, and we'll get you all the developments leading up to it. First, a quick check of the headlines we're tracking. India gets 2611 mastermind Tahawwur Rana. Terrorists hours away from getting into the hands of Indian law enforcement. NIA sources say 6 to 7 member team led by DIG rank officer to bring back Tahawwur Rana. Special plane to land tomorrow. Big boost for defense. Mega deal on Rafale fighter jets to be sealed. Russia invites Prime Minister Modi for Victory Day parade on May 9. Blast in Chautra area of Indo-Pakistan border. IED explosion suspected. RBI slashes repo rate by 25 basis points for second time to boost liquidity amid tariff tensions. Aam Aadmi Party and BJP MLAs clash inside Jammu and Kashmir Assembly over Waqf Amendment Bill. First up, we cut across to breaking news coming in. This is from Agra, where protests against SPMG MP Ramji Lal Suman has gone violent. The Akhil Bharat Hindu Mahasabha staged a protest and police detained protesters before they could even reach Ramji Lal Suman's residence. Let me cut across to Raghavendra joining us live with further details of what the police's action was and what's the latest. Raghavendra.
देखिए, जब से समाजवादी पार्टी के जो वरिष्ठ लीडर हैं रामजी लाल सुमन उच्च सदन में संसद में देशभक्त राणा सांगा को गद्दार बताया, उनका अपमान किया और जो बाबर हैं वो समाजवादी पार्टी के अन्य नेता औरंगजेब और सैयद सालार को सूफी और नायक बता रहे हैं, ऐसे में भारत के कई हिस्सों में आक्रोश पनपा है। इसके पहले आपने देखा था रामजी लाल सुमन के घर पे लोगों ने पहुंचकर कांडी सेना के लोगों ने तोड़फोड़ की। फिर कल लखनऊ में हुआ, कल लखनऊ में हिंदुत्व सनातन के बहुत सारे लोग इकट्ठा हुए और रामजी लाल सुमन के खिलाफ उन्होंने प्रोटेस्ट किया और कहा कि अखिलेश यादव खुद नहीं चाहते कि लालजी सुमन माफी मांगे, नहीं तो अगर अखिलेश का अगर दखल होता तो वो माफी मांग चुके होते। अभी तक अपने बयान पर वाकई में माफी नहीं मांगे हैं, न अखिलेश यादव खुल के मांगे हैं, न लालजी राम सुमन ने मांगा है। तो ऐसे में यह जो गुस्सा है या जो आक्रोश है वो बढ़ता जा रहा है कि किस तरह से समाजवादी पार्टी के जो नेता हैं एक एक करके राष्ट्रभक्तों का और महानायकों का अपमान कर रहे हैं, साथ ही जो आक्रांता रहे हैं, जिन्होंने देश को नुकसान किया, देश की संस्कृति और सनातन को नष्ट किया, देश पर आक्रमण किया, देश पर जुल्म किया, ऐसे लोगों को नायक बताया जा रहा है। चाहे वो अबू आजमी हो, समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता हैं महाराष्ट्र प्रदेश में, उसके बाद समाजवादी पार्टी के सांसद है शफीकुर रहमान के बेटे हैं जियाउर रहमान पर, उन्होंने इस तरह सूफी संत कहा सैयद सालार को, और फिर तो इन सब काफी
Raghavendra, that line is not very clear. We'll try and reconnect with you. But Akhilesh Yadav, who comes in Ramji Lal Suman's defense, in fact, he's gone on to say that if anything happens to Ramji Lal Suman, then UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will be responsible. Not once has Akhilesh Yadav actually condemned his man for making the kind of statement and hurting so many sentiments of what he said on Rana Sangha in the parliament. There has been anger ever since. We've seen how those who have been angered by his comments went outside his residence. And even earlier, where such a protest was staged, this time again when it happened, the police, in fact, already arrested those protesters or detained those protesters rather before anything unruly could happen. But what is being said about Akhilesh Yadav and making the kind of statement he has?
यहाँ पर क्या मौजूद हैं वो बता पाएंगे कि पहले सड़क कितने फीट की थी, क्योंकि अब जो चौड़ीकरण का हिसाब किताब होगा वो तकरीबन 100 से 150 फीट की ये सड़क हो जाएगी। यानी कि पहले जो 1 या फिर 2 लेन में ये सड़क काम करती थी, अब इससे 3 लेन की सड़क यहाँ पर बन सकती है। क्या इस जो अतिक्रमण को हटाया जा रहा है, इंक्रोचमेंट को हटाया जा रहा है, क्या वहां पर क्या नया निर्माण होना है और जो आसपास के लोग हैं इसे कैसे देख रहे हैं?
देखिए, जयपुर विकास प्राधिकरण के अधिकारी इस वक्त स्पॉट पर नहीं हैं, लेकिन तस्वीर हम आपको दिखाएं। और जैसा कि आपने कहा, क्योंकि सड़क चौड़ीकरण को लेकर ही इस बुलडोजर एक्शन को जो है वो अंजाम दिया जा रहा है, क्योंकि इस रोड पर बहुत भीषण जाम की स्थितियां बन जाती थी और आम लोगों के निकलने में सामान्य जनजीवन पूरी तरह से इस रोडों पर कहीं ना कहीं से फंसता हुआ नजर आता था। और यही वजह है कि अब सड़क चौड़ीकरण को लेकर इस एक्शन को जो है वो अंजाम दिया जा रहा है। स्थानीय लोग जो लगातार कोर्ट भी पहुंच चुके हैं इस पूरे मामले को लेकर, लेकिन कोर्ट से भी उन्हें कोई राहत नहीं मिली मिली और यही वजह है कि कोर्ट से भी जब राहत नहीं मिली तो आज जयपुर के अंदर जयपुर विकास प्राधिकरण इस कार्रवाई को अंजाम दे रहा है। आप देखिए ये 3 पोकलेन मशीन लाइन से इस वक्त इस स्पॉट पर आप देख सकते हैं जहां पर मैं मौजूद है। ठीक हमारे बगल में एक बुलडोजर भी खड़ा है। 4 पोकलेन मशीन वहां पर थी जो तस्वीर इसके पहले हम आपको दिखा रहे थे। इसके ठीक सामने अगर आप देखें तो यहां पर भी 3 बुलडोजर जो है वो खड़े हुए आपको नजर आ रहे होंगे और अगर आप थोड़ी सी दूर नजर और दौड़ाएंगी तो वहां पर भी पोकलेन मशीन।
तो कुल मिलाकर ये 25 बुलडोजर इस वक्त मौके पर मौजूद हैं और अवैध कब्जा करके जो अस्पताल बनाया गया था उसको मलबे में तब्दील किया जा चुका है। बहुत शुक्रिया आपका वैभव हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए।
All right, so those are the pictures of bulldozer action on illegal construction in Jaipur. My colleagues from Republic Bharat taking us through all the details as strict action taken against illegal construction in Jaipur, where the government has now resorted to bulldozer action. Vaibhav will join us shortly to take us through the details of how this action is now being executed. But like Vaibhav was telling us that this road that would get extremely crowded and there was massive traffic congestion. It was an illegal construction, and if I'm not wrong, it was a hospital or a medical facility that actually stood here, but that has been completely razed down as bulldozer action was implemented, ordered by the government, and that entire structure that has been razed down. The debris is all that you see on the ground. I'm hoping to hear from Vaibhav to take us through further details of the bulldozer action that is being witnessed in Jaipur, ordered by the Rajasthan government, and why that is. So there you see so many bulldozers on the ground that have run through that illegal structure, completely demolishing it. And there you see it is a wide road that is visible. It was an illegal construction, and I believe Vaibhav is with us on the phone line. Vaibhav, take us through all the details of why it was razed down, what actually stood here before the structure was demolished, and bulldozer action that the Rajasthan government resorted to.
वजह और कारणों की बात करें तो जाम की स्थितियां इस मुख्य सड़क पर लगातार बनी रहती थी। स्थितियां ऐसी थी कि इस सड़क के ठीक किनारे तकरीबन अगर आप बात करें तो 20 से 30 मीटर तक जो है वो अवैध अतिक्रमण किया गया था। प्रशासन ने कई बार इन मकानों दुकानों को नोटिस भी दिया है। ये लोग जो यहाँ पर मौजूद थे जिनके मकान और दुकान है उन लोगों ने कोर्ट का भी रुख किया था, लेकिन कोर्ट से भी इन लोगों को कोई राहत मिलती हुई नजर नहीं आई, क्योंकि मुख्य बाजार में इस तरह से कंस्ट्रक्शन करना, अवैध निर्माण करना, और यही वजह बनी कि इन मकानों दुकानों को अब पूरी तरह से गिरा दिया गया है। ये देखिए तकरीबन 3 मंजिला ये मकान था, लेकिन सुबह से इस बुलडोजर एक्शन के जरिए, इस पोकलेन मशीन के जरिए इस पूरे मकान को जो है वो गिरा दिया गया है। और सिर्फ ये तस्वीर यहीं तक सीमित नहीं है। मेरे विजय महेश अगर आपको एक बार मेरे दाहिनी तस्वीर दिखाएंगे तो वहां पर भी आपको बुलडोजर जो है वो लाइन से खड़े नजर आएंगे, और अगर ठीक सामने मेरे विजय महेश आपको तस्वीर दिखाएं तो यहां पर भी बुलडोजर खड़े हुए हैं। और इस लाल बत्ती को पार करेंगे तकरीबन 2 किलोमीटर तक आप आगे बढ़ेंगे तो 2 किलोमीटर तक ये बुलडोजर एक्शन की कार्रवाई आज जयपुर विकास प्राधिकरण की तरफ से की जा रही है। जो डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी है उसकी मंशा यही है कि जितनी भी इनलीगल प्रॉपर्टीज हैं, जितना भी अवैध कब्जा है, उस अवैध कब्जे को आज इस स्ट्राइक के जरिए हटा दिया जाए। और यही वजह है कि इस 3 पोकलेन मशीन और कुल मिलाकर तकरीबन 25 से 30 बुलडोजर यहां पर मौजूद हैं, जेसीबी मशीनें यहां पर हैं, जिनके जरिए इस अवैध कंस्ट्रक्शन को गिराया जा रहा है। एक बार अगर मेरे विजय महेश आपको मेरे बाएं तस्वीर दिखा पाए तो आप देखिएगा ये लाल बत्ती है, मुख्य चौराहा है ये, लेकिन आज इस पूरी सड़क को बंद किया गया है। यहां पर आज किसी भी तरह की आवाजाही को लेकर मनाही है, क्योंकि आज इस स्ट्राइक के मद्देनजर सुरक्षा बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, कानून व्यवस्था न बिगड़े, इस बात को भी शासन प्रशासन जो है वो मद्देनजर रखते हुए लगातार यहां पर जो है ये कार्रवाइयां कर रहा है। ये देखिएगा, ये कॉर्नर का मकान है, ये कॉर्नर के मकान जो 1 मंजिला ये मकान था, इस मकान को भी अब गिरा दिया गया है। ये बीच में चौकी है, इसको लेकर भी कार्रवाई होने की बात कही जा रही है कि इस चौकी को अब पीछे जो है वो सड़क के शिफ्ट किया जाएगा और फिर जयपुर विकास प्राधिकरण जो है इस सड़क पर चौड़ीकरण का काम जो है वो करने वाली है। और यही वजह है कि आज सुबह से ही जयपुर का ये खादीपुरा इलाका, जहां पर लगातार बुलडोजर एक्शन जारी है और कोशिश यही है कि इस बुलडोजर एक्शन के जरिए आज ही इस पूरे इलाके पर जितना भी अवैध कब्जा है उसको खाली करवाया जा सके। कुछ लोग भी हमारे साथ मौजूद है, उनसे बात करेंगे। चलो, कब से ये कब्जा था? क्या नोटिस भी लोगों को दिया गया?
नोटिस सर दिया था, लेकिन इन लोगों ने क्या 6 तारीख का वो दे रखा था ट्रीटमेंट, वही मकान खाली कर दें, जगह अपनी पोजीशन अलग सिस्टम में कर रहे हैं, लेकिन लोगों ने उसको एक नकारा समझा, अंदाज का काम है।
Right, we will now move on to more breaking news coming in from the Indo-Pak border in Gurdaspur district of Punjab. A BSF jawan who was injured while preventing a major tragedy. The blast ahead of fence on Indo-Pak border was in Chautra area of Indo-Pakistan border. It is suspected to be an IED blast. BSF in a statement said that on the intervening night of 8th and 9th April, an incident had occurred when a BSF party, during an area domination patrol ahead of border security fence during the night, detected suspicious items well inside the Indian territory. We're trying to get further details on whether there were any injuries and the sort of damage that this blast has caused. In fact, a BSF jawan who was injured, as we already told you, while conducting patrolling ahead of fencing work. In the latest, we are learning that Tahawwur Rana has been shifted from Metropolitan Detention Center in LA. We're trying to get you further details on the same. We're learning that Tahawwur Rana has been shifted from the detention center in LA. Where exactly is that? Is something we are yet to know. But paperwork is underway. NIA team of 6 to 7 officials who are present in LA, and within a few hours, as we understand, NIA will get custody of Tahawwur Rana. Tahawwur Rana will be handed over to the NIA, and by tomorrow morning they are expected to land in India on a special plane. This is first and exclusive on Republic. We're learning of how Tahawwur Rana has been shifted from the LA detention center. Let me cut across to Shravan Sen, who will join us live with further details of where exactly has he been taken. But remember, this is a huge win for India, and especially for and from the point of view of Modi-Trump diplomacy, where India is now very close to having Tahawwur Rana back to face the law. He will be interrogated by the NIA. For the moment, I want to cut across to Shravan Sen. Shravan, what more are you picking up? Why has he been shifted from the LA detention center? 3 cars, I believe, have left from there. Where are they headed? What's happening?
Well, in fact, the extradition formalities have now been completed, is what we are being told. In fact, the paperwork was done at the LA detention center. What we do not know right now is the place that he has been taken to. It's an undisclosed location. We're being told that thereafter they would be taking him into a Indian Air Force aircraft and being brought back to the national capital. That's expected sometime tomorrow morning. In fact, right now, there's also an update coming in from the detention center where they've officially put out that he's no longer in the custody of the LA detention center. We'll try and go across to our reporter on the ground. We're getting in the latest details that 3 cars have actually left from the Los Angeles detention center. A clear indication of the fact that there has been some movement on the ground. As far as the extradition formalities are concerned, we were told that the agency, the multi-agency team that has landed in Los Angeles actually took along with them the court orders. We're being told that after all formalities are being completed from the court side, they would be in a position to bring him back. That's the latest coming in. It roughly would take another 14 to 15 hours is what we are picking up right now from our sources.
Which means, Shravan, that it is really a matter of few hours now. Let me cut across to Shayan, who also joins us from LA. Shayan, what all did you observe? Describe to us what has happened in the past couple of minutes. 3 cars that left from the LA detention center. Where are they headed?
So there were 3 black cars. No one has told who was in that car, and for security reasons they refused to tell anything. It could be Rana, it could be something else, but when I tried asking them, they said they cannot tell anyone. These was their word. They were said they cannot tell anyone who were in that car. Maybe that person also didn't knew that, but that's all I know. And it could be Rana, it could be someone else, but yes, there were 3 black cars which just left.
All right, certainly indicates how things are moving very fast now. And if it is supposedly Tahawwur Rana inside that car, or inside those cars are all the NIA officials, possibility that they have headed straight to board the plane, the special flight that is to land in India tomorrow?
Yes, it could be that because Rana will not go to any other place. Rana will directly go to India in that chartered plane with NIA officials. Rana will not go to any guest house or any other jail or anywhere. He will directly go to India. If it was Rana, yes, he will be coming directly to India.
All right, and do stay on with us. Our senior editor Shravan Sen, who continues to stay with us, he's tracking all the developments and also speaking to his sources within the NIA. Shravan, any additional information that you've received so far on this particular movement that Shayan has just observed outside the LA detention center?
Well, Suresh, it's too early to make any comment with regards to whether at all these cars actually belong to the multi-agency team that had gone to complete the formalities. But what we can confirm right now, this is coming in from the Metropolitan, Los Angeles Metropolitan Department. In fact, they have just updated stating that he is no longer in custody of the Los Angeles Metropolitan Department, which is a clear indication that there is some movement coming in. We are also trying to get more details with regards to some information coming in, particularly about his race, because if you really look at the update that has come in from the Metropolitan Department, they have shown him as white. But remember, he's a Pakistani member. He's a Pakistani citizen to begin with. And secondly, as far as Tahawwur Rana is concerned, right now, what they are looking at is based on the US Supreme Court order. The multi-agency team has relied upon the extradition order that has come in, which has not only convicted him on 9 counts, but also the fact that they say that there is ample evidence that has been shared by the Indian agencies with regards to his alleged role in the 26/11 attack, and also the attack that took place that was foiled in Denmark.
Continue talking to us, Shravan. Of course, Shayan and Kaswar are also with us on the broadcast, including Akhil, who's outside the NIA headquarters. But Shravan, what really happens once they land tomorrow? Will he be questioned straight up by the NIA right after they land? How is the interrogation team going to take over? What more do you know?
Well, as far as the procedure is concerned, he's expected to land at the Palam airport and thereafter brought to the National Investigation Headquarters in central Delhi. Thereafter, he would be produced before the court, where the National Investigation Agency will be seeking his custody based on the evidence that they have gathered, multiple charge sheets that have been filed, particularly how Tahawwur Rana happens to be the co-conspirator in the 26/11 Mumbai attack. He was the one who had ensured that David Coleman Headley actually gets a 5-year visa with the help of a travel agency that was being run by Tahawwur Rana. Not just that, remember, it was they who had provided the coordinates to Lashkar-e-Toiba. This was after the surveillance that was actually carried out by David Coleman Headley within a span of about 4 years. In fact, pictures of each of these landing spots were taken by David Coleman Headley, discussed with Tahawwur Rana, and thereafter given to Lashkar-e-Toiba. Now, this has largely been the investigation first carried out by the Mumbai Crime Branch and thereafter the National Investigation Agency. So once he is produced before the court tomorrow, in all likelihood, after the NIA secures the custody of Tahawwur Rana, that the investigation would begin, which would essentially mean that those who were in touch with Tahawwur Rana while he was in India will also once again be questioned, those who have been referred to in the charge sheet. And thereafter, remember, we are also being told that once he is sent into judicial custody, there is a possibility that the Mumbai police could actually also step in.
Right, Shravan, also details coming in of how he could be lodged at the Tihar jail and all the arrangements that are already in place. But before that, I quickly want to get a word from Kaswar, because Pakistan has always rejected the evidence that has been presented by India when it comes to their role in the 26/11 attacks. And this time again, they go on to say that Tahawwur Rana was a Canadian citizen and Pakistan turning their back towards him.
Well, so far, Pakistani authorities have not given an official response. So we cannot tell anything about Pakistan because it's not official yet. But I am telling you, what I have been reporting you since morning, that is the information which I have been getting from my sources and officials in Pakistan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Home Department as well. All of them did not speak, did not utter a single word on the record. This is very important to understand. And secondly, on the off the record, they just snubbed, two of the officials practically snubbed me over the telephone that, Mr. Klasa, why are you dragging Pakistan into this controversial story? A Canadian national has done something at a foreign land. No, what is the question of dragging Pakistan into this all of this controversy? And this was the typical response which I got. And also, same is in the same way, I was snubbed by another official who said that, who actually put a question to me that, Mr. Reporter, you are actually dragging Pakistan into this controversy. Let me tell you something, that a man who had abandoned Pakistan nationality years ago, in 1977, he was moved to Canada, got a Canadian nationality in 2001. And now Pakistan is nothing to do with the man who has abandoned actually his nationality. So now, regarding your question that how is Pakistan concerned, this is not a valid question. And so two officials snubbed me. So one thing is very clear, that I am not expecting Pakistan's official response in this regard. And secondly, Pakistani officials are very clear that this story is about a foreign national, that what he has done on a foreign land, and this is something Pakistan is not concerned. And this is the reaction what I can tell you from Islamabad at the moment.
Right, Kaswar, do stay on. Let me also go across to my colleague Akhil, who's outside the NIA headquarters. Akhil, reportedly he will be lodged at the Tihar jail. All the arrangements are already in place. The Indian jail's ready to welcome Tahawwur Rana. The NIA team all ready to interrogate him. And the law finally taking its course, where this man has been evading for the longest time. But thanks to the Modi-Trump diplomacy and how the developments have panned out, the persistent efforts of our agencies to bring that man to face the law.
Well, Shweta, that's right. If you see at this point in time, it's a big win for
the Modi government and for the central agencies as well. Because if you see, the NIA has basically got his extradition, and tomorrow morning at around 6:30 or something, at around 7:30, we could expect Tahawwur Rana to be brought back to India. So at that point in time, when he will be brought back, then NIA, a special court, which is in the Rouse Avenue court, will likely to hear in the court, and then after that, it is very likely that NIA will seek at least 2 weeks of police custody, and then the judicial custody will be demanded in this direction. For that, we will have to wait and watch it till the time Tahawwur Rana will be brought back from the United States to the national capital. Back to you.
All right, Akhil and Shayan and Kaswar, who continue to stay with us on the broadcast, I request you to please stay, as we will step into a very short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side to get further details from you.
Tahawwur Rana, the key plotter of 26/11 attacks in Mumbai, will arrive in India.
Security officials already there in the United States to finish off the process.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild. It was only a matter of time before someone put a leash on this filth factory. You see, this is not comedy. It's a race to the bottom, where shock replaces skill.
Tahawwur Rana has been shifted from the Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles to an undisclosed location. NIA sources say that 6 to 7 member team led by DIG rank officer to bring back Tahawwur Rana, a special plane to land tomorrow. Siddaramaya's financial advisor has hinted at corruption in the system, leading to poor infrastructure in the state. Big boost to defense, mega deal on Rafale fighter jets to be sealed. Blast in Chautra area of Indo-Pakistan border, IED explosion. AAP and BJP MLAs clash inside Jammu and Kashmir Assembly over the Waqf Amendment Bill. Blast in Chautra area of Indo-Pakistan border, IED explosion suspected. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik. A lot of top headlines that we're tracking from across the nation. But first, going to the breaking news update that is coming from the state of Jammu and Kashmir. During a search and rescue operation by the Jammu and Kashmir police and other forces, contact has been established with terrorists at the village of Jopher. That's the big breaking news update that we are tracking from the state of Jammu and Kashmir, where PS Ramnagar Udhampur has said that 2 to 3 terrorists are trapped and an ongoing firing operation is underway. I'm being joined by my colleague Gursimran on this story, who's bringing us latest details on what is happening in Udhampur at the moment. Gursimran, tell us the details on this operation.
This area, important to mention, is the area. Yes.
Yes, this is the encounter situation that is underway in Udhampur at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm trying to get your voice live from the ground, where 2 to 3 terrorists are believed to be trapped in a village near Jofher, where PS Ramnagar Udhampur is carrying out an anti-terrorism operation. This is after the 2-week-long operation, anti-terror operation that was in Kathua, that was undertaken in the last 2 weeks, and now in Udhampur, 2 to 3 terrorists are believed to have been trapped by the forces, and there is an encounter operation that has broken out. Some firing of shots was also discovered, and it is a live situation. We are getting some visuals from the Udhampur earlier today, where there was heavy movement of the security forces there, and 2 to 3 terrorists are believed to have been trapped in this entire region, and there is a massive security apparatus operation that is underway. This is also a massive security operation that is coming in just days after Home Minister Amit Shah also visited Jammu and Kashmir to review the security situation. He also went to the forward post in Jammu, where he went to the BSF camp there and had chat with the BSF soldiers. Now underway is a terror operation in which 2 to 3 terrorists are believed to have been trapped in this vast area near the Jopher village in Ramnagar area of Udhampur, where underway right now is a shootout between the forces and 2 to 3 suspected terrorists who are trapped in this area where the encounter is underway. We'll bring you a voice live from Jammu with our colleague Gursimran. Gursimran, if you can hear me now, please give us the details that you can share at the moment regarding this anti-terror operation, 2 to 3 terrorists being trapped in the Udhampur area.
See, it's in the Joffer area of Udhampur, which is a border area of Udhampur and Kathua. Here, a group of 2 to 3 Jaish terrorists have been trapped by the security forces. Important to mention that this seems to be the same group that has been trapped in the multiple times in the Udhampur district in the past as well. Though we are yet to get the confirmation whether this is the same group of Jaish terrorists that has recently was spotted in first encounter in the Hiranagar Sanyal on 23rd, then was involved in another encounter in the upper areas of the Sofain, where 4 brave hearts of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they attained martyrdom, but 2 terrorists were killed. 3 were still at large and they were trapped in the Paintirthi area of Kathua. It was in the Bilawar on 31st of the March. Now what we are getting to know that the 3 terrorists have been trapped in the Joffer area. This is by the special forces of the Indian Army 6th Parachute Regiment, that the team was leading the operations along with the Jammu and Kashmir police. They got hold of this group of the terrorists, and as we speak, the heavy exchange of fire is underway between the terrorists and the security forces. The security forces are trying to neutralize the terrorists as soon as possible. Reason being that these terrorists are trained for the jungle warfare, and as soon as the sun sets in, they always manage to escape from the cordon site, and that's why the security forces still have 4 to 5 hours time to neutralize these terrorists before the sun goes down, and the security forces are trying that additional reinforcement is sent as soon as possible. We are also running that the top officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are already en route Udhampur so that they can monitor the operations from the ground zero.
Goswami, I will request you to stay with us for just another moment, because, ladies and gentlemen, we have another breaking news update coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Security forces have detected and defused an IED in the Hafarda village in Handwara area of Jammu and Kashmir. This is a second IED blast, and an IED being discovered along the Indo-Pakistan border. Yesterday evening, in the intervening night of April 8 and 9, there was another incident with an IED in the Gurdaspur area where a BSF soldier was injured, and now another IED has been discovered in the Hafarda village in Handwara of Jammu and Kashmir. Gursimran continues to remain with us on this story. Gursimran, what is the latest update that we are getting on the Hafarda village IED blast, the IED that was diffused in Handwara now, a second IED in 24 hours?
See, it's due to the alertness Yeah, second IED in the 24 hours. It's an attempt by the terrorists to inflict damage to the security forces as well as to the civilians. But due to the timely detection of the IED's attack has been averted, and the security forces have successfully foiled this attempt in the Handwara district of the North Kashmir. Important to mention that there have been several incidents where we have seen that in the North Kashmir, the terrorists are trying to carry out back-to-back IED attacks, though their attacks are being repulsed by the security forces. But time and again, what we are witnessing that the security forces, they are facing a major challenge with the terrorists bringing in IEDs into these hinterland areas and then trying to blow up the vehicles as well as the civilians.
Indeed, and as the visual suggests that it was an IED planted on a road in Handwara, which has been now successfully defused by the forces. Thank you very much, Goswami, for those updates. Ladies and gentlemen, now more breaking news update is coming in from the state of West Bengal, where massive protests across the state of West Bengal have erupted over the SSC recruitment scam. Protests in Kolkata and Siliguri have been reported. This is the big breaking news update coming in from the state of West Bengal, where the SSC protests are unrelentless against the Mamata Banerjee government. Remember, viewers, the Supreme Court of India had just given a verdict a few days ago, cancelling the recruitment of over 25,000 teachers in the state of West Bengal over the jobs, cash for jobs scam in the state of West Bengal, which has now led to massive protests. At the teachers who were given recruitment during this scam are now protesting and saying that their cancellation is going to be a direct impact on their livelihood, because of which Mamata Banerjee government is now facing massive tensions in West Bengal due to the negligence and the corruption part that is being alleged on her government. The Supreme Court also now upholding the cancellation of the 25,000 jobs that were given to the teachers in the alleged SSC cash for jobs scam. As you can see, these are live visuals coming in from Kolkata and Siliguri, where students and teachers are on the streets over the SSC recruitment scam, and Mamata government is now under tremendous pressure over the students who had earlier challenged the verdict in the Calcutta High Court, but the Supreme Court has now upheld the Calcutta High Court verdict, invalidating the appointment of over 25,000 teachers and non-teaching staff across state-run and state-aided schools in the state of West Bengal. We have heavy deployment of police also there. Kishlay, my colleague, is joining us live from Kolkata, from our Bangla newsroom. Kishlay, what is the update that you can give us on these massive protests that are ongoing in Kolkata and Siliguri? They have been ongoing for multiple days now, and we see heavy police deployment there in Kolkata.
Well, exactly. We see that right now, as the police deployment is being increased every moment, there has been lathi charge in Kolkata as well. In Kolkata, Kosba area, in front of the DI office, there was a huge protest by all the candidates who lost their jobs, and later on, a huge police force was deployed, and there was lathi charge on the people who lost their jobs. So right now, there has been massive uproar across West Bengal, in different parts of West Bengal. In Siliguri, we saw there was a large-scale protest. There were large-scale protests in Murshidabad, in Bardhaman districts as well. This is we are showing two visuals, one from Kolkata, and also we were showing how police deployment was placed in Siliguri. And the latest update is that at several places in several locations, there were updates about the protests becoming violent, and also there was a police lathi charge happening in Kolkata, in Kosba area. Now, what are these jobs, the candidates who lost their jobs, what are they demanding exactly? They're demanding that because there was a large-scale corruption sponsored by the state government, this is what they are saying. They are saying that the state government is responsible that they lost their jobs today, and the state government needs to ensure measures that they continue to receive their salaries, because all of them were employed, they have their families, and now after losing their jobs, they are completely helpless. But what Mamata Banerjee's police is doing is lathi charging on them instead of helping them. So the latest situation is quite tense in Kolkata and across the districts, and there are large-scale protests happening across the state. Back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Kishlay, for all those updates. We'll be closely tracking the protests that have erupted in Kolkata and Siliguri against the SSC scam. Moving on to more breaking news update coming in from the state of Karnataka. Congress MLA and financial advisor to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who is Baswaraj Raya Reddy, has hinted at corruption within the Congress government into systemic leading of poor infrastructure in the state. He refers to his own constituency of Koppal and talked about how schools built today are crumbling. He said that the people building those schools are getting it built for bad quality and they are good for nothing. It was a very controversial statement that was made by Basanagada Patil Yatnal also, who recently was ousted from the BJP, who said that there was a lot of corruption happening in the state. And now Congress exposing itself, and Congress leader and a close aide of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah making these accusations against his own government. Let's listen into what Baswaraj Raya Reddy, Congress MLA and close financial aide of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in Karnataka, said about corruption within the Congress government.
ಸಾಲಿ ಚಲೋದ್ನೆ ಕಟ್ರಿ ಅವು ಸಾಲಿ ಕಟ್ತಿರಪ್ಪ ಅವು 5 ವರ್ಷ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣೆದುರಿಗೆ ಬಿದ್ದೋಕು ಹಿಂದ ಸಾಲಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ತಳಕಲಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಸ್ವಂತ ಜಮೀನು ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆಯವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಎದುರಿಗೆನೆ ಅವರೇ ಒಂದು ಸಾಲಿ ಕಟ್ಟಾರ. ಆದ ಸಾಲ ನಾನು ಅಪ್ ಟು 5th ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಓದಿದ್ದೇನೆ ನಾನು. ಅದು ಇನ್ನೂ ಇಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ಮುಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಕಟ್ಟಿಸಿದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿದ್ದು ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಿದ್ರ ಅರ್ಥ? ಈ ಕಟ್ಟರು ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮಾಡ್ಸಾರು ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಜನ ಸರಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಸಾಲಿ ಚಲೋದ್ನೆ ಕಟ್ರಿ ಅವು ಸಾಲಿ ಕಟ್ತಿರಪ್ಪ ಅವು 5 ವರ್ಷ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣೆದುರಿಗೆ ಬಿದ್ದೋಕು. ಹಿಂದ ಸಾಲಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ತಳಕಲಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಸ್ವಂತ ಜಮೀನು ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆಯವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಎದುರಿಗೆನೆ ಅವರೇ ಒಂದು ಸಾಲಿ ಕಟ್ಟಾರ. ಆದ ಸಾಲ ನಾನು ಅಪ್ ಟು 5th ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಓದಿದ್ದೇನೆ ನಾನು. ಅದು ಇನ್ನೂ ಇಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ಮುಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಕಟ್ಟಿಸಿದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿದ್ದು ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಿದ್ರ ಅರ್ಥ? ಈ ಕಟ್ಟರು ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮಾಡ್ಸಾರು ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಜನ ಸರಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು.
Statement made by the Congress MLA, who also has now gone on to level some serious allegations of corruption against his own government, the Siddaramaiah-led government in the state of Karnataka. There you can see him complaining about the quality of schools built under the Karnataka government. He also went on to say that Karnataka has been #1 state in terms of corruption. Now these are the statements made, viewers, by a Congress MLA, a sitting MLA, and no less than a person who is believed to be a very close financial and economic advisor to the sitting Chief Minister of Karnataka, that is Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. So big controversy now erupting within the Congress. Karnataka Congress has been mired with some infighting in the recent months that we have seen, with many people creating two factions over who should be the Chief Minister. But now, very clearly, there has been a massive statement given on the state of corruption in the state of Karnataka, with Congress's own MLAs criticizing their own government and their sitting Chief Minister over the quality of infrastructure built under their own governments over the years, and now coming out openly and saying that Karnataka is a state which is #1 in terms of corruption. That was the bite of Baswaraj Raya Reddy on your screens, who is a Congress MLA and who has now criticized his own government in Karnataka over crisis of corruption. Let's listen into that reaction one more time to get exactly what he said. Listen in, viewers.
ಸಾಲಿ ಚಲೋದ್ನೆ ಕಟ್ರಿ ಅವು ಸಾಲಿ ಕಟ್ತಿರಪ್ಪ ಅವು 5 ವರ್ಷ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣೆದುರಿಗೆ ಬಿದ್ದೋಕು. ಹಿಂದ ಸಾಲಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ತಳಕಲಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಸ್ವಂತ ಜಮೀನು ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆಯವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಎದುರಿಗೆನೆ ಅವರೇ ಒಂದು ಸಾಲಿ ಕಟ್ಟಾರ. ಆದ ಸಾಲ ನಾನು ಅಪ್ ಟು 5th ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಓದಿದ್ದೇನೆ ನಾನು. ಅದು ಇನ್ನೂ ಇಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ಮುಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಕಟ್ಟಿಸಿದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿದ್ದು ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಿದ್ರ ಅರ್ಥ? ಈ ಕಟ್ಟರು ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮಾಡ್ಸಾರು ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಜನ ಸರಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು.
And I'm being joined by my colleague Niranjan live from the newsroom. Niranjan, there must be a lot of pressure on Baswaraj Raya Reddy at the moment. He has openly criticized his own government on corruption. What was this statement all about? And is he now going to backtrack, or is he going to stand his ground?
Well, we tried reaching out to him. He's on his way to Bengaluru and he's going to hold a news conference in a short while from now. Now, he is somebody who's spoken against the Congress government, against his own Chief Minister, time and again. He's spoken about the guarantees in the past. He's spoken about the financial burden on this government in the past. And he has spoken about the corruption, not just in the past, but inside closed doors as well. And if you listen to the soundbite that we just played out, essentially he's complaining about the state of infrastructure in schools and the corruption and the fact that nobody has prioritized schools or education. But the most important aspect, when he says Congress government in Karnataka is the most corrupt, when he says they're the #1 state for corruption in the country, it tells you what has been happening within the Congress government. In fact, we've been trying to confront ministers in the last few hours since we broke the story, and for some reason no other media house is even playing this story in Karnataka. He's expected to hold a news conference in a short while from now. And in that news conference, we will be there and we will ask those questions to him. But he said that there is corruption in the government. Whether that corruption is 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 80, 90, we don't know. But there is corruption. He's openly talked about the state of infrastructure and the fact that none of the politicians, including his own chief minister, to whom Rai Reddy is the advisor, he says, his own chief minister has not prioritized the state of education or schools. And he has gone, in fact, what we will also do, Kritat, is we'll pull out details of all the times when he has shown the mirror to his own government. He has admitted that they have made mistakes. He has admitted that there is financial burden. He has admitted that guarantees don't work. He's admitted that there is no money for development. He has admitted that the Siddaramaiah government has failed on several counts. So we'll get that as well. And when he holds the news conference at 3:30, we will ask those questions to him. Back to you for now.
Thank you very much, Niranjan. We'll be closely tracking, ladies and gentlemen, that press conference of Baswaraj Rai Reddy and what he has to say on his statements, whether he defends or backtracks. But these are the updates that we are tracking at the moment. And meanwhile, the BJP is also shooting off arrows at the Karnataka Congress over the admission of their own close aide of Siddaramaiah on the corruption charges that are now being made on the Congress government. Let's listen into what former Minister Ashwath Narayan of the BJP had to say on this entire matter.
Definitely, yes, I can talk about Karnataka, Congress government in the state of Karnataka. Yes, what Baswaraj Rai Reddy has mentioned is true, it's a fact. The corruption has increased. Most of the times it can be 100% also. Sometimes it is 60%, 80%, 40%, 60%. It is fluctuating, but there is no service without payment. Every possible service, it is not government fees, it is the illegal fees of the people in the helm of affairs. Let it be the ministers or the government officers, everybody is indulging in corruption. They are just looting. So in this direction, I totally agree with the statement of Baswaraj Rai Reddy with regard to the Karnataka state. The Congress government has been looting. It is literally loot ATM's government of our country.
Those are the big reactions that are coming from the state of Karnataka. Meanwhile, another big breaking news update, ladies and gentlemen, coming from the state of Punjab, where Gurdaspur police has arrested self-styled pastor Jashan Gill, who was accused of raping a 22-year-old woman in the year 2023 and was declared, quote, proclaimed offender, PO, by the courts. This is a big breaking news update coming in after days after action on Pastor Bajinder in Punjab. Now Pastor Jashan Gill under the probe and scanner for raping a 22-year-old in the year 2023. That's a big breaking news update that we're tracking from the state of Punjab, where Gurdaspur town, self-styled pastor Jashan Gill has now been declared a proclaimed offender. He's one of the main accused for raping a 22-year-old woman in the year 2023. The 22-year-old woman was with her family and alleged that he forced onto her to undergo an abortion and eventually claimed her life in the year 2023. The father of the woman has also made various allegations against Jashan Gill in the Mohali court, sentencing another self-styled Christian pastor Bajinder, which was just a few days ago. I have my colleague Lalit joining us live to bring us more details on this story. Lalit, tell us the latest details about Jashan Gill and what sort of police action can be expected against him now.
If you talk about the way the victim father had done the press conference, and after the press conference there was a lot of pressure on the Punjab police. So after that action, now today the police have arrested who has on which an allegation that he has killed the 22-year-old woman with whom he had illicit relations, and there has an allegation that he raped that 22-year-old woman. And after this illicit relation was known in public, he tried to abort the child. So both the child and the rape victim died, and after that he was proclaimed offender. So from the past 1.5 years, the Punjab police was trying to catch him, trying to nab him, and the victim father have complained number of times to the Punjab police, and he even alleged that time
the Punjab police was somehow helping the pastor Jashan Gill. So today, after the Republic TV have taken up this matter, now Jashan Gill has been arrested by the Gurdaspur police, and now he would be presented in the district court in Gurdaspur. Back to the studio.
It's on the story of Pastor Jashan Gill, who has now been arrested by the Gurdaspur police in the 2023 rape case. Moving on, shifting our focus now to the state of Jammu and Kashmir, where ruckus broke out in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly for a third straight day. The proceedings of the session stood marred by the uproar over the passing of the Waqf Amendment Act by the Parliament. The National Conference members erupted in protest on the Assembly, quarrelling with the opposition members once again. We have seen brawls also breaking out in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly in the last 2 days. This has come after President Draupadi Murmu has given the assent to the Waqf Amendment Act on Tuesday. Let's take a look at this report on the latest development in that story.
Dramatic showdown gripped the floor of the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly for the third day in a row today. The National Conference and the BJP quarrelled and scuffled over the Waqf Amendment Bill, even as the House Speaker tried to enforce order. The members across the political aisle were caught up in a fight. In fact, footage showed MLAs being escorted to safety by security deployed at the State Assembly. Amid the chaos that unfolded, the Aam Aadmi Party and BJP MLAs were also seen getting in a violent altercation after a verbal spat. Visuals also show broken furniture and glass at the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly after the physical altercation between the MLAs. The premises of the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly were sealed for the day after the ruckus and scuffles.
ये चीज़ें असेंबली में नहीं होनी चाहिए। हम असेंबली में अगर हम जम्मू से चुने हुए और श्रीनगर से चुने हुए जो नुमाइंदे थे, हम लोगों की डेवलपमेंट के इशू के लिए आए थे। 3 मार्च से हाउस चल रहा है। आज हमारे मनकोटिया साहब ने डेली वेजर्स का जो इशू था वो उठाया, उस पर बात करने के लिए, चर्चा करने के लिए रखा। इन्होंने फिर वक्फ वोट जब वो लॉ एग्जीक्यूट हो गया है, आज पूरे देश में इम्प्लीमेंट हो गया है, जब हमारे पार्लियामेंट से ऊपर कुछ नहीं है, असेंबली में हमारा कोई पार्ट ही नहीं बनता उसको डिस्कस करना, तो वो पार्ट ऑफ डिस्कशन नहीं था।
The BJP moved an adjournment motion in the Assembly over unemployment in the state, which was quickly turned down by the Speaker, who said the matter was not listed in the scheduled business for a debate. Meanwhile, the National Conference accused the BJP of indulging in drama and avoiding discussions on the Waqf Amendment Act. Like the last 2 days, the Assembly session was adjourned amid the showdown. The adjournment would remain in effect till 1 p.m. today. The scuffles in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly follow the presidential assent to the Waqf bill, setting the stage for a showdown on the streets over the reformist law.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, those were the dramatic scenes from the state of Jammu and Kashmir, where tensions remain high on the Waqf Amendment Bill. However, there are a lot of stories that are making headlines across the nation. Let me take you all through those updates in just 5 minutes in this Bharat in 5. As an easy calm prevailed in Bengal's Murshidabad district after violent street protests and arsoning over the Waqf reform law, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has now played the peace pipe. Addressing a public event in Kolkata, the Chief Minister asserted that her government was working to unite the people, not divide them. Also taking a veiled swipe at the BJP, Mamata said that some people were out to defame Bengal through false narratives.
हाई कोर्ट ने भी अभी फांसी की सज़ा को बरकरार रखा है। ये बहुत ही अच्छा निर्णय है। इसके लिए मैं NIA पुलिस को हृदय से धन्यवाद प्रकट करता हूं, क्योंकि उनके ऊपर बहुत पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर आने के बाद में भी पुलिस नहीं झुकी और पूरा अच्छे से उन्होंने इंक्वायरी करके सभी सबूतों को इकट्ठा करके उन तमाम आतंकियों को फांसी की सज़ा दिलाने में उनको कामयाबी मिली है। इसके लिए मैं पुलिस को हृदय से धन्यवाद प्रकट करता हूँ।
Assuring full support of his administration to distressed farmers in the state of Rajasthan, Chief Minister Bhajan Lal Sarma said that all guarantees in BJP's Sankalp Patra or manifesto will be fulfilled. He also praised Prime Minister Narendra Modi for putting the country on the path of reform and progress.
आप निशान लगाते चलना, संकल्प पत्र आप सभी के पास होगा, नहीं हो तो आप कंप्यूटर में निकाल करके देख लेना। हम हमारे एक एक संकल्प पत्र के वादे को पूरा करेंगे और राजस्थान को देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में विकसित राजस्थान बनाएंगे और विकसित भारत बनाएंगे।
Coming down heavily on the BJP-led NDA government at the centre, Congress MP Gaurav Gogoi accused Prime Minister Narendra Modi of abolishing the constitutional rights of the people. Gogoi also accused the Prime Minister of failing to insulate the country from the impact of US President Donald Trump's tariff announcements.
श्री मोदी जी का एक ही लक्ष्य है कि भारत में लोगों की जो संवैधानिक अधिकार है उसको कैसे ख़त्म किया जाए, और इसीलिए बार बार वो इस प्रकार के उन्होंने निर्णय लिए, जिस निर्णय से आज देखिए जो आर्थिक संकट आई हुई है यूएस टैरिफ्स को लेकर, उस पर उनकी सरकार कितनी चुप है।
Meanwhile, the BJP took a dig at the Congress over the special resolution on Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel adopted by the Congress party's ongoing CWC session in Ahmedabad. BJP spokesperson CR Kesavan said that the Congress's sudden and belated show of respect to Sardar Patel was aimed merely at extracting political mileage.
If the Congress party, which is now suddenly and shamelessly faking respect for Sardar Patel ji, had any real regard for him, the Congress party would have named its party headquarters as Sardar Bhavan. It wouldn't have given the name of a dynastic name of Indira Bhavan. The people of India know that the Congress party is playing this bogus farcical drama saying that they are following Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel's path, which is a blatant oxymoron because the Congress party is only doing this.
Congress Member of Parliament Praniti Shinde questioned the centre's silence over pressing issues such as unemployment, the Manipur situation and the price rise while attempting to steer the discourse to issues going back to 300 years. She said that the BJP's sole agenda was to spread poison of communal politics in the country.
कल परसों चालाकी से पार्लियामेंट सेशन होने के बाद 3 दिन बाद आप पेट्रोल डीजल के प्राइसेस निकालते हैं, आप सिर्फ 300 साल पुरानी चीज़ें उठाते हैं, आप सिर्फ पोलराइजेशन ध्रुवीकरण आप बात करते हैं, ना कोई बेरोज़गारी पे बोल रहा है, ना कोई मणिपुर पे बोल रहा है, ना कोई प्राइस राइज पे बोल रहा है, ना कोई किसानों को लेके बोल रहा है, लेकिन इनको यही सोचता है इनको देश डिवाइड करना है और देश में एक तरह का पॉइजन फैलाने का काम बीजेपी कर रही है।
Congress MLA Irfan Hafiz Loan targeted the centre over the passage of the Waqf Bill in Parliament, calling it an assault on the country's secular identity and federal character. He also accused the centre of attempting to segregate Jammu from Kashmir. Coming up next on Live and Breaking, Tahawwur Rana has been shifted from the Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles to an undisclosed location. He'll be brought to India in the next 24 hours. The biggest updates on that story only on Republic. Stay tuned. Do not go anywhere.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
one of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
And thank you for tuning in. I'm Suesha Sawant. You're watching Live and Breaking. We get you all the latest details building up to Tahawwur Rana, who is to be extradited to India. He will face the NIA officials tomorrow. That and much more. First, a quick check of the headlines we're tracking. Tahawwur Rana has been shifted from Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles to an undisclosed location. NIA sources say 6 to 7 member team led by DIG rank officer to bring back the Tahawwur Rana special plane to land tomorrow. Siddaramaia's financial advisor has hinted at corruption in the system leading to poor infrastructure in the state. Big boost for defense, mega deal on Rafale fighter jets to be sealed. Aam Aadmi Party and BJP MLAs clash inside Jammu and Kashmir Assembly over Waqf Amendment Bill. Blast in Chautra area of Indo-Pak border, IED explosion suspected. And we cut across to breaking details. First up, Gurdaspur police has arrested self-styled pastor Jashan Gill, who was accused of raping a 22-year-old woman in 2023. He was declared a proclaimed offender by the court. We also have the first picture of the pastor, who is already in custody. That's the first picture of Jashan Gill. Republic has been able to access. Remember, he is already in custody. He has been arrested by the Punjab police. And Lalit will join us shortly to take us through details of the charges against him and what will be the further action against Jashan Gill. Over to you, Lalit.
It's a big update in the 22-year-old rape victim case. Now the self-styled pastor Jashan Gill has been arrested by the Gurdaspur police. There has been a lot of pressure on the Punjab police as he was a proclaimed offender, as the 22-year-old victim was being raped and was also aborted. So in that case, both the child and the mother died. So after that, he was a proclaimed offender. Victim's father was running from pillar to post and was filing complaint against the self-styled pastor. But Jashan Gill has been absconding. He was a proclaimed offender. FIR was registered against him in 2023. But from the past 1.5 years, he has been absconding. Now, finally, when the Republic TV just took up this matter, like self-styled pastor Bajendra saying now the Punjab police could be seen in full action and in full swung. And finally, today, after the Republic TV have taken up this matter, now the self-styled pastor Jashan Gill has been arrested by the Punjab police. Now, he would be produced in the District Court Gurdaspur, from where the Punjab police will take his remand. Back to the studio.
All right, Arit, many thanks for getting us those details. And next we get the latest from West Bengal, where Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee says, and I quote, "No divide and rule policy to be allowed in West Bengal." This has evoked several responses. Mamata Banerjee, who has been criticized by many for resorting to appeasement politics and also for creating a divide, but here Mamata Banerjee says that there is no space for divide and rule in West Bengal. This is a day after the Murshidabad violence. Mamata Banerjee making this statement. We'll have my colleague from Republic Bangla take us through those details. In the meanwhile, listen in to what she said.
लोगों को हम एक बात कहते हैं, देखिए आप लोगों को दिल में दुख हुआ है वॉक ऑफ प्रॉपर्टी के लेके, आप भरोसा रखिए बंगाल में ऐसा कुछ नहीं होगा जिसमें कोई डिवाइड एंड रूल होगा। आप लोगों ने ये मैसेज दीजिए कि सबको एक साथ में रह के बचना है, जियो और जीने दो। इसके लिए बेसमाल होने का बात नहीं है। बांग्लादेश का बॉर्डर का सिचुएशन अब देखो, अभी नहीं करना चाहिए था, लेकिन हार्डली कुछ करने से कभी कभी दिक्कत भी हो जाता है। हमारा लिए दिक्कत है कि हमारा इधर में 33% माइनॉरिटीज है, तो हम क्या करेगा, उसको निकाल देगा? कैसे निकाल सकता है? ये तो आज नहीं, आजादी का टाइम से है। इतिहास में पहले बांग्ला, पाकिस्तान, बांग्लादेश, इंडिया सब एक साथ में था। आजादी का बाद तो देश टुकड़ा हुआ, लेकिन वो डिवाइड तो हम लोग नहीं किया। हमारा जो लोग नेताजी थे वो टाइम में दे हैव डन इट, वी आर नॉट। हम लोग तो उसका बहुत बाद में जन्म लिया, तो गलती क्यों हमारे ऊपर आएगा? और जो रहेगा उसको प्रोटेक्शन देना हमारा काम है। इसी के लिए आप लोगों को भी कोई आप लोगों को भी पॉलिटिकली उस्काता है, प्रोवोकेटिंग, दैट यू शुड असेंबल and lodge a movement. I will appeal to all of you not to do it. Please remember, when Didi is here, Didi will protect you and your property. Don't distrust. Let us trust each and everybody. If we are together, then we can win everything. We can conquer the world.
Moving on, where India, China is supposedly moving in a positive direction. This was a statement that was made by EM Jaishankar. He also said that work needs to be done to normalize the relationship. China, who's already in a tight spot after being snubbed by Donald Trump, EM Jaishankar says that India and China are moving in a positive direction, at a point where several countries are still coming up with a response to Trump's reciprocal tariffs. China, of course, having come out heavily against the United States. This is the latest statement from EM Jaishankar. And moving on, as high drama unfolded this morning in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly, this as Aam Aadmi Party MLA Mehraj Malik was allegedly beaten up outside the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly over remarks he purportedly passed against former Chief Minister and late PDP leader Mufti Muhammad Syed, as well as for mocking protests by BJP members. There you see dramatic clashes that unfolded outside the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. This was when Aam Aadmi Party leader in Jammu and Kashmir, MLA Mehraj Malik, who purportedly passed remarks against former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, late PDP leader Mufti Muhammad Syed, as well as for mocking protests by BJP members. Zeenat is with us on the broadcast. Zeenat, what had happened?
See, a lot of ruckus has been created by the members of the House in the last 3 days, as all the members, apart from the BJP, they've been demanding the motion on the Waqf Amendment Bill, which was rejected by the Speaker of the House, stating the rule books. Today also the drama was witnessed, because particularly we see the Treasury bench members and the MLAs were again in the scuffle mode, demanding scuffle, and also there was a verbal brawl that was witnessed in the House. In fact, the sit-in was also carried by the members against the Speaker, though Mir Saifullah also raised, was also an MLA coming from the National Conference, about there should be a discussion, and given citing the examples of the Tamil Nadu, then again the AAP MLA Mir Malik also raised the sloganeering, and he started abusing late Mufti Muhammad Said, who is PDP's patron and also was the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. And in response, we have been seeing whether it was PDP Speaker, spokesperson Mohit Ban or the PDP MLA, there was a huge scuffle that has taken place between the two party members, and they've been only demanding that he has no right to talk about the late Mufti Muhammad Said. It was he who provided road even to his villages, and Miraj Malik was like that he doesn't, why should he be the follower of Mufti Muhammad Said? So scuffle, a verbal brawl that was witnessed. Meanwhile, we have been seeing the verbal spat coming between the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Mehbooba Mufti, and sitting Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. Mehbooba Mufti has today alleged that whatever has happened in the Parliament, giving the nod to the Waqf Amendment Bill in Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, and then coming to a nod from the President of India. And then we are seeing in the Srinagar that the Kiran Rijiju, who is the Minority Affairs Minister, he was given a welcome by Dr. Farooq Abdullah and the sitting Chief Minister Omar Abdullah at the Tulip Garden. That is shaking hands with the minority minister, gives a message to the entire Muslim world that whatever has happened in the Parliament, National Conference agrees with it. So Mehbooba has launched a sketch.
And we cut across to these latest pictures coming in of the violence that was witnessed in Murshidabad. This is an anti-Waqf bill violence that we witness on the streets. Internet has been suspended after the situation escalated. Prohibitory orders that were also imposed, and there you see those miscreants who vandalized property, cars, and raised slogans on the ground. Kishle from Republic Bangla getting us the latest. Over to you, Kishle.
Well, there has been several large-scale protests across the state after the Waqf Amendment Act was in fact implemented. And today we saw there were several districts in West Bengal, including Murshidabad, and we are showing the live visuals right now. Where it is very clear that these protesters are in fact destroying government properties. In many of the places, vehicles were vandalized, and even the police vehicles were attacked and burned down. Complete mayhem in West Bengal, from the north to the south. Mostly members of some minority communities are engaging in violence, a section of them. Miscreants are engaging in violence, a section of them. And the government, in fact, the police, Mamata Banerjee's police, in fact, we saw yesterday they were running for their life. We saw in Noida district, the miscreants were chasing down the police, and the police had to flee for their life in a petrol pump. Now, what is happening in West Bengal? Where is Mamata Banerjee's police? Where is her administration? Who is controlling this whole situation? No one is in fact controlling the way situation is worsening in Murshidabad, in Malda, in Noida, and several other districts, North Dinajpur and several other districts. In fact, the most affected area is Murshidabad, where in Jongipur, Shuti, and several other areas, there has been large-scale violence, large-scale destruction of vehicles, government properties, buses, houses, etc. We saw that police vehicles, police vans and jeeps were completely destroyed and torched. We saw burned down police vehicles. In fact, our reporters all over these areas sent us exclusive visuals where it is very evident that the administration and police is in fact doing very little to contain the violence. On the other hand, Mamata Banerjee a while back was speaking in an event where she said that we want to maintain peace in West Bengal. Everything is in control. We want everyone to be peaceful. Now, where is that peace? How is she maintaining that peace is a question that we are asking, because we see mayhem, chaos and violence everywhere after the Waqf Amendment Bill was passed and implemented. And here in West Bengal, it is complete mayhem. Back to the studio.
Kishle, continue talking to us, because everyone understands the position that Mamata Banerjee has taken on the Waqf Amendment Bill. Meanwhile, West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose has directed the government to take immediate bold action to curb the violence. Do you see that on the ground?
Well, Mamata Banerjee, in fact, she was speaking a while back and she said that in Bengal, Waqf bill won't be, the new Amendment Act won't be applied, won't be implemented. How did she say that? What authority she has in this regard is a question. On the other hand, C.V. Anand Bose, in fact, all the opposition leaders as well. In fact, Shukanto Mojumdar a while back was speaking and he was saying that it is in fact a state-sponsored violence that is happening in West Bengal. Shubhendu Adhikari was speaking and he was saying a while back that Mamata Banerjee is in fact aiding, her people are in fact aiding the whole process of violence in West Bengal. Now, Mamata Banerjee taking a stance against Waqf Amendment Act, completely against this act, and she has been speaking against it several times. Her party leader and her minister Siddiqullah Chowdhury, he openly said yesterday that I will take care that this bill cannot be implemented in West Bengal and we will create a chaos if it is implemented. A minister of TMC saying this is what the situation on the ground is. We don't see the police actually acting very boldly in areas like Murshidabad, Nodia, where in fact there are videos of them inside some shops hiding, and they're fleeing away from the chasing miscreants, and we saw how the police vehicles were torched down and burnt completely. So whether the situation is at all, whether the administration at all has the intention to control the situation is a question. On the other hand, Mamata Banerjee's ministers speaking out outrageously in a situation like this is only fueling the violence. At least that is what the BJP leaders and the opposition is saying.
All right, Kishle, many thanks for getting us those details. Of course, we'll keep coming back to you for further updates on how the situation on the ground transpires. And we now shift our focus to get you the other top stories we are tracking for you very closely. These are stories in brief in Bharat in 2 minutes. As showdown over Waqf Act continues, CM Mamata Banerjee assured the minority community there will be no divide and rule in West Bengal. While taking responsibility, Mamata appealed to all for not being provoked.
और माइनॉरिटी लोगों को हम एक बात कहते हैं, देखिए आप लोगों को दिल में दुख हुआ है वक़्फ़ प्रॉपर्टी के लेके, आप भरोसा रखिए बंगाल में ऐसा कुछ नहीं होगा जिसमें कोई डिवाइड एंड रूल होगा। आप लोगों ने ये मैसेज दीजिए कि सबको एक साथ में रह के बचना है।
NCP SP MP Supriya Sule, along with other party workers, held an indefinite protest in front of the collector's office in Pune, demanding the concretization of the road leading to the Lord Shiva temple at Bhubaneswar in Bhor Tehsil of Pune district. BJP leader Shehzad Poonawalla questioned TMC and Mamata Banerjee over their silence on TMC's infighting targeting a woman MP. Poonawalla urged the party to give details about who the woman is and asked how will they keep Bengal on the path of development after the infighting video is out in the open.
एक सांसद, दूसरी एक तथाकथित वर्सेटाइल इंटरनेशनल लेडी के क्या अफेयर्स है उसकी बात कर रहे हैं। वो कह रहे हैं कि इनका चरित्र कैसा है। कल्याण बनर्जी के विषय में बोल रहे हैं कि किस प्रकार से वो शराब का सेवन करते हैं। तो एक तो इन आरोपों पर और प्रत्यारोपों पर टीएमसी का ऑफिशियल स्टैंड क्या?
More breaking news coming in. Indian citizen who urinated on the MD of a multinational company in business class of Air India. The incident had taken place in the flight from Delhi to Bangkok. This was AI 2336 on the 9th of April. The victim is a Japanese citizen and is the MD of a huge multinational company. Air India has not filed its response yet to the complaint on which pilot and command and crew has to necessarily sign. DGCA has still not been informed of the incident. But yet another P-Gate scandal that has hit Air India once again, as an Indian citizen urinated on the MD of a huge multinational, and he was a Japanese citizen. Harsha joining us live with further details on what had happened. Over to you, Harsha. Harsha, I beg your pardon. And no response from Air India yet.
Yes, Swesha, rightly you said no response from the Air India, and also this is not the first time when we have seen such incident in Air India. If we don't forget, 2 years back there was Shankar Mishra who urinated on the lady, and this time it's a very high profile victim who was sitting on the seat number 1D, and there was an Indian citizen who was seated next to him. At that time the Indian citizen urinated on the citizen who was sitting on 1D. We have got to know that the victim is the Japanese citizen and the accused is the Indian citizen. Till now, what we have got to know that this was Delhi-Bangkok flight Air India, which landed in Bangkok at around 7:40 a.m. in the morning, and at that time the crew was told about it. The victim complained to the crew about the entire incident. The seat of the accused was immediately shifted. He was shifted to 14C, but at 3:06 p.m. that means right now we are breaking at 3:21. Just in half an hour back only, the Air India has informed DGCA about this incident. Here you can see that how Air India tried to not reveal this entire news. They didn't inform the DGCA since morning when the incident occurred. Right now at 3:06 p.m. they informed DGCA about the entire incident, exactly what has happened and how have they taken care about this entire incident. But we have got to know that the victim, who is a Japanese citizen, has emailed a formal complaint to Air India, and we spoke to the spokesperson of that victim also, who clearly stated that the victim was in panic, he was shocked, he was stunned, and we have raised the matter with Air India, and we will raise the matter with the Aviation Ministry as well. So we can see that this is not the first time something has happened in Air India, but like always, Air India tried to not reveal such incident, tried to hide such incident and matter, because they very well know that once DGCA will get to know, they will be pulled up, because the captain on board and the crew members didn't inform and didn't file the official complaint on board when victim complained to them. So this is a very shocking incident once again which has happened in the Air India aircraft. Back to you.
But that is exactly the point, Harsha. How can Air India continue to flout protocol several times? Because this is not the first time. In fact, a P-Gate incident where the same had happened with an aged woman and a man who had peed on her. But Air India did nothing about it. They did not even change her seat. She was forced to sit on that seat throughout that long international flight. And the very fact that incidents of such nature have been repeatedly coming to light on Air India flights, but the management is not doing much about it to fix the problem.
And yes, Swesha, they are not doing anything to fix the problem. They are not doing anything to ensure that such incidents don't take place in Air India. And if we see the past history of Air India from past 2 years, certainly not much, but 1 to 2 years, we have seen several incidents of technical faults, of urinating incident, misbehaving incident, the incident where they have hidden about the bomb threats cause as well, Swesha. In fact, one of the incidents happened with you also when you were on board to Air India flight. So we can clearly understand that now when there has been a major shift in the higher hierarchy of the Air India, but till now the process and everything in the Air India remains the same, with CEO Campbell not taking the issues very seriously, that how this Air India, which is the airline which most of the people take, and also even the high profile people have also been facing such issues. Earlier we saw Shivraj Singh Chauhan, other ministers also going through the same things. They have shared their ordeal on social media platform, that how this airline need to upgrade themselves. They are not doing anything about the incidents which are happening, from seats to technical issue to urinating incident. And the more shocking part is, just because no action should be taken against them, DGCA is not informed. In most of the cases, Air India tries to hide about this all incident. The DGCA has not shared the information, and that is the reason why they try to play it slow, why they try to play it, not revealing secret. And that is the reason why when DGCA comes to know about it, they are being pulled up. And several times Aviation Minister and the ministry have also been informed about these loopholes and these technical issues about Air India. But so far nothing is being done, which clearly raises a lot of questions on the seriousness of Air India, whether they are really want the passenger a happy and safe journey, which couldn't be seen clearly in this case, because the victim is a high profile person. He was sitting in business class.
In fact, Harsha, this very discrimination, because when there are high profile individuals, Air India sometimes has compensated it to them. Quickly coming to the next breaking, Harsha, MD of the MNC who sought an apology from the Air India management, but I believe that Air India is yet to release a statement on the same. One mistake after the other, where they let such incidents happen. They don't report it to the DGCA. You yourself have confronted Campbell Wilson in the past, but it is just about the larger attitude of the largest airline in India not taking such matters seriously. Harsha.
Yes, Suesha, they never take such matters seriously. However, in high-profile cases, they try to ensure that the victim is compensated. During the time of Shankar Mishra, if you would have seen, the vice president, the Shankar Mishra was vice president at a very high-profile company.
Yes.
At the time, Delhi police didn't come to know about it, and the lady didn't file a complaint. Till that time, no action was taken against Shankar Mishra. In this case also, we have got to know that the victim has demanded an apology from the Air India. The victim has clearly stated that I want an apology for Air India. I am stunned, I am shocked, I am in panic. This is the email which has been given from the side of the victim to Air India, and till now there has been no apology from the side of Air India. We clearly see that how, because this is a high profile cases, they wanted to keep it under the bus, which is not possible in this case, because we are on top of it. We have each and every detail, that what time it landed, what time they did mail to them. The DGC informed at 3:06 p.m. and this is the reason why, in fact, the captain on board and the crew members also not took any signatures of the victim, because they clearly know that if there will be a formal complaint, they will have to inform the Air India officials, they will have to inform the senior officials, and ultimately the DGCA will pull them up. So keep this entire thing under the wrap. They didn't file a formal complaint. But yes, we have got to know that the victim is very shocked. He is in immense shock, and we have got to know that they have also filed a complaint with Air India. So right now you're watching Republic TV. Much more on the other side as the breaking exclusive, which Republic is breaking off the Air India one more urinating incident. We'll be right back after a short break. Much more across the country and from Delhi, only on Republic TV.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program.
Indian citizen urinates on MD of an MNC in business class of Air India. Tahawwur Rana has been shifted from Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles to an undisclosed location within LA. NIA sources say 6 to 7 member team led by DIG rank officer to bring back Tahawwur Rana's special plane to land tomorrow. Siddaramaia's financial advisor has hinted at corruption in the system leading to poor infrastructure in the state. Somebody within the Congress holding a mirror. AAP and BJP MLAs clash inside J&K Assembly over the Waqf Amendment law. All right, welcome back, friends. We begin this bulletin with the focus on Air India, the incorrigible Air India, which is just not in a mood to listen to passenger issues. The latest being a repeat of P-Gate that has hit the airline once again. In this case, an Indian citizen is being accused of urinating on senior official of an MNC, an MD of an MNC, and that too in the business class of Air India. The incident took place on board AI 2336 flight. It's a Delhi-Bangkok flight, and it happened on 9th of April, which is today. And the victim is a Japanese citizen and MD of a multinational company. The accused happens to be an Indian citizen, and the one whose victim is a Japanese. Air India did not file on-board complaint on which the pilot in command and crew has to necessarily sign. These are the details coming in from Harsha Chadwani, our correspondent, and she's there on the ground. Harsha, has the DGCA taken note of this, taken cognizance of this complaint? Where has this Japanese national made his complaint, and what's been the response of Air India?
So Abhishek, right now we've gotten to know that the Japanese citizen took his flight from Delhi yesterday, and today morning only he landed in Bangkok at around 7:40 a.m. this morning. And after that we spoke to the top sources tell us that after we spoke to the EA of the victim, we got to know that they have emailed to Air India and they have seek for an apology from Air India. This happened, the mail has been sent to them from Bangkok, and we have also gotten to know that they will soon be in touch with the Civil Aviation Ministry as soon as the MD and the high profile victim gets done with his work in Bangkok. After that, when he comes to Delhi, the formal complaint can also be filed. But yet, yes, we right now know that no formal complaint was filed on board mid-air when the incident happened with the Japanese citizen. And it's very shocking also, Abhishek, because last year we saw that the same urinating incident happened in Air India flight also. But from that time to till now, no major changes or the training of of the crew or the onboard pilot we could see, which have led to this serious incident. We have only gotten to know that in fact the accused is also, no action has been taken against the accused as well. The accused is Tushar Masan. He is an Indian citizen. We have only gotten to know that right now he is also in Bangkok, but no formal complaint was filed against the accused as well. So no action has been taken by any of the country police, either by Bangkok or either by Delhi, on the accused as well. But we have gotten to know that the DGCA was informed about this entire incident this afternoon only. When we broke the story, Abhishek, when we were live at that time only, this entire matter was reported to DGCA. That clearly means that Air India tried to hide and keep this entire incident under the wraps, and that is the reason DGCA was informed very late at around 3:06 p.m. this afternoon only. DGCA was mailed about this entire incident, and right now we have gotten to know that something from the DGCA is yet to happen. Either they will be either Air India will be pulled up, or a notice will be given to Air India to respond in the entire issue, and also the captain on board and the crew members will also be questioned soon by DGCA. But yet till now there has been no mail which has been reverted by DGCA to Air India till now. Back to you.
Okay, no development coming in as yet insofar as the response of Air India is concerned. That's what Harsha tells us. Harsha, what's the status of the victim? Has he formally lodged a complaint, or it's just that he has come out and gone public with his issue? And what happens next? What's the process that, for example, the DGCA would follow if the airline does not respond?
So Abhishek, there has been the statement from Air India in which the Air India clearly says, and there's entire statement, the statement which clearly says that Air India did not file any complaint, has not been lodged on board, where it clearly stated that as such passengers seated in 1D also denied to file a complaint. Even other passengers also denied for filing complaints against him. Upon arrival, all passengers deplaned normally. So we clearly get to know here that no formal complaint was filed by the Air India crew members inside. It could be the situation where they would have told the victim if he wants to file a formal complaint on board or after getting down at Bangkok airport. But till now there has been no formal complaint filed. That is the reason why the Japanese citizen, who is the victim, also has formally sent an email to Air India where he seeks an apology and a compensation from the airline. And also we have got to know that the DGCA has also been informed about this incident today afternoon only, and I believe, Abhishek, now we are breaking the story, so might be some serious and stringent action will be taken against this airline for again and again similar sort of incident being happening in this airline. Few months back only we saw a serious change in the hierarchy of Air India, but the incidents remain same. Sometimes it's technical faults, and sometimes the urinating incident. Not much before only, the last year only there was one very serious urinating incident, and now again there's an MD of, yes.
Harsha, I'm going through a report which says that immediately after this was brought to the notice, the Air India staff on board intervened, and that the airing passenger, who apologized also, was moved to a different seat, a 14C. This happened between 1D and 2D. And in fact, according to this report, even the passenger who was seated on 1D, as in the Japanese national, he also refused or denied to file a complaint. Is that the case, or this is some version with a spin coming in from those close to Air India? What are the facts? Did the Japanese national refuse to file a complaint?
So Abhishek, this is a statement and version of Air India as of now. How so far, what the conversation I had with an executive assistant of the Japanese citizen, she clearly states that he was in panic, he was shocked, he was stunned. At that very moment, Air India officials didn't file any complaint, and he was not also in that mental state because he was shocked. And upon landing, the first thing the executive assistant of the Japanese citizen did was file a formal email complaint to Air India. They also have stated that soon the formal official complaint in Delhi also will be lodged from their side. But yes, they are shocked with the entire incident, the way it happened. But yes, this is the Air India version that they wanted to file the complaint on board, but there was no formal complaint which has been filed on board. Only a form has been filled up by the Air India crew member on this entire incident.
Okay, only a statement, no complaint has been filed by both the sides. Harsha, let's look at an apology which is coming in. The MD of the MNC, or the victim in this case, in fact, is asking for an apology from Air India management. And the executive assistant of the victim, MD, has spoken to Republic, in fact, and the accused also has been identified as Tushar Masand. Harsha, it seems that we have the identity of the accused. It seems we have the identity of the complainant. What's stopping Air India from connecting the dots and forcing the accused to file a complaint? They are file an apology. They are well within their right to ask the accused to apologize to the victim. They can even act to bar the passenger from future flights.
No, this is very shocking, Abhishek. There's no action on the accused. We know the accused identity. The accused name is Tushar Masand, and till now no action has been taken against him. No complaint has been filed with either Delhi police or the country where he has landed. No, nothing has been filed. No complaint has been done. The accused is free right now. He's not into the police custody. No action has been taken against him. So clearly we can see the carelessness of the Air India here in this case as well. How they wanted to hide, how they wanted to hide about this entire incident. Also, we are right now again getting a breaking update, Abhishek, because back-to-back developments after Republic broke this entire information. The back-to-back updates are coming from the side of DGCA. We are also getting to know that the Civil Aviation Ministry will also take cognizance soon about this entire incident. This is us who reported first about this incident. Now we have got to know that after DGCA has been informed, soon the Aviation Ministry will also soon seek a response from Air India. The information has spread to Civil Aviation Minister. This is what we have got to know, Abhishek, recently.
All right. In fact, it seems we keep getting these reports about Air India. What's with Air India is the question we should be asking, because just a couple of days back, we had Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan complaining, and now we have this situation. A similar situation happened a few months back, about a year and a half back. And just 2 days back, we had Soumya Swaminathan claiming that she had a terrible experience with the Air India. And these experiences of passengers keep getting reported so often now. In the case of Air India, Soumya Swaminathan, of course, the Director General of the Indian Council of Medical Research, ICMR, senior scientist there, slamming Air India on her social media platform X. And let's just see how the airline is seen perception-wise by people who often use. We have Gopal Trivedi. Yes, we have Gopal Trivedi on the phone line from Mumbai joining us. Gopal, you want to speak on this? Have you had an experience with Air India of late or recently?
No, I have been traveling by Air India quite frequently whenever I have gone to USA. But my simple point is, if a passenger on the Air India flight is committing some kind of this nuisance, how is the Air India responsible for it? It is the person who has committed this kind of action. It is he who should be, and he should be handed over to the police. Why is the MD of MNC not complaining to the police that this is the person who has done this?
Right.
Why is Air India being blamed for it? Why are we trying to blame our own national airline, Air India? My experience with Air India has been quite excellent.
Okay, you are taking the other side, which is right, actually, Gopal, Mr. Trivedi. But the fact of the matter is that something has happened on board, and we are yet to hear from Air India. The airline staff was well within their right to take action against the accused. That seems not to have happened. And it seems that attempt was made to sort of bury the hatchet and let everything be forgotten. That's why we are picking it up, and not necessarily saying that Air India had any role in inciting this kind of incident, for sure.
Like it says Air India fee gate. It should be the passenger fee gate. See, why are we blaming Air India? If supposing if I am traveling by air and if
No, we are not blaming Air India. We are only saying that at least this episode called for a statement from the airline, which has not come.
That will come later on after they examine the facts. But why is the passenger who has committed this action, why is the MND not complaining to the police when he got down from the airline? Why is he not doing it and blaming Air India?
He, of course, should have filed a formal complaint with the police. And it seems, if you go by the series of events, and of course, we would want that Air India comes out with a statement on this, Mr. Trivedi. But going by the series of events, it seems that the passenger did complain, and the airline staff on board, the crew on board, just sort of let it be and said that if the passenger is apologizing, we can end the matter there, which should not have happened. All right, we drop the line there. We have Mr. Shankar Rao from Bengaluru joining us, another viewer and a concerned citizen. Mr. Rao, your thoughts, you want to speak on this? Have you had some good or bad experiences with Air India, and how do you react to this development, this episode?
With Air India, I had a very bad experience I want to talk to.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Rao.
I am Shankar Rao calling from Bangalore. I recently took a flight from Toronto to Bangalore. And unfortunately, I am a senior citizen. I booked in a class where normally it was absolutely good all those days. But this time, the flight was atrociously bad. You see, the seat in which I was located, I could not stretch my leg, number one. And services are absolutely bad. And no water supply. Whenever we asked, and 3 of our passengers, I had a water bottle and then we shared it along. And the audacity of the service guy, sir, whenever you have got the water bottle empty, I will come and fill it up. Is this the way they should handle? And most important issue is the 4 toilets, none of the toilets were working.
Right.
And, so, look at this. I can enumerate so lot. And then it was horrifying flight before reaching Delhi from Toronto. After a long 14 years journey.
Right.
I'm a senior citizen, age 80 years.
Right. Mr. Rao, let me just check with our reporter once again. Okay, we have Mr. Venkat Raman from Dubai joining us over the phone. Before I go to Harsha, let me speak to him. Mr. Venkat Raman, good afternoon. And what do you have to say on this latest episode in which Air India seems to be coming out as insensitive for not making a statement? Your experiences?
Good afternoon. It's really sad that Air India is not taking note of what is deteriorating on their side. And somebody needs to look at it very seriously. I'm a frequent flyer and I have a silver membership in the Maharaja Club. I have been traveling frequently from Dubai to different places, and every time I've had a bad experience. I have recorded each of those and given written complaints to Air India. They offer compensation of $50 when they charge 1,500 to 1,000 dirhams as extra charges for ticket changes and all of that. So incidents like, the entertainment system not working is pretty rampant. Issues of missing baggages and delayed baggages despite having priority status is very rampant, and they don't respond properly at all for any of these complaints.
Yeah, but this is preposterous, in this case, seat belts not working, seats collapsing like it happened in the case of Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan, or music system not working. Those are issues, of course. But then in this case, a passenger, of course, the greater responsibility is with the passenger. But there should be some action, right, against the passenger. Also, the air crew should not have let him go like that, just with an apology.
100%. I think they should pull the person up and book a case and take action immediately. Air India seems to be very callous nowadays, and something needs to be done. Their senior management needs to wake up. Yeah,
I mean, they just let him go with a verbal warning. If I can Okay, we have now Mr. Surinder Kumar joining us over the phone from Bengaluru. Mr. Kumar, this episode, does it make you recall some good or bad experiences you've had with Air India recently?
I had a recent flight from London Heathrow to Bangalore, and my experiences with Air India is quite nice all the way. You know, I've been the staff, the air hostesses are so courteous, and you know, I think they go overboard to take care of the passengers. That's what my experience is there. But yes, these are old aircrafts. People have to understand they have to give some time to the company to. They have ordered all the aircrafts, and they are yet to receive the supplies, and they are living with the old machines basically. So there'll be some hang-ups, but yes. Being old doesn't mean that it has to be at the inconvenience of the passenger.
Okay. I think, Mr. Surinder Kumar, we are hearing from Air India. Let's go to Harsha. She has more details. Harsha, have you heard from Air India on this? We are getting to hear that there are some reports that Air India has communicated to the DGCA. What can you tell us about that?
So we have just got to know, we have got an entire draft which has been sent to DGCA by Air India, and the draft which explains the entire information, which we already broke, Abhishek, which you were also reading about, that how 1D passenger, 2D passenger urinated on 1D, and the seat arrangement of 2D was changed to 14C, and the entire now the draft we have the full of the unruly passenger Mr. Tushar Masan, seat number 2D. This is exclusive with us. This is exclusive with Republic only, Abhishek, where we have the draft where it clearly says that what incident happened. There was guest on the seat number 1F also, Mr. Matthew, who was very upset with guest Mr. Tushar and complained to remove Mr. Tushar from J class cabin. That means the Air India version and this statement at some point could also be manipulative, because what Air India mentioned in the statement was that there was none of the passengers who wanted to complain against Tushar Masand, who is the accused, and his sitting arrangement was only changed. While to DGCA, here clearly it has been written that how there was one more passenger, Mr. Matthew, who was very upset with this entire incident. And in detail, the entire incident has been described to DGCA about, the knowledge we now, Republic, also have about. Now soon the DGCA has to take an action and send a formal and revert a formal, mail to Air India as well, replying to this mail, where DGCA will now seek a written investigation, written report from the side of Air India that what they have done about this entire incident. During the Shankar Mishra case, we saw that there was a huge amount which Air India had to give to the aviation, to the ministry. Now in this case, we have to see that how this entire incident will be taken care of and what DGCA will now mail to Air India. But yes, we have the exclusive draft which has been sent to DGCA at 3:06 p.m. Right now, we are Abhishek talking to Ministry also, Civil Aviation Ministry, as whether the Minister has been informed about this incident and whether Minister and the Ministry will also take cognizance of this entire incident. Just 2 months back, there was Shivraj Singh Chauhan and also there was J.V. Shegal, who travelled in Air India and faced, serious issues in the aircraft. And now this is the one more urination incident in the Air India. So we're waiting for a response from the Aviation Ministry, as we have put up a mail from our side as well regarding this entire incident. Back to you.
Okay, stay with us, Harsha. I go to Madhurima next from our newsroom. Madhurima, there is a version coming in this story, according to which the passengers were pacified, and when they got down, nobody pressed for a complaint. But subsequently, Harsha tells us that the Japanese national has actually sought an apology from Air India and has written to them. What are you hearing, Madhurima? Is an apology likely, or the airline is going to say that the passenger has already deboarded and we are not connected with the passenger in any manner to help the Japanese national get an apology?
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. That appears like that Air India is trying to brush it under the carpet by saying that nobody filed a complaint. But yes, we are getting to know that the Japanese national wanted an apology and is still seeking an apology. Like we said, I have the statement in my hand that Air India has submitted to the DGCA, the first thing that our sources told us that there were certain documents that the pilot had to sign that he did not. Then moving on, then there is a discrepancy when it comes about seeking apology, where the Japanese national, like you said, is seeking an apology. This statement that I have in my hand, this is the written reply from the Air India to the DGCA, where they are saying that nobody had asked for an apology. However, the Japanese national is seeking an apology. They have narrated the entire incident, but they did not mention the loopholes and the agony of the person who suffered there inside the flight. Abhishek.
Yeah, obviously, and the passenger, in fact, the MD of a firm, multinational firm called, we have Bridgestone, MD of Bridgestone is the person identified, and he's a Japanese national. He's seeking an apology from Air India. We have Mr. Kumar joining us over the phone from Bengaluru for more on this. Mr. Kumar, it seems something amiss on the part of Air India in terms of their response. What are your thoughts?
Mr. Kapoor, I have this to say. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Kumar.
Yeah, I have this to say. I think I find this whole report very suspect, because I have traveled in Air India very many times for 10 or 15 years, and Air India has been fantastic in the service. The only thing that I would ask is, Mr. Tata, when he took over Air India, he was saddled with tremendous amount of loans, 30,000 crores or whatever. And because it's a national carrier, I think the Ministry of Aviation should look into it. When people do not listen to air hostess, they do not listen to them, and they misbehave with them, all this has to be looked at. I would ask the Civil Aviation Minister to look at it. When the plane lands, everybody takes off their seatbelts and rushes to the front of the airport. They want liquor to be served at all times. These are things that have been happening, and I don't want to blame Air India on it, but the only thing that I would say is somebody from Air India must come onto your show and explain what are the things that have to be done, because I have experienced tremendous hardship with Indigo. I was served sandwiches with worms in it, but it has not made your report. I find this constant Air India bashing, I don't think it's acceptable.
Yeah. Right. In fact, Air India should be seen to be doing something about this, though they have given a reply to DGCA, as was read by Harsha, but clearly an apology has not reached the passenger. We have another viewer calling us, Mr. Shankar from Chennai. Mr. Ratnesh Dwivedi from Delhi, in fact, not Mr. Shankar, but Mr. Ratnesh Dwivedi from Delhi. Mr. Dwivedi, what's been your experience with Air India of late?
Well, I have traveled in India and outside India many times, and I would not blame, clearly I would not blame neither Air India or any other flight operations, whether it's national or international. I will relate it with the social things. It's attitude problem. This is what Brits have left for us. And also I will tell you one small incident. It reminds about many films like RRR and many others. Even when indentured laborers went to other countries under Brits, they were treated very badly. That is what, this is absolutely an attitude problem. However, having said that, Air India should send written assurances to the CEO and the company, and it's also compensatory matter. They should compensate it. That's it.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Dwivedi, with those updates. That hopefully gives Air India a glimpse of what people and the masses think, particularly those using their services. Not all bad, but still the bad news coming in too often with passengers on board Air India. In this case, one passenger misbehaving, but the Air India still to come out with an apology as sought by the Japanese national, who was the passenger who faced the brunt from another one sitting next to him. On that note, we're slipping a short break. Coming back on the other side, we'll stay on the same story, and hopefully by then there would be a response coming in from Air India.
IIT has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media Campus, which is the largest newsroom in Asia.
Urinates on MD of an MNC in business class of Air India. Tahawwur Rana has been shifted from Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles to an undisclosed location. NIA sources say 6 to 7 member team led by DIG rank officer to bring back Tahawwur Rana special plane to land tomorrow. Siddaramaya's financial advisor has hinted at corruption in the system leading to poor infrastructure in the state. Aam Aadmi Party and BJP MLAs clash inside Jammu and Kashmir Assembly over Waqf Amendment Bill. Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking at 4 p.m. I'm Suesha Samant. We begin this edition with getting you the latest from Murshidabad on the ongoing violence protests that continue over the anti-Waqf Amendment Bill. Protesters who blocked the roads and vandalized public property. Meanwhile, Bengal Chief Minister has said that minorities in Bengal need to stay united amid the protests. She's gone on to make that statement saying that divide and rule will not work in West Bengal. Listen to that statement.
लोगों को हम एक बात कहते हैं, देखिए आप लोगों को दिल में दुख हुआ है वाका प्रॉपर्टी के लेके, आप भरोसा रखिए बंगाल में ऐसा कुछ नहीं होगा जिसमें कोई डिवाइड एंड रूल होगा। आप लोगों ने ये मैसेज दीजिए कि सबको एक साथ में रह के बचना है, जियो और जीने दो।
बंगाल
इसके लिए बेसवाल होने का बात नहीं है। बांग्लादेश का बॉर्डर का सिचुएशन अब देखो।
You have seen the situation in Bangladesh border.
लेकिन हॉरिडली कुछ करने से कभी-कभी दिक्कत भी हो जाता है। हमारा
There are certain problems in my state.
हमारा इधर में 33%
We have
minorities
33% minorities here in Bengal. What would I do with them? Throw them out. They are here since independence.
इतिहास में पहले बांग्ला, पाकिस्तान, बांग्लादेश, इंडिया सब एक साथ में था।
In history, previously Bengal, Pakistan, Bangladesh, all was same. We have divided.
वो टाइम में they have done it. We are not.
The leaders at that time divided.
बाद में जन्म लिया।
We have taken birth later on. So what will I do now?
उसको प्रोटेक्शन देना हमारा काम है।
So whoever is here, I have to give them protection.
कोई आप लोगों को भी politically उस्काता है।
So if someone is trying to instigate you, provocate you,
and launch a movement, I will appeal to all of you not to do it. Please remember, when Didi is here, Didi will protect you and your property. Don't distrust. Let us trust each and everybody. If we are together, then we can win everything. We can conquer the world.
And we are shifting focus to the latest on an encounter that has been reported from Jammu. It's the second encounter of the day after Udhampur. The encounter between terrorists and security forces in Kishtwar, where there was an exchange of fire in Chatru area of Kishtwar. 3 Jaish terrorists were trapped in this operation. This is the second encounter that has been reported since morning between security forces and terrorists in Kishtwar. Gursimran will join us shortly to take us through the details of what we've gathered on this. But anti-terror operations that are underway, Gursimran, I believe, is with us on the broadcast. Gursimran, over to you.
Yes, this encounter broke out in the Chadru area of the Kishtwar district this afternoon, roughly around 3 in the afternoon, when a group of Jaish terrorists was intercepted by the Jammu and Kashmir police, the Kishtwar police that was leading the operation. See, this group was here in this very area. There were specific input that were being generated by the intelligence agencies and Jammu and Kashmir police, and based on that, the operation was launched. During the ongoing operation, there has been an exchange of fire. That is the confirmation we are getting from the Jammu and Kashmir police as well as from the Indian Army, and the operation is underway. The encounter is underway. That is what we are being told. It's important to mention that the Chhatru area has been one of the trickiest areas, because this is a densely forested area where the terrorists take the advantage of the dense foliage, and they have managed to escape. Even in the past as well, there have been an encounter where we lost 2 brave hearts of the Indian Army, but the terrorists managed to escape from the area. So now the encounter is underway, and this is the second encounter in last 4 hours that we have seen in the Jammu region. First, it was in the Ramnagar area, Jaffur area of the Ramnagar in Udhampur, and now it is in the Chhatru area of the Kishtwar, where the encounter is underway between the terrorists and the security forces. At both the locations, the groups that are trapped are of Jaish-e-Mohammed. In the Udhampur area, the group is of 2 to 3 terrorists, while in Chhatru it is confirmed that a 3 terrorist group, very likely it is the same group that is led by the Pakistani terror commander Saifullah, is trapped, but the security forces are now advancing to the area from where the fire came, so that the terrorist can be encircled and neutralized at an earliest.
Continue talking to us, Gursimran. Details have come in of how 3 Jaish terrorists are believed to be trapped.
Yes, there have been regular inputs with the forces that the group of Jaish-e-Mohammed is operating in the area. This Jaish group they all are foreign terrorists. Earlier this group was of 5 terrorists, but what the report suggests that they have split them in 3 and 2, and the group of 3 was operating very close to the Kishtwar town. There were credible inputs with the Jammu and Kashmir police, based on which this operation was launched by the J&K police, and now they have been able to intercept the location of the terrorists when the exchange of fire has taken place. So while on the first place the searches are underway, we are told that after initial exchange of fire, there has not been regular exchange of fire in the Udhampur's Ramnagar, where the anti-terror operation is underway. DGP J&K Police Nalin Prabhat is shortly reaching Jammu, after which it is expected that he might be travelling to one of the operation sites along with the IG Jammu zone to review and monitor the operations from the ground zero, which he has been doing for last 18 days of the ongoing operation in Kathua.
All right, Gursimran May, thanks for getting us those details. Of course, we keep coming back to you for further updates. Moving on, National Conference is all set to knock SC doors against the Waqf law. The party has said, and I quote, "The fight against Waqf is huge and we will represent the whole Muslim community." This is the latest statement from the NC among the several opposition parties who've decided to knock the doors off the top court to raise their position against the Waqf Amendment law. In fact, those scenes of what happened outside the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly this morning, where there was massive ruckus, and an AAP MLA who had made a statement against Mufti Muhammad Saeed, he had also gone on to raise his voice against the BJP. All in all, several political statements that have been coming in from the NC, from BJP, from PDP, and of course the independents. And in the latest, NC all set to move top court against the Waqf law. Listen in.
स्पीकर साहब ने अपनी जगह मेंबरों को आज शायद समझाने की कोशिश की। मेंबर भी अपनी जगह गलत नहीं है। वक्फ बिल को लेके एक अच्छा खासा तबका जम्मू कश्मीर का, बल्कि इस मुल्क का, वो इस बिल से नाराज हैं, परेशान हैं। उनको लगता है कि उनके मजहबी मामलों में हुकूमत जो है वो दखल दे रही है। आखिरकार जो मेंबर चुन के आते हैं, लोग भेजते हैं, उनका फर्ज है लोगों के जज्बातों की वो हाउस में तर्जुमानी करे, और मेंबर यही करना चाहते थे। अब बदकिस्मती से उनको शोर शराबे के अलावा इस बार कोई तरीका मिला नहीं जिसका इस्तेमाल करके वो लोगों की बात वहां पे रखते।
Let's listen in to more responses that have come in.
हम समझते हैं कि ये जो असेंबली एक वाहिद जगह है जहां हम अपने दिल की बात कर सकते थे। हमने कोशिश की कि हम अपने दिल की बात करें, जिस तरह बहुत सारी असेंबलीज़ में ऐसी बातें हो रही थी। हम चाहते थे कि वही सेंस हम इस असेंबली में भी करें। हम शुक्रगुजार हैं स्पीकर साहब के कि उन लोगों ने हमारा जो दिल की बात थी, सेंस ऑफ द हाउस, ऑन रिकॉर्ड रखा, और असेंबली के रिकॉर्ड्स में हमारी जो अपोजिशन है, हमारा जो मुद्दा था, उसको ऑन रिकॉर्ड लाकर ये बताया कि हम वक्फ अमेंडमेंट बिल के खिलाफ हैं। अब ये एक ऐसा बिल है जो मुसलमानों के खिलाफ है। अगर 300 मेंबर्स इसके खिलाफ है, इसका मतलब है एक वर्टिकल डिवीजन इस मुल्क में है, और हम समझते हैं कि ये मुसलमानों के खिलाफ है। जितनी हमें अपोजिशन करनी थी, हमने कोशिश की पिछले 2-3 दिन में ये करना, लेकिन अब आज की जंग यहाँ हमने जितनी कर सकते थे हमने किया असेंबली में वो रिकॉर्ड लाकर, लेकिन इस जंग को आगे लेना है। हम समझते हैं कि ये जो कोशिश की कि हम अपने दिल की बात करें। जिस तरह बहुत सारी असेंबलीज़ में ऐसी बातें हो रही थी, हम चाहते थे कि वही सेंस हम इस असेंबली में भी करें। हम शुक्रगुजार हैं स्पीकर साहब के कि उन लोगों ने हमारा जो दिल की बात थी, सेंस ऑफ द हाउस, ऑन रिकॉर्ड रखा और असेंबली के रिकॉर्ड्स में हमारी जो अपोजिशन है, हमारा जो मुद्दा था, उसको ऑन रिकॉर्ड लाकर ये बताया कि हम वक्फ अमेंडमेंट बिल के खिलाफ हैं। अब ये एक ऐसा बिल है जो मुसलमानों के खिलाफ है। अगर 300 मेंबर्स इसके खिलाफ है, इसका मतलब है एक वर्टिकल डिवीजन इस मुल्क में है और हम समझते हैं कि ये मुसलमानों के खिलाफ है। जितनी हमें अपोजिशन करनी थी, हमने कोशिश की पिछले 2-3 दिन में ये करना, लेकिन अब आज की जंग यहाँ हमने जितनी कर सकते थे हमने किया असेंबली में वो रिकॉर्ड लाकर, लेकिन इस जंग को आगे लेना है।
Zina joining us on the broadcast with further details on how NC is all set to move top court against the Waqf law. Zeenat.
See, there are the regional political parties, after seeing what happened in the assembly and seeing the resentment of the people on the ground, that despite sending the elected members to the assembly, they couldn't do much. Now you see the Tanveer side saying that whatever was possible they did, and now the regional party with the highest number of elected members in its kitty, now they will be moving to the top court. Apart from this, PDP has also said that in a day or two they are in touch with the Supreme Court lawyers and they will also knock the door. This was the trend that was started by the chief Altaf Bukhari, who represents apni party here, saying that he is already filing a petition in the Supreme Court. But meanwhile, as it has already got the nod from the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha and the President of India, see that how the court will turn the tables now, whether court will give a signal as the political parties are demanding, that needs to be seen. But it's more like a very difficult time for the political parties who have been doing the politics of the Waqf in the country at present, whether they will get some help or the relief from the Supreme Court, that only the time will tell. But we saw a ruckus, a verbal brawl, a scuffle in all these days as far as assembly in Jammu and Kashmir was concerned. The maiden budget session was held in Jammu, which has been concluded today, though the session started on 3rd of March, and it was more than almost 38 days session that was concluded today. And the Speaker of the House, Abdul Rahim Rathir, has been maintaining that he did not allow the motion because what the rule books say, he has been following the rule books, and since it is a sub-judicious matter, so that is why he didn't allow. But we saw all the regional leaders, be it those who in the opposition or ruling party, they have been raising voices, their concerns about the Waqf amendment bill, that as per the Muslim majority population see that it is going to choke their voices, and Muslims have lost the identity which the leaders in Jammu and Kashmir are alleging, and the BJP maintaining that this is for the rights of the Muslims that have been trampled in all these years.
Zeenat there getting us all the latest details, and of course these are pictures of the ruckus that unfolded outside the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly this morning. With that, we shift our focus to other news. As uneasy calm prevailed in Bengal's Murshidabad district after violent street protests and arsoning over the Waqf reform law, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee played the peace pipe addressing a public event in Kolkata. The Chief Minister asserted that her government was working to unite people, not divide them, also taking a veiled swipe at the BJP. Mamata said some people were out to defame Bengal through false narratives.
हाई कोर्ट ने भी अभी फांसी की सज़ा को बरकरार रखा है। ये बहुत ही अच्छा निर्णय है। इसके लिए मैं NIA पुलिस को हृदय से धन्यवाद प्रकट करता हूँ, क्योंकि उनके ऊपर बहुत पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर आने के बाद में भी पुलिस नहीं झुकी और पूरा अच्छे से उन्होंने इंक्वायरी करके सभी सबूतों को इकट्ठा करके उन तमाम आतंकियों को फांसी की सज़ा दिलाने में उनको कामयाबी मिली है। इसके लिए मैं पुलिस को हृदय से धन्यवाद प्रकट करता हूँ।
Assuring full support of his administration to distressed farmers in the state, Rajasthan Chief Minister Bhajan Lal Sharma said all guarantees in the BJP's Sankalp Patra or manifesto would be fulfilled. He also praised Prime Minister Modi for putting the country on the path of reform and progress.
आप निशान लगाते चलना, संकल्प पत्र आप सभी के पास होगा, नहीं हो तो आप कंप्यूटर में निकाल करके देख लेना। हम हमारे एक एक संकल्प पत्र के वादे को पूरा करेंगे और राजस्थान को देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में विकसित राजस्थान बनाएंगे और विकसित भारत बनाएंगे।
Coming down heavily on the BJP-led NDA government at the centre, Congress MLA Gaurav Gogoi accused Prime Minister Modi of abolishing the constitutional rights of people. Gogoi also accused the Prime Minister for failing to insulate the country from the impact of US President Donald Trump's tariff announcement.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का एक ही लक्ष्य है कि भारत में लोगों की जो संवैधानिक अधिकार है उसको कैसे ख़त्म किया जाए, और इसीलिए बार बार वो इस प्रकार के उन्होंने निर्णय लिए, जिस निर्णयों से आज देखिए जो आर्थिक संकट आई हुई है यूएस टैरिफ्स को लेकर, उस पर उनकी सरकार कितनी चुप है।
BJP took a dig at the Congress over the special resolution on Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel adopted at the party's ongoing CWC session in Ahmedabad. BJP spokesperson C.R. Keswan said the Congress's sudden and belated show of respect for Sardar Patel was aimed merely at extracting political mileage.
The Congress party, which is now suddenly and shamelessly faking respect for Sardar Patel ji, had any real regard for him, the Congress party would have named its party headquarters as Sardar Bhavan. It wouldn't have given the name of a dynastic name of Indira Bhavan. The people of India know that the Congress party is playing this bogus farcical drama saying that they are following Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel's path, which is a blatant oxymoron because the Congress party is only doing this.
Congress MP Pranati Shinde questioned the centre's silence over pressing issues such as unemployment, the Manipur situation and price rise, while attempting to steer the discourse of issues going back 300 years. She said the BJP's sole agenda was to spread the poison of communal politics in the country.
कल परसों चालाकी से पार्लियामेंट सेशन होने के बाद 3 दिन बाद आप पेट्रोल डीजल के प्राइसेस निकालते हैं, आप सिर्फ 300 साल पुरानी चीज़ें उठाते हैं, आप सिर्फ पोलराइजेशन ध्रुवीकरण आप बात करते हैं, ना कोई बेरोजगारी पे बोल रहा है, ना कोई मणिपुर पे बोल रहा है, ना कोई प्राइस राइज पे बोल रहा है, ना कोई किसानों को लेके बोल रहा है, लेकिन इनको यही सोचता है इनको देश डिवाइड करना है और देश में एक तरह का पॉइजन फैलाने का काम बीजेपी कर रही है।
Congress MLA Irfan Hafiz Loan targeted the centre over the passage of the Waqf bill in Parliament, calling it an assault on the country's secular identity and federal character. He also accused the centre of attempts to segregate Jammu and Kashmir.
हम समझते हैं कि संविधान को वायलेट किया जा रहा है, सेक्युलरिज्म ब्रेजनली वायलेट हो रहा है, रूल ऑफ लॉ वायलेट हो रहा है, इदारों को अंडरमाइन किया जा रहा है, फेडरलिज्म को खतरे में है। आपने देखा किस तरीके से जम्मू कश्मीर एक स्टेट को, हिस्टोरिकल स्टेट को यूटी बनाया गया। हम समझते हैं कि इस वक्त की ज़रूरत है कि जो हमारी पहचान थी कि यूनिटी इन डाइवर्सिटी, उसे बहाल करना चाहिए, और हम उसमें ये समझते हैं कि जो एक वक़्फ़ अमेंडमेंट्स 2025 है वो ब्रेजन वायलेशन है हमारे मजहबी मामलात पे।
Tahawwur Rana has been shifted from Metropolitan Detention Centre in LA to an undisclosed location. He is expected to come to India tomorrow morning, where he will be questioned by the NIA. We'll get you all the details in a short while. Stay tuned.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
one of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influences, dirty influences. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media Campus, which is the largest newsroom in Asia, aims to bring together a diverse
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild. It was only a matter of time before someone put a leash on this filth factory. You see, this is not comedy. It's a race to the bottom, where shock replaces skill and vulgarity, dirt masquerades as wit. Enough is enough.
Hi, good afternoon and thank you for staying tuned. I'm Suesha Savan, getting you all the top stories we're tracking for you this afternoon. Indian citizen urinates on MD of an MNC in business class of Air India. Tahawwur Rana has been shifted from Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles to an undisclosed location. NIA sources say 6 to 7 member team led by DIG rank officer to bring back the Tahawwur Rana special plane to land tomorrow. Siddharamaya's financial advisor has hinted at corruption in the system leading to poor infrastructure in the state. AAP and BJP MLAs clash inside Jammu and Kashmir Assembly over Waqf Amendment Bill. Yes, after Udhampur, an encounter that has broken out between terrorists and security forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar, where there was an exchange of fire in Chatru area of Kishtwar. 3 Jaish terrorists were trapped in Chatru area of Kishtwar. Gursimran will join us shortly to give us further details. A heavily forested area where 3 Jaish terrorists are believed to be trapped. Gursimran, I believe you can hear me. Take us through the details. Details that we've just received of a second encounter that has been reported in Kishtwar after Udhampur. There was an exchange of fire between security forces and terrorists. 3 Jaish terrorists are believed to be trapped. This is the dense forest of Chatru area in Kishtwar, where terrorists have taken advantage of the topography and hid in the forests. Currently, there is an encounter that is underway since the last 3 hours, where 3 Jaish terrorists are trapped. An exchange of fire is underway between forces and these terrorists. Zeenat with us on the phone line with further details on the same. Over to you, Zeenat.
This is another encounter that has started in the Jammu. Before this, we saw the encounter in Udhampur. Now the contact with the hiding terrorists has been established in the Kathua, which is again an important zone for the forces here. Because we have seen the casualties in past from the Kathua, and now we are seeing an anti-terror operation has been launched by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with Indian Army, and in order to neutralize the terrorists. As per the sources within the Jammu and Kashmir police, they tell us that there are some 3 terrorists who have been trapped in this encounter which is taking place in Kathua. Meanwhile, there had been the focus of the Home Minister of the country, who was on a 3-day tour to Jammu and Kashmir, and he also had a security review meeting where it was clearly stated that to focus and go all out on those places which have seen the casualty amongst forces, and to neutralize those terrorists who have infiltrated into Jammu and Kashmir. The focus was yesterday also made by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah to concentrate and focus on those belts. It is more like a jungle warfare that we see now in Jammu region. The districts of multiple districts of the Jammu region have been affected by the infiltrators, and for which now the forces are going all out. And this is the latest that is coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where the 2 encounters are simultaneously taking place. One is in Kathua, the another is Udhampur, where again the inputs suggest that the Jaish terrorists have been. Let's see that if there comes a success to the security forces in all these encounters, because one of the SOG of the Kathua and the Udhampur are in part of the operation, who are the highly trained people in dealing with the jungle warfare. And let's say if there comes a casualty, or they are able to neutralize the terrorists who have been hiding in the jungle, because the Pakistan has completely changed the strategy on the ground by focusing now in the Jammu region. And when Kashmir is inching towards the peace, we haven't seen any such big infiltrations along the line of control in Uri or in Kupwara, but focus is more coming to Jammu region, where forces saw the casualties, even the terrorists were neutralized, and terrorists even tried to target the pilgrims buses. So lot of focus is of the security forces in the Jammu region.
All right, Zeenat, many thanks for those details. Moving on to more breaking news coming in. Union Minister and Bengal BJP Chief Shukanta Majumdar has accused CM Mamta Banerjee of state-sponsored violence in Murshidabad, claiming Mamta Banerjee's distraction tactics amid teacher crisis. Shukanta has said that we knew Mamta Banerjee would try to divert the attention of people from the issue of 26,000 teachers losing their jobs. Slamming further, Shukanta called this a state-sponsored violence, and cases like these happen in Murshidabad, and Mamta Banerjee and TMC organize these things, is what he has claimed. Listen in.
कि ममता बनर्जी 26,000 जो नौकरी गई है, इस करप्शन की बात से आंख हटाने के लिए, यानी लोगों का कंसंट्रेशन हटाने के लिए इस तरीके की कोई भी बदमाशी करेगा, तो एक पूरी तरीके से मुझे लगता है स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड वायलेंस हो रहा है। इवन जब 2021 का इलेक्शन आ रहा था, जिस समय CAB पास होके CAA बना था, एक्ट बना था, उस समय भी हमने पश्चिम बंगाल में ममता बनर्जी द्वारा स्पॉन्सर्ड ऐसी घटनाएं हमने देखी थी, जहां पे ट्रेन जलाई गई थी, पटरियों के ऊपर गुंडे आके बैठे हुए थे, ऐसे जिहादी लोग बैठे हुए थे। तो ये हर बार मुर्शिदाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट में होता है, और ममता बनर्जी और तृणमूल के लीडर जो है वो इस चीज़ कराते हैं, और ममता बनर्जी की शय पे पूरी बात हो रही है। और मुझे लगता है कि हिंदुओं की सुरक्षा, उस समय हिंदुओं की सुरक्षा 2021 के पहले मैं बता रहा था, स्टेक पे आ गई थी। मुर्शिदाबाद जिले में रेप होने वाले थे, उस समय BSF को उतरना पड़ा, ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में, बॉर्डरिंग डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, बॉर्डरिंग एरिया में, तब जाके हिंदुओं की असमत बच पाई, हिंदू महिलाओं की असमत बच पाई। ममता बनर्जी जिस तरीके से ये अपीजमेंट पॉलिटिक्स कर रही है, आगे आने वाले समय में बंगाल पश्चिम बंगाल रहेगा कि पश्चिम बांग्लादेश बन जाएगा, इसको लेके आप पश्चिम बंगाल के हिंदुओं के मन में डाउट हो रहा है।
Kishile joining us from the Bangla newsroom. Kishile, at a time when there is a serious need that the violence in Murshidabad must be curbed, this is a huge claim coming in from the BJP saying that this is state-sponsored and diversionary tactics by Mamata Banerjee amid the SSC protest camp.
Well, exactly. Bengal is boiling in a way. At one hand, we see SSC protest, the protest of all the job losers. They are on the streets. On the other hand, these miscreants who are protesting, so-called protesting against the new Waqf law, they are on the roads destroying, vandalizing property, destroying the police vans, attacking the police officials. The police officials are running away, chasing for their running for their lives. These miscreants are chasing them, especially happening in Murshidabad, Nodia, Malda districts. Now, Shukanto Mojumdar has claimed, the BJP is claiming that it is in fact a state-sponsored terrorism that's happening. Why is he saying this? Because Mamata Banerjee's police officials are not really strongly taking any actions against the miscreants who are creating a chaos against this new Waqf law. On the other hand, we saw the same Mamata Banerjee's police today openly lathi charged against the job losers, the teachers who lost their jobs after the Supreme Court verdict, after the whole scam that happened in SSC, and for which these teachers had to lose their jobs, about 26,000 of them. They were protesting in Kolkata and police lathi charged on them, rampantly lathi charged on them. Many of them are in fact in the hospitals to get treatment. So Mamata Banerjee's police at one hand lathi charges the teachers of West Bengal who lost their jobs and who were peacefully protesting. On the other hand, the same police officials, the same police men are not really taking any actions against the miscreants who are creating havoc all over the state, creating a mayhem all over the state. And also we saw police officials trying to run for their lives, and these miscreants were chasing the police officials and they had to flee for their lives. So why this double standard? Why Mamata Banerjee's police is not really taking any action? And therefore BJP is saying that this is in fact Mamata Banerjee and her administration wants to allow this violence to happen, and that is the reason BJP is saying it is an allegation by the BJP that this is a state-sponsored violence that's happening in West Bengal against the Waqf law.
All right, Kishile, many thanks for getting us those details. And the US-China trade war that has escalated further. Beijing has issued white paper alleging rising unilateralism and protectionism. Abhishek Kapoor will join us shortly with further details of the latest step that has been taken in by China. This amid the tariff war, where Trump has threatened extra 50% tariff to China unless it complies in 24 hours. And the big question on who would blink first. All in all, Trump imposing 104% tariff on China. In the latest, Beijing has taken this to the next level. They've issued white paper alleging rising unilateralism and protectionism. And we cut across to more breaking news coming in. India has ended transshipment facility for Bangladesh's third country exports. The government has terminated the transshipment facility that allowed export cargo from Bangladesh to third world countries using Indian land customs stations en route to ports and airports, according to a government circular. Indian exporters, mainly from the apparel sector, had earlier urged the government to withdraw this facility to the neighboring countries. This is India's counter after Yunus had made that statement, wanting to block India's northeast. Land route exports via India have been stopped for Bangladesh. Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor, with us on the phone line on this latest development. Over to you, Abhishek.
Well, this is a big development, and this should have an egg on the face of Mohammad Yunus. This should, make people of Bangladesh realize the cost of having someone at the helm who does not understand of diplomacy and geopolitics. For him to be making the kind of comments Mohammad Yunus made in Beijing with Xi Jinping by his side, that China should park itself in Bangladesh and effectively, become an alternative, and India's northeast should have access to ocean via Bangladesh. And now India, which was as a nice neighbor providing this transshipment facility for Bangladeshi exports to nations like Myanmar and Bhutan and Nepal, India has decided to withdraw that order or circular of 2020, following which Bangladesh was easily exporting to its neighbors and thus helping its trade. I think the government in Dhaka would realize the costs of doing the kind of baiting that Mohammad Yunus was doing with China vis-a-vis India, and playing the China card effectively. First, they have to sort out their own situation, the kind of loss of trade that this is going to happen. The people in Bangladesh would realize that Mohammad Yunus is harming them more than helping them. And first, Bangladesh has to find an alternative to reaching its markets before Bangladesh can provide China any kind of pad from where it can compromise the security of India's northeast. In fact, if you look at it, Suesha, be it inviting the ISI, be it inviting the Pakistanis, be it inviting China, Mohammad Yunus has been playing little truant, and it was high time that India started to respond in a manner that the people of Bangladesh realize the cost of buffoonery of this kind. And this is perhaps just the beginning of firing salvo, and you would see more of these kind of steps and decisions being taken to make sure that if there is any misadventure, and if there is even a thought of misadventure, there are costs attached to it insofar as Dhaka is concerned.
Right, Abhishek, many thanks for getting us the latest details, and of course an official response from Bangladesh, whether or not it will be issued, but they've certainly taken the hit for committing the blunder they did. And we now get to other stories in brief in Bharat in 2 minutes. As showdown over Waqf Act continues, CM Mamta Banerjee assured minority community that there will be no divide and rule in Bangladesh. While taking responsibility, Mamta appealed to all for not being provoked.
और माइनॉरिटी लोगों को हम एक बात कहते हैं, देखिए आप लोगों को दिल में दुख हुआ है वॉक ऑफ प्रॉपर्टी के लेके, आप भरोसा रखिए बंगाल में ऐसा कुछ नहीं होगा जिसमें कोई डिवाइड एंड रूल होगा। आप लोगों ने ये मैसेज दीजिए कि सबको एक साथ में रह के बचना है।
NCP SP MP Supriya Sule along with several party workers held an infinite protest in front of the collector's office in Pune, demanding the concretization of the road leading to Lord Shiv Temple at Baneshwar in Bhor Tehsil of Pune district. BJP leader Shahzad Poonawalla questioned TMC and Mamta Banerjee over their silence on TMC's infighting targeting a woman MP. Poonawalla urged the party to give details about who the woman is and asked how will they keep Bengal on the path of development after the infighting video is out in the open.
एक सांसद, दूसरी एक तथाकथित वर्सेटाइल इंटरनेशनल लेडी के क्या अफेयर्स है उसकी बात कर रहे हैं। वो कह रहे हैं कि इनका चरित्र कैसा है। कल्याण बनर्जी के विषय में बोल रहे हैं कि किस प्रकार से वो शराब का सेवन करते हैं। तो एक तो इन आरोपों पर और प्रत्यारोपों पर टीएमसी का ऑफिशियल स्टैंड क्या है, और दूसरा एक महिला के विषय में जो बोला गया उस पर उनका स्टैंड क्या है, और तीसरा अगर ये झगड़ा इतना करते हैं तो बंगाल को कैसे विकास के मार्ग पर रखेंगे, ये सवाली निशान है।
India clears mega deal to buy 26 Rafale marine fighter aircrafts from France. The government-to-government deal worth over 63,000 crore rupees will be signed soon. Indian Navy will get 22 single-seater and 4 twin-seater aircrafts as part of the deal. Moving on, as Congress MLA and financial advisor to the CM, Basavaraj Raya Reddy has hinted at corruption in the system leading to poor infrastructure in the state. He refers to his own constituency in Koppal and talks on how schools built today are crumbling. He said that people building and those who are getting it built are both not good. Controversial statement that is coming from the financial advisor of Siddaramaiah.
ಸಾಲಿ ಚಲೋತ್ನೆ ಕಟ್ರಿ, ಅವು ಸಾಲಿ ಕಟ್ತಿರಪ್ಪ, ಅವು 5 ವರ್ಷ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣೆದುರಿಗೆ ಬಿದ್ದೋಕವು. ಹಿಂದ ಸಾಲಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ತಳಕಲಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಸ್ವಂತ ಜಮೀನು ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆಯವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಎದುರಿಗೇನೆ ಅವರೇ ಒಂದು ಸಾಲಿ ಕಟ್ಟಾರ. ಆದ ಸಾಲ ನಾನು ಅಪ್ ಟು 5th ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಓದಿದ್ದೇನೆ ನಾನು. ಅದು ಇನ್ನೂ ಇಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ಮುಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾನ್ ಕಟ್ಟಿಸಿದ್ವೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿದ್ದು ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಿದ್ರ ಅರ್ಥ? ಈ ಕಟ್ಟರು ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮಾಡ್ಸಾರು ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಜನ ಸರಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು.
Definitely, yes, I can talk about Karnataka, Congress government in the state of Karnataka. Yes, what Basavaraj Raya Reddy has mentioned is true, it's a fact. The corruption has increased. Most of the times it can be 100% also. Sometimes it is 60%, 80%, 40%, 60%. It is fluctuating, but there is no service without payment. Every possible service, it is not government fees, it is the illegal fees of the people in the helm of affairs. Let it be the ministers or the government officers, everybody is indulging in corruption. They are just looting. So in this direction, I totally agree with the statement of Basavaraj Raya Reddy with regard to the Karnataka state. The Congress government has been looting. It is literally loot ATM's government of the our country. Definitely, yes, I can talk about Karnataka, Congress government in the state of Karnataka. Yes, what Basavaraj Raya Reddy has mentioned is true, it's a fact. The corruption has increased. Most of the times it can be 100% also. Sometimes it is 60%, 80%, 40%, 60%. It is fluctuating, but there is no service without payment. Every possible service, it is not government fees, it is the illegal fees of the people in the helm of affairs. Let it be the ministers or the government officers, everybody is indulging in corruption. They are just looting. So in this direction, I totally agree with the statement of Basavaraj Raya Reddy with regard to the Karnataka state. The Congress government has been looting. It is literally loot ATM's government of the our country.
Moving on, as NIA is in the United States to take custody of 2008 Mumbai terror attack accused Tahawwur Rana. The United States Supreme Court last month rejected Rana's plea against his extradition to India. Rana, who's 64 years of age, had filed an emergency application for stay after President Donald Trump approved his extradition following his meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi in February. Latest details, as we understand that Rana will soon be on a special flight to India to face the law. Kaswar joining us live from Islamabad. Kaswar, fact is that Pakistan is possibly spooked over what Tahawwur Rana will eventually reveal to the Indian agencies. This, of course, as Pakistan has been rejecting all the evidence in connection to the 26/11 attack. But they cannot keep brushing it off, saying he is a Canadian citizen.
Well, Pakistan has not yet given official response regarding Tahawwur Rana.
And according to what I spoke to my sources and as well as to key officials in Islamabad, they maintain privately that since he has been, Canadian national, so Pakistan is not concerned what he has been doing as a foreign national, what he has been doing on a foreign land. So Pakistani officials have clearly taken aside that they are not concerned whether he is going to get extradited by India, whether he is going there or not. So Pakistani officials are very clear that Pakistan is nothing to do with the Tahawwur Rana. But let me tell you that they accept that Tahawwur Rana was born and bred in Pakistan. Even he went to a cadet college, also joined Pakistan's military corps as well. But in 1997, he abandoned Pakistan citizens to become a Canadian citizen. And then he was, that if he is going to be extradited to India, so Pakistani officials was not clear. But let me tell you very clearly that Pakistan has not given any official statement on the case yet.
All right, Kasper, many thanks for getting us those details. And of course, we wait and watch what happens. Keep our viewers updated. For the moment, a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you in brief on Bharat in 5 minutes. An uneasy calm prevailed in Bengal's Murshidabad district after violent street protests and arsoning over the Waqf reform law. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee played the peace pipe. Addressing a public event in Kolkata, Chief Minister asserted that her government was working to unite people, not divide them. Also taking a veiled swipe at the BJP, Mamata said some people were out to defame Bengal through false narratives.
हाई कोर्ट ने भी अभी फांसी की सज़ा को बरकरार रखा है। ये बहुत ही अच्छा निर्णय है। इसके लिए मैं NIA पुलिस को हृदय से धन्यवाद प्रकट करता हूँ, क्योंकि उनके ऊपर बहुत पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर आने के बाद में भी पुलिस नहीं झुकी और पूरा अच्छे से उन्होंने इंक्वायरी करके सभी सबूतों को इकट्ठा करके उन तमाम आतंकियों को फांसी की सज़ा दिलाने में उनको कामयाबी मिली है। इसके लिए मैं पुलिस को हृदय से धन्यवाद प्रकट करता हूँ।
Assuring the full support of his administration to distressed farmers in the state, Rajasthan Chief Minister Bhajan Lal Sharma said all guarantees in the BJP's Sankalp Patra or manifesto would be fulfilled. He also praised Prime Minister Modi for putting the country on the path of reform and progress.
आप निशान लगाते चलना, संकल्प पत्र आप सभी के पास होगा, नहीं हो तो आप कंप्यूटर में निकाल करके देख लेना। हम हमारे एक एक संकल्प पत्र के वादे को पूरा करेंगे और राजस्थान को देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में विकसित राजस्थान बनाएंगे और विकसित भारत बनाएंगे।
Coming down heavily on the BJP-led NDA government at the centre, Congress MLA Gaurav Gogoi accused Prime Minister Narendra Modi of abolishing the constitutional rights of the people. Gogoi also accused the PM for failing to insulate the country from the impact of US President Donald Trump's tariff announcement.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का एक ही लक्ष्य है कि भारत में लोगों की जो संवैधानिक अधिकार है उसको कैसे ख़त्म किया जाए, और इसीलिए बार बार वो इस प्रकार के उन्होंने निर्णय लिए, जिस निर्णय से आज देखिए जो आर्थिक संकट आई हुई है US टैरिफ्स को लेकर, उस पर उनकी सरकार कितनी चुप है।
BJP took a dig at the Congress over special resolution on Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel adopted at the party's ongoing CWC session in Ahmedabad. BJP spokesperson CR Keswan said the Congress's sudden and belated show of respect for Sardar Patel was aimed merely at extracting political mileage.
If the Congress party, which is now suddenly and shamelessly faking respect for Sardar Patel ji, had any real regard for him, the Congress party would have named its party headquarters as Sardar Bhavan. It wouldn't have given the name of a dynastic name of Indira Bhavan. The people of India know that the Congress party is playing this bogus farcical drama saying that they are following Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel's path, which is a blatant oxymoron, because the Congress party is only doing this
Congress MP Praniti Shinde questioned the centre's silence over pressing issues such as unemployment, the Manipur situation and price rise while attempting to steer the discourse to issues going back 300 years. She said BJP's sole agenda was to spread the poison of communal politics in the country.
कल परसों चालाकी से पार्लियामेंट सेशन होने के बाद 3 दिन बाद आप पेट्रोल डीजल के प्राइसेस निकालते हैं, आप सिर्फ 300 साल पुरानी चीज़ें उठाते हैं, आप सिर्फ पोलराइजेशन ध्रुवीकरण आप बात करते हैं, ना कोई बेरोजगारी पे बोल रहा है, ना कोई मणिपुर पे बोल रहा है, ना कोई प्राइस राइज पे बोल रहा है, ना कोई किसानों को लेके बोल रहा है, लेकिन इनको यही सोचता है इनको देश डिवाइड करना है और देश में एक तरह का पॉइजन फैलाने का काम बीजेपी कर रही है.
Congress MLA Irfan Hafiz Loan targeted the centre over the passage of Waqf Bill in Parliament, calling it an assault on the country's secular identity and federal character. He also accused the centre of attempts to segregate Jammu and Kashmir.
हम समझते हैं कि संविधान को वायलेट किया जा रहा है, सेक्युलरिज्म ब्रेजनली वायलेट हो रहा है, रूल ऑफ लॉ वायलेट हो रहा है, इदारों को अंडरमाइन किया जा रहा है, फेडरलिज्म को खतरे में है. आपने देखा किस तरीके से जम्मू कश्मीर एक स्टेट को, हिस्टोरिकल स्टेट को यूटी बनाया गया. हम समझते हैं कि इस वक्त की ज़रूरत है कि जो हमारी पहचान थी कि यूनिटी इन डाइवर्सिटी, उसे बहाल करना चाहिए. और हम उसमें ये समझते हैं कि जो एक वक़्फ़ अमेंडमेंट्स 2025 है वो ब्रेजन वायलेशन है.
As the trade war between United States and China intensifies, Beijing on Wednesday announced that it will impose tariffs of up to 84% on US goods starting Thursday, a significant increase from the previously announced 34%. China has responded to Trump imposing a 104% tariff on China, where China has now countered it by imposing 84% more tariff. Pranav from the business desk getting us further details on the same. Pranav, how is this war escalating and who will emerge on the stronger side?
Well, as you rightly said, China has now responded to the US tariffs, saying that there are 84% additional tariffs that are going to be imposed on US goods. This is a classic trade war. Yesterday, we saw Donald Trump announcing that if China does not reduce the existing tariffs on US goods, then on US goods, then the tariffs will be raised to 104%, and they came into effect at 12 o'clock yesterday night. So now China has again retaliated. We need to see how Trump reacts to this entire, trade war, as we are calling it.
All right, Arnab, many thanks for getting us those details. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of the news. We'll be back on the other side with more news and updates, slipping into a short commercial break.
अब आया असली स्वाद.
अब आया स्वाद. जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें. MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला. MDH.
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media Campus, which is the largest newsroom in Asia, aims to bring together a diverse set of people from across the country. You can work from where you are, you can work with me.
From Asia's largest news headquarters,
setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Indian citizen urinated on MD of an MNC in business class of Air India. Tahawwur Rana has been shifted from Metropolitan Detention Center to Los Angeles to an undisclosed location. NIA sources say 6 to 7 member team led by DIG rank officer to bring back Tahawwur Rana's special plane to land tomorrow. Siddharamaia's financial advisor has hinted at corruption in the system leading to poor infrastructure in the state. And AAP and BJP MLAs clash inside Jammu and Kashmir Assembly over Waqf Amendment Act. Good evening, welcome to Republic TV. I'm Rhythm. Our top focus breaking news that's coming in. Lok Sabha LOP Rahul Gandhi raked up the issue of caste census at the Congress National Convention in Gujarat. Speaking over the implementation of caste census, Rahul has said, what we have implemented in Telangana, we have found a new weapon and we will implement in the entire country. Notably, he also bottomed the caste equations in the armed forces. Shockingly, he slams the BJP. He says the BJP is snatching away opportunities from the 90% people. It's silent on issues related to development of backward castes. And Lok Sabha leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi is once again speaking of the caste census at the Congress National Convention in Gujarat. Speaking over the implementation of the caste census, he said, in Telangana, we found a new weapon. We will implement it in the entire country. Rahul Gandhi also brought in the caste equations in the armed forces. Let's listen to what he said.
Garib general caste, Dalit, पिछड़ा वर्ग, अति पिछड़ा वर्ग, आदिवासियों के लिए पहले पब्लिक सेक्टर हुआ करता था, उसमें हर जात के लोग जा सकते थे. स्टील अथॉरिटी इंडिया, BHEL, BSNL, HAL, ये आप सबको पूरे देश के युवाओं को रोजगार देते थे, अपॉर्चुनिटी देते थे. एक के बाद एक इनको बंद किया जा रहा है. तो 90% का कुछ बचा ही नहीं. 90% के लिए मजदूरी, बेरोजगारी और हिंदुस्तान के सारे एयरपोर्ट, पोर्ट्स, डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री, सीमेंट इंडस्ट्री, जो भी चाहते हैं अदानी जी को. बंबई का एयरपोर्ट चाहिए, ले लो. लखनऊ का एयरपोर्ट चाहिए, ले लो. डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री चाहिए, ले लो. HAL को परे करो, BHEL को परे करो, बनाओ जो बनाना है. तो सारा का सारा धन, सारी की सारी अपॉर्चुनिटीज 90% से छीनी जा रही है.
Rahul rakes up caste census in Gujarat once again, and once again he says that we found a new weapon and we will implement it in the entire country. Notably, Rahul Gandhi also bought in the caste equations in the armed forces. He slams the BJP. Rahul says the BJP is snatching away opportunities from 90% people. It's now silent on issues related to the development of the backward castes. In fact, all this coming as Rahul Gandhi has stated this in fact, Amit Malviya, BJP leader, has also taken on Rahul Gandhi. He's declared him a flop at the Congress National Convention being held in Gujarat. He's taken on the position by quoting him and addressing this and stating and giving out great details of that. But I want to go back to what Rahul Gandhi has said. We're going to try and get across more reactions on the story. Lok Sabha leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi raking up the issue of caste census at the Congress National Convention in Gujarat. Speaking over the implementation of caste census, he said, what we have implemented in Telangana, we found a new weapon. We will implement it in the entire country. Notably, he's also brought in the caste equations in the armed forces. Let's once again first listen to what Rahul Gandhi has said.
गरीब जनरल कास्ट, दलित, पिछड़ा वर्ग, अति पिछड़ा वर्ग, आदिवासियों के लिए पहले पब्लिक सेक्टर हुआ करता था, उसमें हर जात के लोग जा सकते थे. स्टील अथॉरिटी इंडिया, BHEL, BSNL, HAL, ये आप सबको, पूरे देश के युवाओं को रोजगार देते थे, अपॉर्चुनिटी देते थे. एक के बाद एक इनको बंद किया जा रहा है. तो 90% का कुछ बचा ही नहीं. 90% के लिए मजदूरी, बेरोजगारी और हिंदुस्तान के सारे एयरपोर्ट, पोर्ट्स, डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री, सीमेंट इंडस्ट्री, जो भी चाहते हैं अदानी जी को. बंबई का एयरपोर्ट चाहिए, ले लो. लखनऊ का एयरपोर्ट चाहिए, ले लो. डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री चाहिए, ले लो. HAL को परे करो, BHEL को परे करो, बनाओ जो बनाना है. तो सारा का सारा धन, सारी की सारी अपॉर्चुनिटीज
And there is big breaking news coming in on this bulletin. Air India has now responded to Republic's email that was sent to them. Air India viewers confirms an incident of unruly passenger behavior was reported. The Air India spokesperson has said, and I'm quoting now, Air India confirms an incident of unruly passenger behavior was reported to the cabin crew operating flight AI 2336 from Delhi to Bangkok on 9th April 2025. I want to go across to my colleague Harsha, who broke that story first right here on Republic TV. Harsha, that email that you had sent, Air India has responded. Tell us their response.
So, Rhythm, now we have got to know that the Air India has responded to the email which we had sent them. The Air India, in its response in a statement, has confirmed about the unruly passenger and his behavior, and Air India clearly states that all their procedures were followed. And also, when the flight landed in Bangkok, the victim was taken to the authorities to take up a grievance with the authorities in Bangkok, which the Japanese citizen, the victim at that time, declined. Also, the matter, Air India states, that has been convened to the standing independent committee, and they will determine the action which has to be taken against the accused. But we can say for now that the accused has walked free because there has been no official complaint which has been filed by the Bangkok police against the accused. Back to you.
Harsha, I want to ask you one more question here that you've been getting us that report. The crew followed all laid down procedures is what they said, and they said the matter has been reported to the authorities. Harsha, they've also said that in addition to this, the unruly passenger behavior, the crew offered to assist the aggrieved passenger to take up the grievance with authorities, which was declined. A standing independent committee will be convened to assess the incident and determine the action. And therefore, they have said if any action has to be taken, Air India continues to follow the standard operating procedures. Harsha, give us details of the incident as we play out the Republic Air India P gate. We're showing out what happened, what really happened at the time of this entire incident.
So, Rhythm, this is the same kind of statement which Air India gives in most of their cases. This is another P-gate and urinating incident which has come from the Air India aircraft. This is not the first time. Last year we saw Shankar Mishra urinating incident, and this time it is the same. Clearly Air India has not learned, we can say, from its past mistakes. The previous history of Air India has also been like this, but in the previous case we saw that the fine was imposed on Shankar Mishra and he was banned also from flying in Air India for almost 5 years. But in this case, the unruly passenger has not been fined, or till now he has not been banned by Air India. Clearly the accused has walked free from Bangkok. Wherever he has gone, no police complaint has been also filed against the accused by Air India. In this case, they say that the independent standing committee will assess and determine that what sort of action is to be taken. But clearly Air India should have been more serious in this disgraceful incident which has come to light, because the victim is the MD of the MNC company. He's a Japanese citizen. When we spoke to his executive assistant, we clearly got to know that the victim was in panic. He was shocked and he was clearly stunned with the kind of incident which took place on board in mid-air in the aircraft. And after that, howsoever, the accused was shifted from his seat 2D to 14C. But Air India should have taken cognizance of this matter very seriously, should have dealt with it very seriously. Such seriousness right now couldn't be seen in Air India. Clearly they have sent out a basic statement to us by stating that all the SOPs were followed. Till now, the Civil Aviation Ministry themselves have not been informed by the Air India about this entire incident. The DGCA has been informed, and clearly the DGCA will be asking them for the entire investigation and to report about this incident so that follow-up action could be taken against the airlines as well. Back to you.
Harsha, I also want to get more details from you. The letter that you have given out, also Air India apprised DGC of the action taken against the accused passenger. What is it that has to be now, and what can be done in this case now?
So the standard process rhythm clearly says that there's a proper protocol and guideline which the airline has to follow. In such cases in past also we have seen that the unruly passengers are usually banned by the airline for a certain period of time. There is a ban procedure for almost 5 years for such unruly passenger to not travel in that particular airline. But in this case it's not been done. So we can say that the SOP was not followed. Clearly when the flight landed in Bangkok this morning at around 7:30 a.m., the first thing which the airline should have done was to respond to DGCA. They should have informed to DGCA and BCAS immediately. But there was a delay in informing to the authorities as well. Afternoon at 3:06 p.m. they informed to DGCA when we broke the story. So clearly when the news came out after that, Air India tried. They thought they now can't brush the entire incident under carpet for so long, and that time they informed DGCA about the entire incident. However, they also tried to hide certain facts. The fact was that there was one more passenger in seat number 1F, Mr. Matthew, who was upset about this entire incident. After he got upset, then only the accused seat was changed from 2D to 14C. But at that very time, if Air India captain, the captain of the flight and the crew members would have followed the SOPs and guidelines, should have taken the complaint on their sheet, this action the action would have been taken much faster. But in this case, nothing has been done. We can clearly say that right now the accused is walking free somewhere in Bangkok. He has not returned to India, to Delhi, from where the flight took off. So clearly there has been no action against the unruly passenger, and this is not the first time. In history also, Air India, such incidents have come out from Air India, and in future also such incidents can happen. There should have been a capping of intoxication. Who looks after that the particular passenger is intoxicated. He should not have been served liquor more than this. No one is there to monitor. The procedure clearly says that if a passenger is intoxicated to a certain level and is unable to handle himself, the crew should not offer him liquor more, even if he is asking. But in this case, certainly this was not done, and therefore he was so much intoxicated that which led to urinating on the Japanese citizen. So clearly there was the lack of seriousness on the part of the airline in this entire incident. Back to you, Ridhim.
Harsha, one more question I wanted to ask you here. When I was going through this entire story, the passenger was seated. What was the real reason that this entire episode actually happened?
So, Ridhim, so the victim was seated, the seat number was 1D, Japanese citizen. The accused was sitting just next to him. His seat number was 2D. The accused was highly intoxicated. He had so many glasses of liquor that he couldn't handle himself. When he stood up to go and use the washroom, and during that standing up and going to the washroom only, he urinated on the fellow passenger who was seated on 1D, which is the victim's seat. It happened that time because the accused was highly intoxicated. So this is what the questions are being raised, that how come he was so intoxicated when the flight took off from Delhi and it was en route to Bangkok. During that entire flight journey, the accused took so many glasses of liquor from the crew members, and which led to this urinating incident. Earlier also it was being said that Air India has put a cap. The crew members usually monitor that how much glasses of liquor has to be served and not to be served. In this case, there has been no protocol or guidelines which was followed, which led to this particular urinating incident. And also till now, there has been no fine imposed from the side of airline on the unruly passenger. Clearly, no official complaint filed. And third, there has been no ban on the unruly passenger till now. We are yet to hear regarding some action, serious action, if Air India has taken against the unruly passenger or not. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Harsha, for breaking that story, giving us those details. We'll continue coming back to you to see what action is taken on him and how the airline proceeds. Viewers, the other top focus that we have, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin holding a meeting with all Legislative Assembly members in the state today to discuss on the NEET exemption. All party members including DMK, Congress T, MMK, PMK, VCK, Tamziga Party, CPIM, CPI legislatures will participate in the meeting. Meanwhile, the AIADMK and the BJP boycotted the meeting over this issue. This is the big breaking news coming in. Let me go across to my colleague Sharda joining us from Chennai on the story. Sharda, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister holding that meeting with all Legislative Assembly members. The BJP and the AIADMK have boycotted the meeting on the issue. What are the key details that you have?
Well, the DMK, as we speak, are having a meeting with the members of Legislative Assembly of the parties that include with their alliance. Only the AIADMK and BJP, who are part of the members of Legislative Assembly, have boycotted this meet, stating that they have already given their consent for the NEET exam, the opposition of the NEET exam in 2021. DMK came to power. However, in the last 4 years, the DMK did not bring up the NEET issue, and just before the elections, the DMK government want to pass a new resolution and take the case to the Supreme Court. However, what we have to notice is that there's already a bill that was passed which was rejected by the President, and there's a case already lying in the Supreme Court which is unopened. And now it is expected that with this all-party meet, the DMK will again take it forward legally.
This is important and critical to see, Sharda, because the main opposition has dubbed the meeting a drama. The AIADMK says it could serve no purpose as the people are outraged over the ruling party's failure to get it scrapped.
Well, both the AIADMK and BJP point this particular meeting as a drama made by the DMK, because the DMK party, which has been ruling the state for the past 4 years, initially when it came to power said that the first signature that the Chief Minister Stalin would be signing is the exemption of NEET for Tamil Nadu. And they also sought 75 lakh signatures from the students, getting their approval for it as well. However, there was no step after that. And right now, just 4 years after that, again the DMK is bringing up the issue of NEET in the state. And and both the opposition, especially the AIDMK, calls it as a drama, and they say this is just to show that the DMK's government is trying to hide whatever they were doing in the past 4 years and show that they are also incompetent to be the ruling party of the state.
All right, thank you for giving us those details, Sharda. And there's big breaking news coming in as we are speaking. There is massive relief coming in for Arnab Goswami and Team Republic. It's a big blow for the Mamata government and the Calcutta High Court has quashed the FIR that is naming Arnab Goswami. It's quashed the FIR naming Arnab Goswami in an earlier case in which he had also been named. This is the big breaking news coming in on an earlier case in which the Calcutta High Court had Okay, all right. So the big breaking news coming in. It's a big relief for Arnab and a big blow for the Mamata government. As this case that had been fought in the Calcutta High Court, viewers, I'm going to give you great details about what really happened. It is a big victory coming for Arnab Goswami as we win the case in the Calcutta High Court. The judgment is out today. And viewers, I just want to tell our viewers what this is about. This is a case that happened in which the Mamata government fielded its top lawyers in the court and stated that a panelist who had made certain allegations against some communities, we had not condemned it, and Republic TV and Arnab had actually tried to create a rift between communities. In a big blow to them, and they fought very hard in the Calcutta High Court. Today the High Court gives a victory to us in a big win for Arnab and a big blow for Mamata government. The Calcutta High Court has clearly said there was no intention by Arnab, no words by Arnab. He completely condemned the acts of the panelist. He distanced himself from those words and views. In fact, why we are saying this is a big win is also because the court said that this telecast was condemned. It was condemned not only on TV, it was also condemned on all the other sites. The court is also now saying the controversial statement was a public opinion of a panelist relating to a certain incident. It had nothing to do with us. And here's why. Let me put this into perspective. This comes after the Karnataka High Court in a case in which an FIR was also issued against Republic TV in a section 41A was also issued against Arnab, had given victory to us. Then in Rajasthan court, where we were fighting a battle against a Congress leader who had filed a case against us, a stay order, an interim stay order, but a stay order later, a relief had come to us. And now the Calcutta High Court, we win in the Calcutta High Court, where the Calcutta High Court says there is no case made out by the Mamata government. The court has also gone on to say there is no 153A made. The court has said it's another huge legal victory for Arnab in the Calcutta High Court, and the words of the court are crystal clear. And I want to go across to what the court has actually said in this, because actually that is the bud of the matter. They said the controversial telecast in the case was condemned by Arnab on such sites when the clip was already available. The controversial statement was a personal opinion of a panelist. The opinion was personal. They've then gone on to say that Arnab distanced himself from the statements. He condemned the statements. He never encouraged the statements. He condemned the act of the panelist. It is for the panelist to issue an apology. They've also said several times over there was no intention to create any disharmony between any communities. It's the big victory for Arnab, big victory for Team Republic, when the court at one point says in the present case, the statements on the basis of which the present case has been registered was made by another accused, by the accused on a live show. There is no prima facie evidence to substantiate the allegations. under section 153A of the IPC against Arnab. Nothing was done to make a case out under 153A. Viewers, 153A has often been used against Republic TV before in the earlier act, which was the earlier era act of the earlier IPC against us, stating that animosity was trying to be created. However, the big breaking news coming in, the court says nothing was done. No ingredients of 153 have been satisfied in this case, and in this present case, there is nothing that can show that Arnab Goswami made those statements or the program was telecast in a way in which those statements were wrongly made. Okay, I'm going to try, viewers, to go across to some lawyers on the story now and hopefully get in touch with them to get some words from them. And as I'm trying to do that, I also want to tell our viewers that this is the big news coming in. Mahesh Jethmalani fought this case for us in the Calcutta High Court. Sandeep and Ganguly, senior advocates of the Supreme Court, fought this case. Smita fought this case in the Calcutta High Court. There was also Mr. Aplak Basu in this Calcutta High Court who got this victory for us. In Delhi, Ravi Sharma fought this case with Mahesh Jethmalani for us. We also saw Phoenix Legal, our firm advising us, fighting this case for us, Saket Shukla. We have also seen Zoeb fighting this case for us, and we're trying to get some lawyers. Let me first go across on the phone line to Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani. Mr. Jethmalani, a huge thank you and many congratulations to you. Another feather in your cap in this case as we are getting this victory. And sir, I've seen this in this case 2 to 3 times you appeared before this court. It was your gut instinct. It was you who stated that there should be this case being fought in the Calcutta High Court. You've gone through this order. The judge is very clear. There were no comments that were made. There was a certain condemnation that was clearly done in this case by Arnab when they started. It's crystal clear when she's writing this 23-page judgment that on all aspects there was absolutely no reason why any enmity could be created between communities. This is the big win for Team Republican Arnab, sir, in the Calcutta High Court.
Well, Madam, all I can say is that the clearest inference of the judgment is that this was a completely false case, right? And it was misconceived. It should never have, no FIR should ever have been lodged. No FIR should ever have been lodged. And, all I can say is that justice was meted out appropriately. The judge may not have said in so many words that, but she certainly said that there was absolutely no case. But she may not have said that this was actually malified. But in fact, this was, in my view, a politically malified commencement of an investigation and attempted prosecution which failed. Thanks to the High Court judge. And we should be grateful that we have judges like that to protect the freedom of the press.
Mr. Jethmalani, I just want to go across to the words, and I think one of the most clear things that has been stated by the judge in this case is, I feel, of course, that the ingredients of 153A have not been made out. Mr. Jethmalani, at one point, she also says that if any apology needs to be made, it needs to be made by the panelists. But it's very, very clear, very, very in several paragraphs that she says Arnab did not encourage the statements. He condemned the act not once but several times. It is for the panelists to issue the apology. He condemned this opinion. On a larger scale, sir, you've seen a victory on a similar fashion in the Karnataka High Court. You've seen in the Rajasthan High Court where you fought the case for us. It's time that free speech of journalists is taken very importantly by state governments that are trying to muzzle the voice of free press, and especially Republic and the Mamata government. In fact, I want to ask you, what was your opinion when were you surprised that the Attorney General was fighting so hard for a case that was so amateur, according to you?
Well, I don't want to make any comments on a officer, a high-ranking officer, a constitutional authority like the Advocate General. This was not the Attorney General; it was the State Advocate General. But the less said, the better. It was a case, as I said, that was misconceived, and any attempt at defending it, therefore, would also be totally, singularly misconceived. The judgment speaks for itself, and I don't think it was, as I said, it was always a political case. Arnab, on the contrary, had condemned the comments that were made, as you pointed out, and it was just a needless harassment to try and keep somebody busy in the courts.
And sir, it's not only this, but you're absolutely right. It's needless harassment. In fact, I remember, I beg your pardon, I remember when this case hearing was happening, Mr. Jethmalani, in this case, when the AG had started making the arguments, a rather strange argument was made that when we gave out the condemnation in a big paragraph, even on the social handle now called X, that was earlier Twitter, the fact that we had put out the earlier words that were stated on the live telecast was being seen as some sort of pressure by us, not realizing our bona fides.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, what was actually a note of condemnation was misconstrued as an attempt at trying to amplify the insults that were made by one of your panelists. A highly condemnable statement which he made, which Republic and Arnab Goswami roundly condemned both during the show and subsequently. I think we ought to leave it at that. Let the judgment speak for itself, It was a misconceived judgment, as I said. It was a nullified judgment, and the judge has dealt with it appropriately.
Okay. My last question to you, sir. This is a case that you fought. It was your gut instinct that you said that, we need to finish this up. I think the words of the Calcutta High Court ring very true that 153A has not been made out. Very clearly, she says several times over that Arnab condemned the panelist whenever these comments were made. And Arnab never encouraged the statements, nor did he permit the discussion to continue. What, according to you, when you were making this argument in the court, led to the tipping point in our favor?
I don't think there was any tipping point, Rhythm. I think the case was an absurd case. I mean, there was an anchor who was accused of being party to a statement made by somebody on the spur of the moment, a completely vile statement, a statement that should not have been made by any decent person, a statement that was purely divisive on his part, right? It was defamatory of a community, and the anchor condemned it. But just to go after the anchor because the anchor has a particular political view, right? He was prosecuted, and that is characteristic of the government in power in West Bengal, right? It's all now, this is a very common pattern. There have been so many cases against so many personalities. Many cases have been filed against Arnab Goswami, Republic Bharat, and Republic itself. But there have been many misconceived cases by Mamata Banerjee's government. So it's a pattern. It's a well now weaved pattern, right? Anybody who's against the government is somehow it is actually one of the most intolerant fascist governments of this country.
Absolutely. I think it's completely intolerant of the Mamata government or even the earlier governments in Rajasthan, the present government in Karnataka, when they file cases against the network or against our editor-in-chief, Mr. Jethmalani, only on whims and fancies, trying to think that they can knock on the doors of the judiciary to try and wield political influence. Do they not realize by now that the courts will stand for free speech?
Well, so I don't think they care about what the courts think. I think that they're going to do whatever they think is needed, right, to harass and persecute people whose opinions hurt them, right? They are completely intolerant people, right? So just let's leave it at that. I have, as you
Yes.
know, I'm not in the country at the moment. Thank you so much.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I hope you
Thank
continue having a good time wherever you are. Thank you for this victory. And we continue celebrating this because like we always say at Republic, this is not only a victory for Team Republic, but this is a victory for media. Cases such as this become case law, they become precedents, they become something that we continue watching. I think I have more lawyers joining me. All right, we have Ravi Sharma, our lawyer in the court, and who was present with Mr. Mahesh Jethmalani, joining us now. Ravi, what do you think are the main words in this case that you think in this long-drawn battle were critical and made the day in the favor of Arnab and Republic?
Hi, Rhythm.
Yes, go ahead, Ravi.
FIR to begin with was perverse. And I think the court saw through on the first day of hearing release, started the argument. And Mr. Jethmalani pointed out that as soon as those cases also posted a condemnation of act of the participant. It was this. See, and the court saw through it. And one opportunity counter court gave a right decision and what's the FIR. See what happens in the process, like you were asking Jethmalani this question, that don't you think state will learn a lesson? State will not. They will continue to register FIR because the process itself takes a toll on individuals. So any voice critical of a government, the state governments like Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Rajasthan, which are all opposition governed states, they use this FIR, they use police to victimize anyone who's critical of their views. And with first given opportunity, an FIR will be registered. Like I said, it's not the first for the first time that an FIR was registered against Arnab. We've all seen what happened to Arnab in Maharashtra. There were FIR registered in Karnataka, which was worse. There's a FIR registered in Rajasthan, where the court has stayed any act, where the ingredients are not measured, and court has recorded in its order that what form. There's no allegation as to what words were used by Goswami or Republic anchor, despite that FIR has registered. So this is a series of harassment that Arnab and Republic have been subjected to over a period of time. You all know what's the reason behind these FIRs.
I think absolutely, Ravi, like you've said, we have to see what happened in the case, not only here, but also like you said in Karnataka, also what happened in Rajasthan. Ravi, the words here are so clear of this case, and I want to make this bigger, Ravi. It's not only about this case that we won in Calcutta, and I have to say, Ravi, it was your also gut instinct that you said that we need to fight this case right now that got us this victory at Team Republic. I also want to say the might of the Calcutta, the Mamata Banerjee government was appearing against us. The Advocate General was there and he was vehement. He even wanted to make a rejoinder, Ravi, at one point.
In a case like this, the fact that the state had employed or the Advocate General to argue a matter, generally these matters are argued by assistant public prosecutors. But the fact that the Honorable AG was summoned and to argue this matter, it itself is suggesting that this case was political. Generally, we all argue cases day in, day out. In a case of where quashing is sought, 153A is the offence alleged in the FIR. It's the APPs who argue the matter. And it's not for the first time. You remember there's another journalist of yours who was harassed in a similar manner, Republic Bangla. And there we filed a writ petition directly and the High Court granted him bail. So this is this large that the state government, the reason behind, the reason by which this FIR was registered only with intention to harass Republic and Arnab. If you remember during the proceedings, AG relied on the reply to 41 applications to substantiate the charge. How did all of that?
I am also going to go across to Phoenix Legal's lawyer Saket Shukla. He's also going to be trying to join us on a Zoom. Please call Saket. I'm also trying, he's just told me that he'll come on the line. Our main lawyers who win battles for us in each court and partner with them, Saket Shukla, who was leading this also with Ravi and Mahesh Jetmalani in the court. We're going to try and get in touch with Saket to join this for us. And we're going to try and call him up right now. All right, so we're going to try and call him. But viewers, I just want to say, Ravi is continuing to with us. Ravi, if you can also join us on a Zoom right now, because this is the big breaking that's coming in right now for us as the judgment in this order is out. Free speech, truth win. Arnab distanced himself from the words of the panelists. He condemned the words. There was no intention by Arnab to put wrong statements. The Calcutta High Court, in very clear words, fiercely sides with freedom, with truth, with free speech, with wrong, goes against the wrong words given out by governments that are trying to stifle free speech and quashes the FIR that absurdly named Arnab Goswami and states in this case they will no longer continue this case. Now, I also want to say, all right, we had Phoenix Legal, Saket Shukla is going to be joining us in just a bit to get a sense of what's really happening in this case. But viewers, just remember, this is not only about one case. This is about all the cases that Republic TV is fighting and has fought earlier also. All right, let me go across and patched as we have Saket Shukla, Phoenix Legal's partner, joining us. Saket, a huge congratulations. It's celebration time for us. I'm aware you're not joining on Zoom. You're a bit busy. But Saket, the fantastic words coming in from the Calcutta High Court. What is the paragraphs that you've loved most in the Calcutta High Court judgment? A big victory for Arnab, Saket.
Congratulations, Rhythm. I think it's just another reaffirmation of the fact that we've been selectively targeted a lot of times, and courts have stood by us. So it's a great victory. The issue was primarily on that clarification that someone made a remark and that was somehow being attributed to the channel and Arnab specifically, and the court has said that is just not warranted, and as a result, that FIR has been quashed.
Yes, and the words, Saket, in this judgment that has come out today clearly shows after Karnataka High Court and Saket also after the Rajasthan High Court giving us victory, it's now the Calcutta High Court. It's another blow, Saket, the larger picture to all those misusing state power. It's once again Arnab who's vindicated, unshaken, victorious, because whether it's bigotry, whether it's bias, whether it's their agenda, Saket, they all fall flat. The Calcutta High Court yesterday quashes the motivated FIR that was filed against Arnab.
Absolutely. It's the court has very clearly set it out that given the way the events unfolded, a gentleman made a statement on the air. Arnab immediately, retorted and clarified. A detailed clarification was put up by Republic TV soon thereafter, and for whatever reason, the state government got overzealous and filed an FIR trying to again arm twist Arnab and Republic, and as you rightly said, what happened in Karnataka, what happened elsewhere as well, including Maharashtra a few years ago, Rajasthan more recently. The court, saw logic in what we were saying, and that has come down very strongly on the state government. And I hope this serves as a good precedent again. State governments do not act, overzealously selectively and keep targeting, independent media like Republic TV.
Absolutely. Thank you, Saket, for being a part of this journey where Republic TV continues to fight these forces, the state governments that continue to try and muzzle the voice of free speech. And thank you for being a part of all the victories that Republic continues to get. Viewers, now we also move on to other breaking news that's coming in. Big breaking news coming in at the top of this hour. NSA Ajit Doval holds meetings with Union Home Minister Amit Shah at MHA. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar also in attendance, because this comes ahead of Tahawwur Rana's big extradition, which is Tahawwur Rana. It's a big victory. His extradition is coming. I want to go across to Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, give us more details.
Well, yes, sir. So, flurry of meetings taking place, Rhythm, and these are prep meetings for the processes that need to be put in place, that SOPs. I mean, obviously, a lot of groundwork has already been done. This is more like a final review before Tahawwur Rana arrives, which should be in a few hours, maybe about another 15, 20 hours, and he would have landed in New Delhi, and then the legal process to bring him to justice and to bring justice to the victims of 26/11. So we are told that NSA, who has just seen the pictures, he has just arrived at the North Block. This is typically a review which takes place with the top levels of the security agencies, and sometimes it's presided by the Union Home Minister, sometimes by the NSA himself. So we will know in a while if there's something specific to Tahawwur Rana, but the fact that this meeting, while it takes place almost daily, is happening in the backdrop of the arrival of Tahawwur Rana, which should happen, as I mentioned, in a few hours, takes that much more salience. India has met all the conditions and requirements that were put across by the U.S. Justice Department, following which his extradition is happening. So obviously all preps are in place, including, for example, I can mention the United States authorities had wanted to see the kind of cell where he would be put in jail. So those pictures from Arthur Road Jail and Tihar Jail were shared. The videos were shared with the U.S. courts, subsequent to which post the satisfaction of the judges there that the basic minimum of human rights of Tahawwur Rana would be taken care of, even as he is subject to due process of law in India. He is arriving. And this meeting essentially a review of all the preparations that have been put in place to make sure that the process, the legal process is swift and begins as soon as Tahawwur Rana arrives and lands in New Delhi.
And Abhishek, I'm also being told that as this case is coming, how is he going to be flown here? You had given out and broken the story that it could be possibly early tomorrow morning that we could see Tahawwur Rana on Indian soil, facing our anti-terror laws, facing trial in India.
Yes, absolutely. So it's, I believe he's very soon to be, on board and in air on a special flight from Los Angeles to India. There is a team of officials. It's a multi-agency team led by a DIG of the NIA. And I'm told that they already are in the process of getting custody of Tahawwur Rana, and soon they should be on board and flying back to India. And the flight typically takes about 13, 14 hours. So that's why I said anything between 15 to 20 hours, we should have Tahawwur Rana on Indian soil, and the process of his legal processes to put him to question and to interrogate him, and his judicial custody and his police custody and his interrogation, questioning. And remember, he's already charge-sheeted in absentia. A trial in absentia happened for both David Coleman Headley, alias Dawood Jilani, and Tahawwur Hussain Rana.
Abhishek, I'm going to request you to stay with us. I'm going to come back to you in just a minute. We're getting the big breaking news. getting the first reaction from MEA on the extradition of Tahawwur Rana. Let's get that MEA reaction on it.
You all aware that the US Supreme Court rejected his plea. As far as the extradition of Mr. Rana is concerned, at this point in time, I don't have an update, but we'll provide you an update at the appropriate time. You all aware that the US Supreme Court rejected his plea. As far as the extradition of Mr. Rana is concerned, at this point in time, I don't have an update, but we'll provide you an update at the appropriate time. You all aware that the US Supreme Court rejected his plea. As far as the extradition of Mr. Rana is concerned, at this point in time, I don't have an update, but we'll provide you an update at the appropriate time.
2611 accused Rana being flown to India. We're being told on special planes. The NSA meets the Home Minister. Jaishankar also present there at that crucial meeting. Abhishek continues to be with us on the story. Abhishek, give us more details. When will he be here? What's going to be planned out? Where do you think possibly he could be kept? How soon could he face trial? I'm aware these are details that I'm asking that could possibly not have been figured out by now. But first, where could he be kept, and who will be taking care of all those details?
Well, so the nodal agency, insofar as all terror cases go, is the National Investigation Agency, the NIA, and that's why an NIA official of the rank of DIT is helming the operation to bring Tahawwur Rana back, and via special flight. Of course, the multi-agency team on the side of the United States, the FBI, which is the interlocuting agency, and the judicial process having been completed in the United States rhythm, and we have seen the order of the U.S. top court rejecting the final appeal, which is right given to any citizen and any individual. So those having been exhausted, Tahawwur Rana now is on his way to India. As I mentioned earlier, his custody is already with the Indian team. It's just the final process which is going on, after which Tahawwur Rana boards the special flight along with the team and lands in New Delhi or Mumbai anytime between 15 to 20 hours from now.
And Abhishek, a lot of people whom we're picking out, of course, the 2611 know about his role and what happened, like you were giving us details about what really happened. He's one of the accused in the conspiracy. Mumbai police had informed he'd be transferred to the city. Do you believe it's likely that he'll be presented first in a Delhi court, and then possibly this case by the NIA could be then fought in a Mumbai court where he faces the cases that are linked to the terror attacks of the 2611?
Well, so all the proceedings so far as the 2611 terror attack case is concerned, Rhythm, are happening in Mumbai. And that's why I was told that the Arthur Road prison is the place where all preps have been done and put in place to get Tahawwur Rana and to put him there when the judicial process kicks in. But since it's a long flight and there might be debriefing involved by the officials, the official team that's been camping in the United States for more than 10 days now. So obviously for that debriefing, they might land in New Delhi. But ultimately, of course, the destination is Mumbai, where, as I was also mentioning, that the trial in absentia has already happened. Tahawwur Rana already is charge sheeted. It's just that his interrogation, and based on that interrogation, the plugging of gaps, and ultimately India is expecting that the world would be wiser on Pakistan's role, given the fact that Tahawwur Rana is a former army captain of Pakistan Army, trained in Hassan Abdul, and worked in the Pakistan Army in the medical team for a few years before migrating to Canada, and then ultimately acting as an ISI asset, facilitating not just the Mumbai terror attack, but conspiring and almost came close to executing the attack in Denmark on the Jyllands-Posten newspaper following the Prophet Muhammad cartoons controversy. So I think there is a lot that Tahawwur Rana knows. In fact, his part indictment has come in through U.S. documents themselves. And someone like David Coleman Headley, to save himself from death penalty, threw Tahawwur Rana under the bus. And so we know a lot already about Tahawwur Rana's deep connections with the Pakistani deep state, with the ISI, with the Pakistan army. Whatever he's going to say and whatever he's going to sting under custody during his custodial interrogation, obviously, Rhythm, is going to spill more beans on Pakistan as a safe sanctuary for terror. Pakistan as not just a safe sanctuary, but a nurturer of a terror ecosystem. And the deep linkages that Pakistani state has with terrorism, including with from Lashkar-e-Taiba to the Hizb-e-Islami to the HUJI to the Jaish-e-Mohammed and all these terror organizations, many of which in fact are foreign terrorist organizations, designated foreign terrorist organizations in the United States and designated global terrorist organizations by the UN. So this would be one more opportunity to really unravel that deep terror ecosystem within Pakistan, and India obviously is expecting that apart from this, so far as the 26/11 victims are concerned, they would be closer to justice and sense of closure.
And Abhishek, 17 years after 26/11, India gets the extradition of 26/11 accused Tahawwur Rana. The US Supreme Court rejects his pleas. It's a major setback for Pakistan Army, ISI, as their puppet Rana is going to land in India soon. Thank you, Abhishek, for giving us those details. It's our top focus. Coming up after a short break, we stay with this news. There's going to be Tahawwur Rana's application, decks cleared for his extradition. Now he's going to be brought back. NIA team bringing back 26/11 accused Tahawwur Rana to India back tomorrow.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
That also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media campus, which is the largest newsroom in
As showdown over Waqf Act continues, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee assured the minority community there will be no divide and rule in Bengal. While taking the responsibility, Mamata appeals to all for not being provoked.
और माइनॉरिटी लोगों को हम एक बात कहते हैं, देखिए आप लोगों को दिल में दुख हुआ है वक़्फ़ प्रॉपर्टी के लेके, आप भरोसा रखिए बंगाल में ऐसा कुछ नहीं होगा जिसमें कोई डिवाइड एंड रूल होगा। आप लोगों ने ये मैसेज दीजिए कि सबको एक साथ में रह के बचना है।
NCP SP MP Supriya Sule along with several party workers held an infinite protest in front of the collector's office in Pune, demanding concretization of the road leading to the Lord Shiv Temple at Baneshwar in Bhod Tehsil of Pune district. BJP leader Shehzad Poonawalla questioned TMC and Mamta over their silence on TMC's infighting targeting a woman MP. Poonawalla urged the party to give details about the woman and asked, will they keep Bengal on the path of development after the infighting video is out in the open?
एक सांसद, दूसरी एक तथाकथित वर्सेटाइल इंटरनेशनल लेडी के क्या अफेयर्स है उसकी बात कर रहे हैं। वो कह रहे हैं कि इनका चरित्र कैसा है। कल्याण बनर्जी के विषय में बोल रहे हैं कि किस प्रकार से वो शराब का सेवन करते हैं। तो एक तो इन आरोपों पर और प्रत्यारोपों पर टीएमसी का ऑफिशियल स्टैंड क्या है, और दूसरा एक महिला के विषय में जो बोला गया उस पर उनका स्टैंड क्या है, और तीसरा अगर ये झगड़ा इतना करते हैं तो बंगाल को कैसे विकास के मार्ग पर रखेंगे, ये सवाली निशान है।
India clears mega deal to buy 26 Rafale marine fighters aircraft from France. The government-to-government deal worth over 63,000 crore rupees will be signed soon. Indian Navy will get 22 single-seater and 4 twin-seater aircraft as part of the deal.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Tanisha Awasthi. Let's quickly get you a roundup of the top stories that we will get to you on this edition. First up, another case of P-Gate has hit Air India once again. This time, it is an Indian national who has urinated on the MD of a MNC. Meanwhile, it is a huge win for India. In just some hours from now, the 2611 plotter Tahawwur Rana will be landing in India, and Republic is tracking close details on that story as well. In Jammu and Kashmir Assembly, it is a complete mockery by the ones who have been elected by the people. There was ruckus, chaos and scuffle that broke out, and the dramatic scenes will get you uncut video of what actually happened. In Bengal, the SSC scam has taken a violent turn where the protesters in the recruitment scam of Bengal were pushed by the cops. Also, India has cracked the Rafale deal, and this comes as a major boost to the Navy. And finally, the tariff war between China and the United States is only escalating, and it is tariff versus more tariff. We'll get you all those stories on this edition, but first a quick check of the main story that we're tracking, the first story. Now, Air India has been hit by another P-Gate scandal. A passenger allegedly urinated on the managing director of a multinational company on board Air India flight AI2336 going from Delhi to Bangkok. Now, the airline notified the Directorate General of Civil Aviation DGCA about the incident. The victim is said to be a senior executive from a large company, and that the passenger responsible has reportedly apologized for the actions. Now, more details about the incident, including the identity of the perpetrator and victim, as well as the reason behind the act, have been revealed. Now, we have the letter of the Air India that they have written to the DGCA. Now, this is the statement that Air India has given, where they have said that passengers seated on 2D urinated on a passenger seated on 1D during the descent. Now, what we also know is that passengers seated on 1D apprised the cabin crew of the incident, after which, remember, the victim had sought an unconditional apology from Air India management. We also know that the passenger seated on 2D was immediately relocated to another seat. This was the action that Air India had taken. But remember, they have downplayed the incident time and again. Now, we know that the statement that Air India has given to DGCA and not out in public, they have said that he has apologized. The victim here essentially has apologized for his misbehavior and said that he was feeling guilty about it. However, all of these details, remember, have not been put out in public as yet by Air India. Now, he was warned by cabin crew, then shifted to seat number 14C. So, a mere warning is what the Air India crew has given to the person who urinated on the MD of a multinational company. And this, remember, viewers, happened inside while the plane was on board. It was en route Delhi to Bangkok. Now, the passenger seated in 1D denied to file a complaint is what the Air India has given in their statement to the DGCA. We also know that other passengers denied to file a complaint against the accused. Now, these are the claims that Air India has been making, and this is the letter that Air India has written to the DGCA. Harsha, my colleague, is joining me live on the broadcast on that. Harsha, what more details do we know about the accused? Air India seems to be downplaying the incident, and this is another P-Gate scandal that has hit Air India. The first one, of course, that had come back in the month of January last year.
Yes, Tanisha, you rightly pointed out there's a second case of the P-Gate in Air India Airlines. Only earlier it was Shankar Mishra last year, January. But in case of Shankar Mishra, there was a proper police complaint filed by Delhi police. After that, we got to know what were the details of Shankar Mishra. Shankar Mishra was banned by Air India for 5 years for his unruly behavior. Also, there was a fine also which was imposed on Shankar Mishra. But in this case, Air India has completely tried to brush the entire incident under the carpet, and that is the reason why the unruly passenger is walking free. Right now, he would be somewhere in Bangkok, not returned to India, but there has been no official complaint which has been filed against him by Air India in Bangkok after landing. Also, Air India went on by saying that the standing independent committee has taken cognizance of this entire incident, and they will determine what sort of action is to be taken on the unruly passenger. But right now, we know that there has been no formal complaint, but yes, from the side of the victim, who is the MD of an MNC, he's a high-profile victim. We have got to know that he has written a mail to Air India seeking an apology from the airlines, because clearly, Tanisha, in this case, Air India has not learned from the previous incident, and that is the reason why this time again we saw that a passenger was intoxicated to a level that he urinated on a fellow passenger while going on the way to the washroom. This is what has happened. Also, the entire incident was reported to DGCA in the afternoon only, when Republic broke the news. The authorities were not informed in the morning hours when flight landed in Bangkok at around 7:30 a.m. That is the lack of seriousness which we saw from the side of Air India. We have put out a mail asking them certain questions, and then after they have responded, an entire Air India statement has come into this entire incident. But yes, no formal complaint as of now. The accused is walking free somewhere in Bangkok. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, thank you very much for sharing those details. Remains to be seen on when and what action will Air India take against the P-Gate accused. We move on to the other stories that we are tracking now. The central investigating agencies are now just hours away from finally getting their hands on India's most wanted 2611 plotter, Tahawwur Rana. A 6 to 7 member team of the National Investigation Agency, led by a DIG rank officer, left for the United States in a special plane to bring back the former doctor in the Pakistan army who plotted one of the biggest terror attacks on Indian soil in decades. Take a look at this report for all the latest updates as we continue to closely track Tahawwur Rana's extradition back to India.
Exactly 17 years to the horrific terror attacks that continue to evoke dark memories, the central agencies are set to finally get their hands on top 2611 plotter Tahawwur Rana. Top security sources told Republic that Rana, who staked out key 2611 targets, including the iconic Taj and Trident hotels in Mumbai, would arrive in India by a special plane in the early hours of Thursday. A 6 to 7 member team of the National Investigation Agency, led by a DIG rank officer, left for the US in a special plane to bring back India's most wanted. Rana's arrival would mark the end of a prolonged quest by the centre to bring back the 2611 mastermind, setting in motion the process of bringing the remaining plotters and perpetrators of the 4-day mayhem to justice. Republic learned from top sources that Rana was shifted out of the detention center in Los Angeles to an undisclosed location ahead of its extradition to India.
Yes, so there are two exits. Because of the security measures, they haven't told us which exit they will be taking. There's one exit here and one is on the back side, which is the parking lot. So it could be anywhere, either this one or that one. But since there is too much security, so they're not informing anyone of what the route they will be taking.
Republic, which is the only Indian network in the US tracking the much-awaited extradition, spotted a vehicle leaving the detention facility in LA.
So the police officers aren't there. The police officers aren't there. This is the first exit, which I'm about to show you. This is the first exit, which is for pedestrians who prefers walking. This is the first entrance. And let me show you the other one as well. You can see the police car as well here. But there's not like in the sense of physical policemen are not here. But yeah, in terms of security, the doors are locked and everything. And so this is another car which just left from the detention center. And this is the second exit.
However, the security officials were tight-lipped on whether the vehicle was ferrying Rana to the undisclosed location. With India's quest for Rana set to end, will Pakistan's facade of innocence in the 2611 attacks fall off now?
Kaswar, my colleague, is joining me live from Islamabad. Kaswar, Pakistan's role has been nailed in the 2611 attacks, one of the deadliest attacks in decades, in fact. Now, how is the Pakistan responding to Tahawwur's extradition back to India? India is literally dragging him back, and it's a huge diplomatic win for us.
Well, Pakistan has not given any official response regarding Tahawwur Rana's extradition from the United States to India. And the Pakistani officials on the record, they did not utter even a single statement regarding that. But I have tried to speak to a number of Pakistani officials, and everybody was giving a one-liner explanation. That was, Pakistan is not concerned about what are the activities, what the foreign nations have been doing in the past 11, 12, 13 years. So when I put another question, they told me that since he is a Canadian national, he moved from Pakistan to Canada in 1997, acquired Canadian nationality in 2001. So this is something between three countries: Canada, United States, and India. Pakistan has nothing to do with that. And remember, this is the response which I have got to know
under the carpet, the off the record statement from the Pakistani official. But on the other hand, not a single statement has been given either from Pakistan's military or even Pakistan Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Well, there is no doubt that Tahawwur Rana was born and bred in Pakistan. He studied in one of the iconic cadet college in Pakistan, and also has been a part of Pakistan military's Army Corps. But he abandoned Pakistan citizenship long ago in 1997 and acquired Canadian, nationality. So Pakistan is very clear, and that is a foreign national. Pakistan has nothing to do with the activities of a foreign national, and they believe that this is something which is between the three countries, India, United States, and Canada. Pakistan is nothing to do with that. This is the response which I have got from Pakistani official, but this is not an official response. Let me very clearly tell you. Pakistan is taking time out of statement regarding this. Also, what is very interesting is that an official told me that he has studied Tahawwur Rana's case, and there are very little accusation or evidence against Tahawwur Rana as well. And he told me off the record that whether United States or India, they will not be able to press the charges against him because there is just a single emailed evidence and nothing else. But still, he told me that Pakistan has nothing to do with Tahawwur Rana, because this is something a foreigner is involved. Foreigner is involved in this case, and Pakistan is nothing to do with a foreigner, what he has been doing on a foreign land. So Pakistan is not.
Absolutely. Kaswar, all eyes will be on when and at what time exactly will Tahawwur Rana, the 2611 plotter, will be brought back, in fact dragged back to India. Republic is going to be live. We move on to the other stories that we're tracking, and this one is from Jammu and Kashmir. Ladies and gentlemen, what we saw today in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly was extremely chaotic scenes that were witnessed from the Assembly today. There was mayhem, chaos, ruckus and scuffle between the Aam Aadmi Party and BJP MLAs. Visuals of that are running on your screens right now. Now, this scuffle went so violent, so much so that the MLAs broke the glasses, shut the door of the assembly. Now, Aam Aadmi Party MLA Mehraj Malik was allegedly beaten up outside the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly over the remarks he purportedly passed against the former Chief Minister and late PDP leader Mufti Muhammad Sayyid, as well as for mocking protesters by the BJP members. First, watch this video from inside the assembly on what actually happened.
बीजेपी के लोगों ने हमला किया, इन लोगों ने, इनको शर्म नहीं आ रही? उन्होंने बाहर बीजेपी के गुंडे और साथ में निकाला, आपने हौस चलाने के लिए हमारे यहाँ क्या नहीं कर रहे? अच्छा ये कथा, वो हिंदुओं को गलत होता है, हिंदुओं को सगे, अरे ये मत
Ladies and gentlemen, these are the visuals from inside the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. And remember, these are the elected members that have been elected to think about the betterment of the people. Now, the incident after it went violent, the Assembly marshals then came to Malik's rescue, the Aam Aadmi Party MLA's rescue, and pushed him inside the House, which had already been adjourned by that time by the Speaker till 1 p.m. The BJP and the PDP members tried to follow him inside, but they were stopped by the marshals who locked the doors. Walking over the treasury benches, the Aam Aadmi Party MLA alleged that he had been attacked by the BJP, much to the shock of the NC legislators such as the Cabinet Minister Sakina Itu. Here's the full story on what actually happened after that.
Dramatic showdown gripped the floor of the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly for the third day in a row today. The National Conference and the BJP quarrelled and scuffled over the Waqf Amendment Bill, even as the House Speaker tried to enforce order. The members across the political aisle were caught up in a fight. In fact, footage showed MLAs being escorted to safety by security deployed at the State Assembly. Amid the chaos that unfolded, the Aam Aadmi Party and BJP MLAs were also seen getting in a violent altercation after a verbal spat. Visuals also show broken furniture and glass at the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly after the physical altercation between the MLAs. The premises of the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly were sealed for the day after the ruckus and scuffles.
ये चीज़ें असेंबली में नहीं होनी चाहिए। हम असेंबली में अगर हम जम्मू से चुने हुए और श्रीनगर से चुने हुए जो नुमाइंदे थे, हम लोगों की डेवलपमेंट के इशू के लिए आए थे। 3 मार्च से हाउस चल रहा है। आज हमारे मनकोटिया साहब ने डेली वेजर्स का जो इशू था वो उठाया, उस पर बात करने के लिए, चर्चा करने के लिए रखा। इन्होंने फिर वक्फ वोट जब वो लॉ एग्जीक्यूट हो गया है, आज पूरे देश में इम्प्लीमेंट हो गया है, जब हमारे पार्लियामेंट से ऊपर कुछ नहीं है, असेंबली में हमारा कोई पार्ट ही नहीं बनता उसको डिस्कस करना, तो वो पार्ट ऑफ डिस्कशन नहीं था।
The BJP moved an adjournment motion in the assembly over unemployment in the state, which was quickly turned down by the speaker, who said the matter was not listed in the scheduled business for a debate. Meanwhile, the National
All right, we move on to the other stories that we're tracking on this broadcast. Violent street showdown erupted across Bengal today as the protesting SSC candidates tried to storm offices of the district inspector of schools, demanding that they be absorbed in the jobs they were selected for. In moving scenes outside a DI office in Kolkata's Kasbah, the protesting job losers received savage blows from police batons as they protested against the Mamata Banerjee government. Now, desperate and inconsolable, a protester was seen lying on the street, daring the police to lay into him. Here's the full report on that.
Mamata police unleashed a brutal security crackdown on protesting SSC candidates across Bengal. In Kolkata, Bardhaman, Murshidabad and elsewhere in Bengal, protesting SSC candidates were seen storming the offices of district inspectors of schools. Burning with helpless rage, the protesting SSC candidates were seen clashing with the police as they tried to resist their advance. Heartbreaking scenes unfolded outside a DI office in Kolkata's Kasbah as police in full riot gear threw kicks and punches at the hapless protesters. More moving visuals showed police batons raining on desperate SSC candidates as they pressed to be absorbed in the jobs that they were selected for. A protester was pictured lying on the street, daring the police personnel to lay into him. Education Minister Bratya Basu meanwhile blamed the crackdown on SSC candidates, saying they could have held off on their protests for a few days as Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee promised not to deprive them. At a meeting with the protesters at Kolkata's Netaji Indoor Stadium on Tuesday, Mamata offered to absorb candidates into a voluntary service, triggering fresh protests on the streets. As the SSC protests escalate, can the Mamata government do job seekers justice?
Ladies and gentlemen, India has cleared a major government-to-government deal with France for the procurement of 26 Rafale marine fighter aircraft. The deal, estimated to be worth over rupees 6,300 crore, is expected to be finalized and formalized in the coming weeks. As per sources, the Indian Navy will receive 22 single-seater jets along with 4 twin-seater variants and a comprehensive package for fleet maintenance, logistical support, personnel training and indigenous manufacturing components under offset obligations. The deal also includes training for the Navy personnel. Joining me on the broadcast to share more details on this is Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastava. P.K. Srivastava, it's a huge push for the Navy with India signing this big deal, in fact locking this big deal. How do you see this?
Tanisha, I would say it's a great moment for the country and Indian Navy in that order. Because Indian Navy had been waiting for the replacement of MiG-29K for a very long time. And this deal becomes very important in the backdrop of the Rafale Indian Air Force, which has come. And if you combine these two, it gets the country or the armed forces, Indian Navy and Indian Air Force, 4 things primarily. It gives you operational efficiency, it gives you maintenance efficiency, it gives you logistical efficiency, and it also gives you training efficiency. Let me elaborate on maintenance part a little more, because that's going to be the continuous burden on the operations of these aircraft. Normally, the aircraft operations of this class are very costly. If we combine and synergize, then our operational cost, or what we call the operational cost per hour of fighter flying in this class of aircraft, would definitely be a kind of optimum value. So I would say it's a great thing, and we have great experience with Dassault, from where this aircraft comes in. We have Mirages from them. We also have current Rafale from them. We now have this. So I think it's a good synergy, and it's going to work in the favor of our country and also in favor of Indian Navy. Indian Navy was looking for this kind of aircraft for a long time, because the aging fleet of MiG-29K has to be replaced, and our 2 aircraft carriers, which are there, Vikramaditya and Vikrant, they needed these to be done. And I guess 11 of the fighters will go on each one of them, with 2 of the trainer aircraft there. So Tanisha, it's a good moment, it's a big moment, right. And I think this is a great deal sealed.
Absolutely. Absolutely. P.K. Srivastava, thank you very much for joining us here on the broadcast and sharing your insights. Moving on to the final and the last story that we're tracking on this edition. Now, as the trade war between the United States and China intensifies, Beijing announced that it will impose tariff of up to nearly 84% on the United States goods starting Thursday, marking a sharp increase from the previously announced 34%. Here's a detailed report on all that you need to know.
The world's 2 largest economies are once again at loggerheads, this time over a fresh wave of tariffs. After President Donald Trump announced an unprecedented 104% tariff on Chinese imports.
On the other hand, countries like China, who have chosen to retaliate and try to double down on their mistreatment of American workers, are making a mistake. President Trump has a spine of steel, and he will not break, and America will not break under his leadership.
China was quick to retaliate, slapping additional tariffs of up to 84% on US goods. Beijing called the move blackmail, vowing to fight till the end. The sudden tariff spike has sent shockwaves across global markets. Economists warn of a full-blown trade war that could push consumer prices higher and stall economic recovery. Interestingly, India could stand to gain. Policy think tank Niti Aayog says this disruption may open up trade opportunities for Indian manufacturers and exporters. Trump's aggressive trade stance is once again grabbing headlines. But with no sign of de-escalation between China and US, the world watches anxiously as the tariff tit for tat unfolds.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. That also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media Campus, which is the largest newsroom in Asia, aims to bring together a diverse set of people from across the country. You can work from where you are, you can work with me here on this campus to create content on anything which you feel, if it proliferates, if it spreads, will have a positive impact on our people. It could be in the area of health, technology, defense, awareness, current affairs, politics, or even history, science and technology. I know there are a lot of you out there who have the talent, and all that you want is the reach. And Republic is doing this to give your content the reach. Together, all of us can come together and create a content revolution in our country. The digital medium, the growth of digital in our country is one of the most fascinating things. But you can use it in a positive way for the country, or you can use it in a negative way for our country.
Countdown for mega expose on Pakistan begins. 2611 Mastermind to be brought to India in 24 hours. Pakistan finally nailed India gets Tahawwur Rana. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने. This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Rana, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild. It was only a matter of time before someone put a leash on this filth factory. You see, this is not comedy. It's a race to the bottom, where shock replaces skill and vulgarity, dirt masquerades as wit. Enough is enough. One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society.
Citizens urinate on MD of an MNC in business class of Air India. Tahawwur Rana has been shifted from Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles to an undisclosed location. NIA sources say 6 to 7 member team led by DIG rank officer to bring back Tahawwur Rana special plane to land tomorrow.
तेलंगाना में जाति जनगणना ने एक बिल्कुल नया औजार दिया है। तेलंगाना में हम सचमुच में विकास का काम कर सकते हैं।
Lok Sabha leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi rakes up caste census at party's convention in Gujarat, brings in casteism in the armed forces. Siddaramaya's financial advisor has hinted at corruption in the system leading to poor infrastructure in the state. And AAP and BJP MLAs clash inside Jammu and Kashmir Assembly over Waqf Amendment Act. Good evening, welcome to Republic TV. I'm Rhythm. Viewers, the breaking news coming in. Bengal BJP slams Mamata government for cracking down on unemployed teachers. The teachers were beaten up with lathis by the Bengal police officials for demanding jobs. Slamming the Bengal government, the BJP said Mamata's regime isn't just corrupt, it is violent, heartless and unapologetically shameless. West Bengal is bleeding is what they have stated. And there's breaking news coming in as we are speaking. There is the NIA has now issued a statement after Yunus's provocation. India is now striking back that India has withdrawn the transshipment facility for Bangladesh. The NIA has said the transshipment facility extended to Bangladesh over a period of time resulted in significant congestion at our airports and ports. Logistical delays, higher costs were hindering our own exports, creating backlogs. The facility has been withdrawn on 8th April. To clarify, these measures do not impact Bangladeshi exports to Nepal, Bhutan, transiting through the Indian territory. Amid strains and ties with Bangladesh, India terminates the transshipment facility for Bangladesh's export cargo, which could impact. However, they say it's not going to be impacting. However, it's now being stated. They've stated that it could result in congestion at the airport and ports. A notification had also been issued on this, the 2022 circular that had permitted the transport of export cargo from Bangladesh to third countries was there. Let me go across to a bite that's coming in from the NIA, Randhir Jaiswal's reaction.
This was a facility that was extended to Bangladesh in 2020. The transshipment facility extended to Bangladesh had over a period of time resulted in significant congestion at our airports and ports. Logistical delays and higher costs were hindering our own exports and creating backlogs. The facility, therefore, has been withdrawn with effect from 8th April 2025. And let me clarify here, I saw some reports. These measures do not impact Bangladesh's exports to Nepal and Bhutan transiting through Indian territory. This was a facility that
And there's now breaking news that's coming in. This time, the breaking news over the war over tariffs. China's foreign ministry has released a statement saying China will never accept the type of arrogant and bullying behavior it's now seeing from the United States. The big breaking news that's coming in this time now, China, after having risen from the tariffs having risen, they have slaps 84% retaliatory tariffs on US goods in response to Trump. The tariffs on US goods entering China will rise to 84% from 34% starting 10th April has been stated. The hike comes in response to the latest US tariff increase on Chinese goods to more than 100% that began. And now China has stated that they are not going to be releasing a statement. They say they will not accept the arrogant and bullying behavior they are now seeing from the United States. All right, we're also getting you more breaking news on this. The RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra has warned of global growth slowdown amid US tariffs. RBI Governor said most of the forecasts for the global growth rate have come down by at least 20 to 30 base points, not only for this year. Even for the next year, growth rate has been reduced by 20 basis points this year. RBI Governor has further added there is mixed response globally for inflation, especially for the United States. It's projected to go up because of the tariffs they will be imposing for other countries. The impact would be different depending on the situation that they are in. Let's listen to that reaction coming in from the RBI Governor.
This challenging global environment, the Monetary Policy Committee met on the 7th, 8th and 9th of April today to deliberate and decide on the policy repo rate. The global economic outlook is fast changing. The recent trade tariff related measures have exacerbated uncertainties, clouding the economic outlook across regions, posing new headwinds for global growth and inflation. Amidst this turbulence, the US dollar has weakened appreciably, bond yields have softened significantly, equity markets are correcting, and crude oil prices have fallen to their lowest in over 3 years. In fact, as we speak, it is about $60 to a barrel. Under these circumstances, central banks are navigating cautiously with signs of policy divergence across jurisdictions, each reflecting their own domestic priorities.
Breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir this time. Twin anti-terror operations are underway in Jammu. 2 to 3 Jaish terrorists are trapped in Joffer area of Udhampur's Ramnagar. I want to go across to my colleague Gursimran joining us live on the story. Gursimran, the searches are underway to neutralize the terrorists. Give us more details.
See, right now we are in the Joffer area of Udhampur where anti-terror operation is underway. 2 anti-terror operations are underway in the Jammu region. One is in the Joffer area of Ramnagar in Udhampur and the second operation is in Chatru area of Kishtwar. I'll request Sarjeevan to show you a 360-degree view of the area as the forces move towards the operation site. We are outside the outer cordon. Nothing operational is being displayed as Sarjeevan is showing you the area where the security forces have cordoned in 2 to 3 terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed. And now as we speak, the security forces are now inching towards the upper side, because if you look at this terrain of this area, once you have to go down, then you have to stretch up. So this is the terrain, the up-down waves type terrain is there and dense forests are there, that is making it really very challenging for the security forces. While on the other operation site, it is in the Kishtwar district's Chatru area where 3 terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed group, they have been trapped. The security forces have encircled the entire area and now the security forces are trying to ensure ensure that they carry out searches in this entire area. You will see the Jawans of the Special Operations Group that have been deployed. They have been deployed with the sophisticated weapons here, so that in case the terrorists try to break out the outer cordon, they can also be neutralized, because this is one of the densely forested area, and also it makes it really very challenging. And also you will see that sunset has already been there. That means within next 15 to 20 minutes it's going to be dark, and taking the advantage of the darkness, the terrorists know how to escape out of the area, and that is why the additional reinforcement is being set, so that the stops can be placed, the gaps can be filled, and the terrorists are neutralized at an earliest. Because this encounter, these set of encounters, one in Udhampur and other in the Kishtwar, has come at a time when Union Home Minister Amit Shah has reviewed the security yesterday only and given clear-cut directions for intensified anti-terror operations in the Jammu region.
All right, Gursimran is also getting us a report from there. Let's take a look at that.
Anti-terror operations have been launched in the different parts of the Jammu. First operation in the Udhampur's Ramnagar, where in the Joffer area, the encounter broke out between the terrorists and the security forces. Right now we are in the Ramnagar, where the anti-terror operations are underway and the security forces are scanning the entire area. This area has been one of the toughest areas, as the security forces have to cross through the dense forest to reach the place where the terrorists are hiding. Important to mention that this area has always been prone to the terrorists, those who infiltrate from the international border and then heads towards the upper reaches. This group, since the area is close to the Kathua border of the Udhampur, it is believed that this is the same group that was spotted in the Kathua. And as we speak, you will see Jammu and Kashmir police along with the special operations group, they are carrying out the searches in the area. They are trying to ensure that every nook and corner of this is searched thoroughly. Reason being that this area has a past history where the terrorists have sneaked in from this area, have gone to the upper reaches of the Kishtwar and Doda to carry out terror attacks. So that's why the Special Operations Group, they are carrying out the intensified searches in the area. And as we speak, in this very area, we are moving inside with the Special Operations Group that is carrying out the dense patrolling and also ensuring that the terrorists do not sneak out from this very area. See how challenging this is, that once if I take a shelter in this area, it almost becomes impossible for someone to get me on the radar. And that is what the technique these terrorists are using. But these brave hearts of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are moving to and fro. They are moving inside this area. They are moving from one place to another, searching for the terrorists, so that these terrorists in the upper reaches of the Udhampur can be neutralized at an earliest.
Those details, a look at national news in brief. An uneasy calm prevailed in Bengal's Murshidabad district after violent street protest and arsoning over the Waqf Act. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee played the peace pipe, addressing a public event. She asserted her government was working to unite people. Taking a veiled swipe at the BJP, she said some people are out to defame Bengal through false narratives.
हाई कोर्ट ने भी अभी फांसी की सज़ा को बरकरार रखा है। ये बहुत ही अच्छा निर्णय है। इसके लिए मैं NIA पुलिस को हृदय से धन्यवाद प्रकट करता हूं, क्योंकि उनके ऊपर बहुत पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर आने के बाद में भी पुलिस नहीं झुकी और पूरा अच्छे से उन्होंने इंक्वायरी करके सभी सबूतों को इकट्ठा करके उन तमाम आतंकियों को फांसी की सज़ा दिलाने में उनको कामयाबी मिली है। इसके लिए मैं पुलिस को हृदय से धन्यवाद प्रकट करता हूँ।
Assuring the full support of his administration to distressed farmers in the state, Rajasthan Chief Minister Bhajan Lal Sharma said all guarantees in the BJP Sankalp Patra or manifesto would be fulfilled. He also praised Prime Minister Modi for putting the country on the path of reform and progress.
आप निशान लगाते चलना, संकल्प पत्र आप सभी के पास होगा। नहीं हो तो आप कंप्यूटर में निकाल करके देख लेना। हम हमारे एक एक संकल्प पत्र के वादे को पूरा करेंगे और राजस्थान को देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में विकसित राजस्थान बनाएंगे और विकसित भारत बनाएंगे।
Coming down heavily on the BJP-led NDA government at the centre, Congress MLA Gaurav Gogoi accused Prime Minister Modi of abolishing constitutional rights of the people. Gogoi also accused the PM for failing to insulate the country from the impact of US Trump's tariff announcement.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का एक ही लक्ष्य है कि भारत में लोगों की जो संवैधानिक अधिकार है उसको कैसे ख़त्म किया जाए, और इसीलिए बार बार वो इस प्रकार के उन्होंने निर्णय लिए, जिस निर्णयों से आज देखिए जो आर्थिक संकट आई हुई है यूएस टैरिफ्स को लेकर, उस पर उनकी सरकार कितनी चुप है।
The BJP took a dig at the Congress over the special resolution on Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel adopted at the party's ongoing CWC session in Ahmedabad. BJP spokesperson C.R. Kesavan said the Congress's sudden, belated show of respect for Sardar Patel was aimed merely at extracting political mileage.
If the Congress party, which is now suddenly and shamelessly faking respect for Sardar Patel ji, had any real regard for him, the Congress party would have named its party headquarters as Sardar Bhavan. It wouldn't have given the name of a dynastic name of Indira Bhavan. The people of India know that the Congress party is playing this bogus farcical drama saying that they are following Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel's path, which is a blatant oxymoron because the Congress party is only doing this.
Congress MP Praniti Shinde questioned the centre's silence over pressing issues such as employment, the Manipur situation and price rise while attempting to steer the discourse to issues going back 300 years. She said the BJP's sole agenda was to spread communal politics in the country.
कल परसों चालाकी से पार्लियामेंट सेशन होने के बाद 3 दिन बाद आप पेट्रोल डीजल के प्राइसेस निकालते हैं, आप सिर्फ 300 साल पुरानी चीज़ें उठाते हैं, आप सिर्फ पोलराइजेशन ध्रुवीकरण आप बात करते हैं, ना कोई बेरोजगारी पे बोल रहा है, ना कोई मणिपुर पे बोल रहा है, ना कोई प्राइस राइज पे बोल रहा है, ना कोई किसानों को लेके बोल रहा है, लेकिन इनको यही सोचता है इनको देश डिवाइड करना है और देश में एक तरह का पॉइजन फैलाने का काम बीजेपी कर रही है.
And Congress MLA Iraf Hafiz Loan targeted centre over the passage of the Waqf Act in Parliament, calling it an assault on the country's federal character, accusing the centre of attempts to segregate Jammu and Kashmir.
हम समझते हैं कि संविधान को वायलेट किया जा रहा है, सेक्युलरिज्म ब्रेजनली वायलेट हो रहा है, रूल ऑफ लॉ वायलेट हो रहा है, इदारों को अंडरमाइन किया जा रहा है, फेडरलिज्म को खतरे में है. आपने देखा किस तरीके से जम्मू कश्मीर एक स्टेट को, हिस्टोरिकल स्टेट को यूटी बनाया गया. हम समझते हैं कि इस वक्त की ज़रूरत है कि जो हमारी पहचान.
And also, ruckus broke out in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly for the third day in a row today. The proceedings of the session stood marred by uproar of the passing of the Waqf Act. The National Congress members erupted in protest in the Assembly, quarrelling with the opposition members. This comes as President Draupadi Murmu has given her assent to the Waqf Act on Tuesday.
Dramatic showdown gripped the floor of the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly for the third day in a row today. The National Conference and the BJP quarrelled and scuffled over the Waqf Amendment Bill, even as the House Speaker tried to enforce order. The members across the political aisle were caught up in a fight. In fact, footage showed MLAs being escorted to safety by security deployed at the State Assembly. Amid the chaos that unfolded, the Aam Aadmi Party and BJP MLAs were also seen getting in a violent altercation after a verbal spat. Visuals also show broken furniture and glass at the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly after the physical altercation between the MLAs. The premises of the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly were sealed for the day after the ruckus and scuffles.
ये चीज़ें असेंबली में नहीं होनी चाहिए। हम असेंबली में अगर हम जम्मू से चुने हुए और श्रीनगर से चुने हुए जो नुमाइंदे थे, हम लोगों की डेवलपमेंट के इशू के लिए आए थे। 3 मार्च से हाउस चल रहा है। आज हमारे मनकोटिया साहब ने डेली वेजर्स का जो इशू था वो उठाया, उस पर बात करने के लिए, चर्चा करने के लिए रखा। इन्होंने फिर वक्फ वोट जब वो लॉ एग्जीक्यूट हो गया है, आज पूरे देश में इम्प्लीमेंट हो गया है, जब हमारे पार्लियामेंट से ऊपर कुछ नहीं है, असेंबली में हमारा कोई पार्ट ही नहीं बनता उसको डिस्कस करना, तो वो पार्ट ऑफ डिस्कशन नहीं था।
The BJP moved an adjournment motion in the assembly over unemployment in the state, which was quickly turned down by the speaker, who said the matter was not listed in the scheduled business for a debate. Meanwhile, the National Conference accused the BJP of indulging in drama and avoiding discussions on the Waqf Amendment Act. Like the last 2 days, the assembly session was adjourned amid the showdown. The adjournment would remain in effect till 1 p.m. today. The scuffles in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly follow the presidential assent to the Waqf bill, setting the stage for a showdown on the streets over the reformist law.
In a major decision amid the continuing political showdown over Aurangzeb's tomb, the ruling Mahayuti in Maharashtra renamed Khuldabad as Ratnapur. Khuldabad is home to the final resting place of the 16th century Aurangzeb. The big announcement was made by State Minister and Shiv Sena MLA Sanjay Shrisad. The development follows months after masked rioters set fire to two-wheelers and shops in Nagpur amid calls to remove Aurangzeb's tomb.
Weeks after masked rioters unleashed fury and arson on the streets of Nagpur, a major decision by the ruling Mahayuti in Maharashtra. The Maharashtra government announced the renaming of the city, which is home to Aurangzeb's tomb. State Minister and Shiv Sena MLA Sanjay Sirsat announced the renaming of Khuldabad to Ratnapur. The tomb of the 16th century Mughal ruler has been at the center of a fierce political showdown in the state. Stoking an all-out political scuffle, Samajwadi Party MLA Abu Azmi came out in praise of the Mughal tyrant, claiming he was wrongly portrayed in the blockbuster Chhawa.
कि औरंगजेब रहमतुल्लाह अलैह जो हैं उन्होंने मंदिर तोड़ी तो मस्जिद ही तोड़ी है उन्होंने। गोलकुंडा की मस्जिद की जो ताना राजा थे तानाशाह क्या नाम था उसका, उसकी मस्जिद तोड़ा उन्होंने, वहां पे मंदिर भी तोड़ा। अगर तो क्या वजह है उसकी पता लगाना चाहिए। लेकिन अगर वो हिंदू के खिलाफ होते तो 34% हिंदू उनके साथ नहीं रहते और उनका सिपह सालार हिंदू नहीं रहता। मेरा कहना है कि इसको हिंदू मुस्लिम एंगल से नहीं देखना चाहिए। और ये सच है कि उनके राज में भारतवर्ष सोने की चिड़िया था। भारतवर्ष 24% यहाँ का वो था। भारतवर्ष की सीमा अफगानिस्तान और बर्मा तक थी। तो ये कौन मिटा सकता है, हिस्ट्री से कौन मिटा सकता है? अगर आप इन सब बातों को लाएंगे तो हम करेंगे, लेकिन फिर मैं कहूंगा कि इसमें हिंदू मुस्लिम का एंगल देने की कोई जरूरत नहीं।
Leading the storm of protests that followed Azmi's remark, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde demanded that the SP MLA be booked for sedition for glorifying a ruler who tortured Maratha warrior Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj.
ये महाराष्ट्र के जनता की भावना को अध्यक्ष महोदय जी ने मानकर उनका निलंबन कर दिया है। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज जी का अपमान जो भी करेगा, छत्रपति संभाजी महाराज का अपमान जो करेगा, उसको महाराष्ट्र नहीं छोड़ेगा, उसको महाराष्ट्र माफ नहीं करेगा। बस।
What followed was a chorus of calls for the removal of Aurangzeb's tomb. In a guarded response while condemning attempts to whitewash the Mughal tyrant, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis said his government would proceed legally in the matter. Amid calls to remove Aurangzeb's tomb, violent scenes unfolded on the streets of Nagpur on the night of March 17, with rioters setting fire to shops and two-wheelers. Mastermind Fahim Khan, who was booked for circulating doctored clips to incite riots, was eventually arrested. As the Fadnavis government comes out with a big move, will the renaming stoke fresh protests on the streets?
Coming up after a short break, NIA sources say 6 to 7 member team led by DIG rank officer to bring back Tahawwur Rana. Special plane to land tomorrow. More details coming up.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influences, dirty influences. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media Campus, which is the largest newsroom in Asia, aims to bring together a diverse set of people from across the country. You can work from where you are, you can work with me here on this campus to create content on anything which you feel, if it proliferates, if it spreads, will have a positive impact on our people. It could be in the area of health, technology, defense, awareness, current affairs, politics, or even history, science and technology. I know there are a lot of you out there who have the talent.
MDH की देगी मीरज
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मीरज
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild. It was only a matter of time before someone put a leash on this filth factory. You see, this is not comedy. It's a race to the bottom, where shock replaces skill and vulgarity, dirt masquerades as wit. Enough is enough. One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome you watching the Wednesday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Shavan Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, yet another attempt of Air India trying to underplay an incident that took place inside the aircraft. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we come to you with clinching evidence of how Air India has once again been caught napping. All this and much more in this edition of This Is Exclusive, but first let me take you through the headlines we are tracking at this hour. Indian citizen urinates on MD of an MNC in the business class of Air India flight. Company downplays incident, let goes of unruly passenger with mere warning. (2611) Mastermind Tahawwur Rana shifted from Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles to an undisclosed location. NIA team hours away from getting Rana's custody. NIA sources say 6-member team led by DIG rank officer to bring back Tahawwur Rana Air Force special plane on Thursday late morning. Complete chaos and pandemonium in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly for a third consecutive day over the Waqf Act. MLAs caught in brawl and marshalled out. Republic asks, is this the opposition's peaceful protest model? Ladies and gentlemen, it's game over for Tahawwur Rana, the 2611 mastermind. He's expected to be extradited to India on Thursday. Authorities have heightened their security and proper arrangements are basically underway. In fact, the latest that we are picking up is that the Special Air Force aircraft that is going to carry Tahawwur Rana is likely to arrive around noon. Tomorrow noon is what we are being told, and that it will be refueling somewhere in Europe. The extradition of Rana marks a significant diplomatic victory for India. Now, to this date, the only key operative held accountable in India for the 26 November 2008 attacks, which claimed over 170 lives, has only been Ajmal Kasab, the sole gunman captured alive, who was subsequently tried and executed. Now, this is what we are picking up right now. In fact, tonight on This Is Exclusive, we are also joined by the man, the officer, who was able to successfully carry out with the extradition procedure. In fact, it was during the tenure of YC Modi, the former NIA chief, that the extradition process was carried out. Mr. Modi, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. I do remember the kind of deliberations that took place at the NIA headquarters when you were at the helm of affairs. Take us through how the extradition process was carried out, because many believed that the extradition of Tahawwur Rana would have been blocked by Pakistan, and that's exactly what we witnessed.
Shavan, you may recall that NIA was established after 2611 attacks in Mumbai. So it was really a matter of pride and matter of prestige that NIA must get back the main conspirator. So for this purpose, we registered a case against Tahawwur Rana, Coleman Headley, Lakwi and others. This case is different from the case which was registered in the matter relating to Kasab and other terrorists, because Tahawwur Rana was being prosecuted by American authorities in the case relating to Mumbai attacks separately. So it was necessary that we have another case that in which he is extradited to India. In the extradition proceeding, there is a system. If somebody is facing trial in the host country, then his trial needs to be completed first, and he has to undergo punishment if he is convicted. And after completion of his term in US, then only our extradition proceedings took the real steam. Though we had collected evidence against him, foolproof evidence against Tahawwur Rana, and had shared with the US authorities. When he completed his term in US, then we requested US authorities to detain that fellow and send him to India. We know that there are some rights available to every person, every individual, even if he is accused, even if he is involved in a very, very serious offense.
Mr. Modi, can I ask you, with regards to the evidence that you make a mention of, what is the evidence that India has of Tahawwur Rana's role and the direct Pakistan link? Can you help our viewers understand the direct Pakistan link and why the extradition of Tahawwur Rana would perhaps bring in the much needed closure in this case?
Shravan, Tahawwur Rana had left India 10 days before Mumbai attacks. So we had to collect evidence of his conducting this conspiracy, of partnering with Headley and others in this conspiracy. So we used the system of AMLET and collected the emails which he sent to other conspirators from his location in US to other countries, including Pakistan. And that is a foolproof evidence against Tahawwur and indicating his involvement in this serious offense. And in extradition proceedings, we don't have the right to make our lawyer appear. It's between the US government and their courts. So first of all, we have to convince the US authorities, showing the adequacy of the evidence against any accused. So in this case, first we convince the US authorities that we have foolproof, adequate evidence against Tahawwur Rana, and that was presented by them, by US authorities, to their courts. We had been helping them. We had been providing them the required evidence from our side. But when you deal with the other governments, so there is a lot of carefulness we have to do, because we can't give them the flimsy evidence. Right. So we did a lot of hard work. Our team visited many times to the US. Our lawyers also visited US many times to brief the US lawyers. So a lot of hard work was done by our NIA team, and we know that there was a pressure from
Mr. Modi,
pressure from Pakistan, so as to ensure that this man is not extradited to India, and that was handled by Ministry of External Affairs as well as political level by the present government.
Mr. Modi, can I just...
I feel that because we made a foolproof case and all the agencies worked together in coordination, that this extradition has been possible.
Mr. Modi, I'll just request you to stay on with us, as we are also getting in some more breaking news, and I'll come back to the Pakistan link, because here there are details of the evidence that NIA chief, the former NIA chief, was talking about, the link between David Coleman Headley and Tahawwur Rana. In fact, the National Investigation Agency has essentially revealed that Tahawwur Rana called David Coleman Headley a co-conspirator 231 times across 8 visits to India. Now, of particular note, Rana basically made 32 calls to Headley on 14th of September 2006 during the first visit to Mumbai. Now, these phone records have become crucial evidence in establishing the link between the two men and significantly strengthening the NIA's case for Rana's extradition, providing clear evidence of their collaboration in the planning as well as the execution of the attacks. Let me also quickly go across to my colleague and our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, and Mr. Modi. Both are joining us on this broadcast. Now, we are putting out the clinching evidence, Abhishek, that you were pointing out. And this, as Mr. Modi was indicating, that when they went to the court, they went with this kind of evidence. Help us understand this further.
Well, you have with you the man who really knows the inside details of this information, Shravan. This is part of the dossier which Mr. Modi shared with the American authorities. So, just for the benefit of viewers, while David Coleman Headley, as part of his guilty plea, he threw Tahawwur Rana under the bus. But because Tahawwur Rana was pleading not guilty insofar as his role in Mumbai terror attacks are concerned, this evidence that at least 231 times during the 8 visits they were in touch, that he was continuously communicating with David Coleman Headley, alias Daud Jilani, and his role really, if you look at this communication, it connects the dots as to what role effectively Tahawwur Rana played in the Mumbai terror attacks. He was parallelly talking to the people in Pakistan, in the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Pakistani ISI, and doing back and forth in terms of fine-tuning the details, connecting the dots in terms of the places, Rakid, etc. And as Mr. Modi was mentioning, Tahawwur Rana himself spent about a week or more in India, traveling from Kochi to Ahmedabad, from Ahmedabad to Delhi, from Delhi to Agra, and even Mumbai, and stayed at the same Taj Mahal Palace where just a week later that terror attack took place. So I think that clincher material that the NIA provided in its dossier obviously helped the American authorities also realize that they cannot play footsie anymore and that he has to be extradited. And finally, the D-Day is coming, Shravan.
Abhishek, I'll request you to stay on with us. We are getting back-to-back breaking news coming in. In fact, Republic has now exclusively accessed a document that was submitted to the US court, which basically mentions that on the basis of extensive evidence provided by India to the United States for Tahawwur Rana's extradition, it is pertinently clear that as per the India-US extradition treaty, the reasons are deemed valid. The court essentially says, and I quote, found there is probable cause to believe that Rana committed the offences as to which extradition has been sought and should be extradited to India under the extradition treaty between the United States and India. In fact, the court also observed that the issues regarding David Coleman Headley's credibility do not completely obliterate the evidence of probable cause that Rana is a key accused in the case and must be extradited. Now, let me also go back to the former NIA chief, Mr. YC Modi, and as Abhishek was also pointing out, here is the man who led this entire extradition process. And one final question that I want to ask you, Mr. Modi, is with regards to the connections that emerged and the fact that this was supported by the Pakistani military. Tahawwur Rana's direct links with the ISI and the military. What is that evidence that you provided to the US court, which is why the US court made this observation that I just pointed out?
No, because we had been getting regular queries from US authorities regarding actions taken by Tahawwur Rana and his links with ISI. And we provided all that evidence to US authorities. It's a very well-known fact that this man was working as a doctor with the Pakistan Army. And after completing his maybe term or whatever you call with Pakistan Army, he shifted to Chicago, where he was running an immigration agency as well as some butcher shop. This man was regularly in touch and was on rolls of ISI along with Headley, and we provided the documents relating to his correspondence with all these known terrorists like Lakwi and others. So on the basis of that, that was a very fully convincing and clinching evidence to show his connection with ISI of Pakistan and terrorists sponsored by them. So, though difficult, the task was difficult, but I would appreciate the work done by NIA team as well as by Ministry of External Affairs and political leadership of our country that we could ensure his extradition.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Modi, for joining us on this broadcast. As the clock is now counting, once Tahawwur Rana is actually brought back to New Delhi, he's going to be produced before the NIA court, and that's where perhaps the focus would now be on the closure aspect. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the big exclusive tonight. It is yet another shocking incident of mid-air misconduct. An Air India passenger urinated on a fellow traveller on board flight AI2336 that was en route from Delhi to Bangkok. The incident occurred during the aircraft's descent and was reported to the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, the DGCA, by the airline. But what is shocking is how Air India has once again completely downplayed this entire incident. But now, on This Is Exclusive, we are going to put out proof. The MD in question, the victim in this particular case, has actually written to Air India demanding action to be taken against the perpetrator, the accused. But it turns out in a statement, in fact, this was an answer to the questions that were sent out by Republic TV, Air India simply said that there was no complaint. What you are seeing right now, in fact, I'm going to take you through this document that I'm holding. This is an email that is actually written by the victim who was there at the... He has written an email to the Air India, and this is what he says. He's made 4 demands. In fact, the first demand, he says, as per this email, is an immediate identification and action against the individual who committed the act, a formal apology from Air India, assurance and clarity on measures being taken by Air India to ensure that gross incidents do not recur, appropriate compensation for the mental distress, inconvenience and humiliation during his international business travel. In fact, I'm going to just first hold this reply, and I'm going to go across to my colleague Harsha, who's getting us this yet another proof. And meanwhile, I'm going to put out the statement or the response that Air India had given to the questionnaire that was sent by Republic TV. Can we have both? First, the questions that were sent out by Republic TV. Second, the Air India statement. And Harsha on air right now getting us this particular email reply. And let's take you through the details right now of this. Harsha, first, with regards to the reply that has now come in, this is the complaint, the official complaint that has been made by the victim to Air India. A copy of it has been signed. In fact, we're not taking the name of the victim at this point in time because Air India makes no mention of the victim. But clearly, this is a 4-page email that has been sent to Air India. In fact, he makes 4 demands.
And Shravan, as you can clearly see, there's completely difference in the claims which Air India is making, and where Air India stated that proper SOPs were followed in this entire incident. They also went on by saying that the victim didn't file any complaint with the Bangkok officials, and no complaint was filed by other passengers as well. While when we read the mail which from the MD has been sent out to Air India, here they have completely stated that there should be immediate identification and action against the individual who committed this act, a formal apology, assurance and clarity on the measures being taken by Air India to ensure that such gross incidents do not occur. Also, they stated about the appropriate compensation to the victim. They also went on by saying if the action is not taken, they will take up the matter with the ministry, with the Japan embassy and also the other authorities as well if the action is not taken. And how upset and shocked and panicked was the victim, that clearly showcases in the letter, in the formal complaint email which has been sent sent by the victim to the Air India, while Air India stated that nothing was done, only the accused apologized, everything went on well. After that, we shifted the accused from the seat 2D to seat 14C. None of the passengers asked for a complaint, and such is the unruly behavior. Unruly passengers are being dealt in Air India. Also, Shravan, this is not the first time. Previously also during the case of Shankar Mishra, who was the VP at an MNC, at that time also we saw there was a stringent action, but after Delhi police stepped in. But in this case, no action has been taken against unruly passenger. He is walking free right now. No complaint has been lodged. Nothing Air India has done. In fact, Air India till now has not informed to the Civil Aviation Ministry as well. Not even BCAS. Only one of the authorities they have informed, that is DGCA. And right now we are also trying to get in touch with DGCA. Exactly what DGCA, if DGCA has given any mail, written mail to Air India regarding investigation or questioning or any notice to Air India, because till now what we have gotten to know that unruly passenger has not been banned, any fine has not been imposed against him. So we can see that the carelessness attitude of Air India still remains the same, which was earlier last year in January when the incident of Shankar Mishra happened in Air India, where he urinated on a fellow lady passenger. Back to you.
Well, in fact, Air India is certainly in big trouble. The statement that has been released by Air India in a response to the questions that were sent by Republic TV, in which they make absolutely no mention of the demand that was made by the victim. In fact, I'm holding the letter that has been addressed to the Customer Relations Department. Now, this is the letter that has been written, addressed to the Customer Relations Department of Air India. In fact, the victim says that he's writing this letter to lodge a serious formal complaint regarding an appalling and wholly unacceptable incident that occurred on board flight Delhi to Bangkok on 9th of April. The booking reference number, there are details that have been mentioned, and the business class ticket, seat numbers, all of it has been mentioned. But he says that this is exactly what he wants. There are 4 demands that he actually makes. And the demand number 1, immediate identification and action against the individual who committed this act. A formal apology from Air India in writing. Number 3, assurance and clarity on measures being taken by Air India to ensure that gross incidents do not recur. Appropriate compensation for the mental distress, inconvenience and humiliation that has been caused during his international business travel. Now let me take you through a full frame of the Air India's statement. This is a response to the question we had asked. In fact, this is a question we had asked as to why Air India hasn't taken any action, or an official complaint has not been filed against this person. They have essentially said that the matter was solved amicably. On your seat, they say that passenger seated on 2D urinated on passenger seated on 1D during the descent. Let's take you through the others right now. Passenger seated on 1D apprised the cabin crew of the incident. In fact, they also go on to say, and I'm quoting from the statement that has been put out, this is exactly what they have said after 6 questions were basically sent by Republic TV. In fact, this is what they've said, what you see right now on your screens. And I'm taking you through the entire statement, where they confirm that an incident of unruly passenger behavior was reported to the cabin crew operating AI 2336 from Delhi to Bangkok. The crew followed all laid out procedures. Matters have been reported to the authorities. In addition to warning the unruly passenger, can we just put this breaking news coming in? Now, what Air India has done is just sent out a warning to the unruly passenger. Can we put this breaking news out? Air India's only action that has been taken, they have warned the unruly passenger. No complaint was filed by Air India. No complaint filed by Air India. And the fact that they let off the passenger with a simple warning. Crew offered to assist an aggrieved passenger to take up a grievance with authorities in Bangkok, which was declined at the time. The standing independent committee will be convened to assess the incident and determine the action, if any, to be taken against the unruly passenger. Air India continues to follow the SOPs as laid out by the DGCA in such matters. Well, in fact, this is the proof that we have now put out for Air India to finally respond, because Air India has basically let off the unruly passenger with a simple warning. No complaint has been filed. We're going to send out one more questionnaire to Air India seeking their response on this official message that has been sent to them demanding for a complaint to be filed. That's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. Trending coming up on the other side.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program.
Air India hit with another P-Gate scandal. Bridgestone MD becomes latest victim on Air India. Air India attempting to downplay P-Gate, debating tonight at 8 p.m.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
That also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Oris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild. It was only a matter of time before someone put a leash on this filth factory. You see, this is not comedy. It's a race to the bottom, where shock replaces skill and vulgarity, dirt masquerades as wit. Enough is enough.
No matter what device you are on, trending stories are breaking the internet. Shaking the world with economic order, the tariffs imposed by Trump upon 60 countries have come into effect. And not just that, viewers. In a monumental first, Hitesh Gulia created history by becoming the sole Indian to claim gold at the prestigious boxing cup held in Brazil. In another story, White House's response, boys will be boys on Musk and Navarro fight is breaking the internet. India, meanwhile, has sealed the deal for 26 Rafale jets. What's also trending is the Victory Day parade, where Russia has invited Prime Minister Modi to attend the Victory Day parade on May 9th. Also on the show, US Trade Rep Jameson Gurr claims that India is willing to reduce tariffs on the United States, and the question that everyone is asking, will India back down? We are bringing to you this and a lot more in tonight's Power Pack Bulletin. This is Trending Today with me, Tanisha Awasthi. Donald Trump's tariffs on 60 countries, which he deems the worst offenders, including 104 duties on China, have come into effect.
The US would be having, in totality, 104% tariffs against China. Now, these high tariffs...
Right now, a 104% tariff. Think of it, 104%. Now, it sounds ridiculous, but they charged us for many items 100%, 125%. Many countries have. They've ripped us off left and right. But now it's our turn to do the ripping.
The additional tariffs on China kicked in after Beijing refused to meet Trump's deadline to withdraw retaliatory levies. Meanwhile, analysts have warned that financial markets will experience more swings up and down. This is induced by uncertainty over how long Trump's stiff tariffs on imports. In Japan, the Nikkei index dropped above 5%. Singapore's STI index slipped 2.4%. South Korea's Kospi index lost 1.8%. Hong Kong's Hang Seng index slipped 0.4%, and India's Nifty 50 closed 0.61% lower, and Sensex ended 0.51% lower at 73,847. The latest on China versus United States war, Xi Jinping has retaliated with 84% tariffs on United States goods with effect from April 10th, up from the 34% previously that was announced. Joining us live, we have with us economist Akash Chindal. Sir, can you elaborate for our viewers on how Trump's 104% tariff on China will help India gain strategic advantage?
Would be having, in totality, 104% tariffs against China. Now, these high tariffs are going to be highly negative for Chinese economy, US economy, as well as the global economy. And the global economy is expected to go into recession if these tariffs are not reversed. As far as India is concerned, India now, with the current scenario, is going to get some benefit out of this tariff war. Because initially this was a global trade war or a global tariff war. Now it's becoming primarily a US-China trade war. Now, how India would stand to gain is, number one, global portfolio money, which was coming to India, had started going to China. Now it's so high tariffs on China, Chinese economy is going to get into recession because China is totally an export-oriented economy. Chinese economy has already been suffering from deflation, bank issues, debt issues. So that economy is going to be hit severely. So now that global portfolio money, foreign portfolio money, which is going to China, is expected to come to India. That's going to be good for Indian markets. That's going to be good for Indian forex reserves, and that's going to strengthen Indian rupee. Plus, some manufacturing is going to shift to India from China. Then we have a very talented government which has very well tackled the situation. The current Indian government, led by Prime Minister Modi, is a government which is a solution-oriented government. They are still having a dialogue with US and seeing the branding and the image and the popularity of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his friendship with Donald Trump. I am sure we are going to get are tariffs reversed up to a certain extent. So India would stand to gain. Number one, because portfolio money is going to come higher to India. Secondly, manufacturing is going to shift up to a certain extent to India. Thirdly, what would happen is tie-up between India and US is going to be better, because US now has to counter China. To counter China, they need an ally. And who could be a better ally than India in this region in this trade war? So I think what's going to happen is Chinese economy is going to suffer like anything. Globally, there are going to be a lot of job losses. Globally, inflation is going to rise. Now, Donald Trump, perhaps he has been imposing these tariffs because he needs money to offer tax cuts to his own citizens, but his own citizens are complaining now because of higher inflation. But as far as India is concerned, it's going to be perhaps good for us. Today there has been a repo rate cut. Now, repo cut in India means that now in India demand and consumption would boom, which would increase our GDP growth, GST collection and income tax collection. Already we are having a very decent GDP growth, GST collection and income tax collection. So now on one hand we are having a tariff war, on the other hand we are having a repo cut. So we are going to set off some global impact which is going to be there on India. So I think now it would be primarily US-China trade war, which would have a lasting impact on global economy. But India, considering we have a government which is very logical, which is a government which is a solution-oriented government, and considering the Indian economy, that since our Indian economy is domestic demand-driven economy, we are not an export-oriented economy, I think India, end of the day, is going to gain from the current situation.
In the backdrop, several countries like the ones including India are open to lowering tariffs on United States goods. US Trade Representative Jameson Geer said 50 countries had approached him to discuss how to achieve reciprocity. Now, Geer has also pointed out that the Americans' average tariff on agricultural goods is 5%, but India's average tariff is 39%.
Our average tariff on agricultural goods is 5%, but India's average tariff is 39%. You understand the trend here. Our trade deficit, driven by these non-reciprocal conditions, is a manifestation of the loss of the nation's ability to make, to grow, to build. And the president recognizes the urgency of the moment.
Now, India was earlier dubbed Tariff King by Trump. However, both nations are now working on a trade deal that sweetens the pot for United States and India. Meanwhile, RBI's Monetary Policy Committee meet was held earlier today. RBI has cut interest rates by 0.25%. The central bank has also reduced repo rates from 6.25% to 6%, a second cut since February. It has also revised its quarterly growth estimates for financial year 26. Now projecting 6.5% growth in quarter 1, 6.7% in quarter 2 and 6.6%. Joining us live from our digital newsroom on this is my colleagues Pranav Kulkarni and Himanshu. Pranav, Himanshu, yes, please take it away.
Tanisha, basically this move is to give more money in Indian hands. Will this move actually offset some of the losses that is probably happening after Trump's tariff? Is something that, Pranav, do you want to add more to it?
Yeah, basically what the RBI has done today is that it has cut the repo rates, which means that the EMIs will go down, which necessarily means that there will be more money in the hands of consumers and people like you and me. And then at this time, we can definitely have options of whether we want to reinvest that money in the stock market. So domestic investors or retail investors in that sense could definitely probably be of help.
Will this actually help India is something that we'll see in coming days, but this definitely is a move that's probably Indian economy is probably better placed after RBI's decision today.
Yeah.
Right.
Tanisha.
Thank you, Himanshu and Pranav, for sharing those details and joining us here on the broadcast. Moving on, Hitesh Gulya created history at the World Boxing Cup in Brazil. He is now the first Indian boxer to claim a gold medal at the high-profile tournament. His historic win is a milestone moment for Indian boxing on the international stage. A sailor with the Indian Navy, Gulia has consistently impressed at the national level. He first clinched a gold medal at the Senior National Boxing Championships. He followed it up with another gold at the 30th Uttarakhand National Games. These wins already cemented his growth dominance in the world of boxing. From a local boxing ring in Haryana's Jhajjar to winning gold at the world stage, Gulia's story nothing is short of inspiration. Upon Gulia's monumental victory, social media went ablaze with fellow countrymen showering praises on boxer's incredible feat. Viewers, Hitesh's tale is one where no matter what hand fate dealt with him, he overcame all the obstacles. The lack of money or his humble background couldn't kill his big dreams. A while back, my colleague Madhurima spoke with the young boxing champion Hitesh Gulia himself. Listen in.
Joining us now is Hitesh Gulia, who's created history by winning gold in the Boxing World Cup of 2025. Hitesh जी, धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए. मेरा पहला सवाल है आपसे कि आप भी एक हम्बल बैकग्राउंड से आए हैं. कितनी मेहनत लगी यहाँ तक पहुँचने में?
मैम, इसके पीछे 10 साल की मेहनत है. 10 साल मैंने बॉक्सिंग को दिए हैं. उसके बाद मैं आज इस काम पर पहुँचा हूँ.
जी, अगर हम कहें तो ये 10 साल की मेहनत की आप बात कर रहे हैं, तो ये 10 साल की प्रिपरेशन किस तरीके से रहती है?
सुबह शाम तो आपको त्योहार मिस करने पड़ते हैं, इसमें फैमिली से दूर रहना पड़ता है और जो आपका पसंदीदा खाना है वो छोड़ना पड़ता है, तब जाके आप ये चीज अचीव करते हैं.
कौन सा आपका पसंदीदा खाना है हितेश जी जो आपने बिल्कुल छोड़ दिया अपने देश के लिए और उसको ग्लोरी तक लाने के लिए?
मैम, मेरा फेवरेट तो आलू का पराठा है. मैं आलू का पराठा बहुत पसंद है मेरे को. तो मैंने अभी फिलहाल तो मैं रोटी भी बंद कर रखी है. कंपटीशन से पहले मैं पराठा वगैरह कुछ नहीं खाता. ये
एक सवाल मैं आपसे और लूंगी कि आपकी प्रेरणा कौन है, इंस्पिरेशन कौन है जिसने आपको यहाँ तक आगे आने पे मदद करी?
मैम, मेरी फैमिली है. उनसे ज्यादा प्रेरणा मैं कहाँ से लूंगा? मेरे पापा हैं, वो इतने इंस्पिरेशन है उनके. वो मतलब ऐसी सिचुएशन में कभी मतलब बोलते हैं कि हार मत मानो, कभी भी लड़ते रहो बस.
धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए हितेश जी. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर स्पीकिंग टू अस. दैट वाज हितेश गुलिया, viewers, who just won a gold for the country and made us all proud.
Hot off the plate and straight to your screens. Viewers, this is Hot Trends. Tesla CEO Elon Musk and US President Donald Trump's trade advisor Peter Navarro are embroiled in class-worthy exchange on X. Interestingly, the White House seems to agree and has rubbished their amusing spat, saying boys will be boys. White House press secretary has been captured saying, "We will let their public sparring continue."
Boys will be boys, and we will let their public sparring continue. And you guys should all be very grateful that we have the most transparent administration in history.
Hrithik Roshan, who is currently on a multi-city tour across the United States, is now a recipient of massive backlash after his show in Texas was described as poorly managed even after fans paid up rupees 1.25 lakhs during a meet and greet segment with the actor. A parent recalls having witnessed children being abruptly removed and denied the opportunity to meet Hrithik Roshan. Another fan highlighted issues at a previous Atlanta show, saying the coordination and execution of the Atlanta show was deeply disappointing. China plans to ban Hollywood movies after saying it will never accept the blackmail nature of the United States. This comes after Donald Trump's escalated tariff threats against Beijing. A ban on American movies would cause upcoming releases like Jurassic World, Rebirth and Mission Impossible sequel to lose out on earning totaling hundreds of millions of dollars. As per US Trade Representative Jimson Gear, India is among several countries now expressing willingness to lower tariffs in response to sweeping United States trade measures. Gear noted that approximately 50 countries have approached the United States to negotiate relief from Trump's broad-based import tariffs. A sudden electrical malfunction triggered a series of fires, panic and destruction in a village in Karnataka. Since then, several videos of the terrifying incident have since gone viral, capturing dramatic visuals of sparks leaping from electric poles, smoke rising from rooftops and scorched interiors of homes. Russia has officially sent an invitation to Prime Minister Narendra Modi to attend the May 9 celebrations. This marks the 80th anniversary of victory over Germany in the World War III. NASA astronaut Don Pettit has shared marvelous video from the International Space Station before the docking of the Soyuz spacecraft. The video showed an altitude change of the station and its course correction for the docking procedure. The nighttime time-lapse footage from the station's cupola window also featured stunning green auroras that were triggered due to the solar activity. A 90-foot pyramid submerged just off the coast of Japan is turning heads and could shake up everything we thought we knew about ancient civilizations. Shaped like a massive steeped pyramid, the ancient structure rises nearly 90 feet from the seafloor and appears to be made entirely of stone. Amid dating rumors, RJ Mahavesh shared a heartfelt note for cricketer Yuzvendra Chahal. She went on to promising to support him like a rock. Mahavesh was spotted cheering for Yuzvendra Chahal as his team took on Chennai in an IPL clash. Startling locals, thousands of dead were found washed up on Canterbury's Birdlings Flat Beach. Officials confirmed the deaths were natural, the reason being poorly timed overnight migration during the seasonal turn heat. In tonight's IPL showdown, Gujarat locks horns with Rajasthan in the 23rd match of the IPL 2025 at the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. As per their track record, one of the 6 times they have clashed against each other, Gujarat has secured a win 5 times. This IPL encounter is expected to be a blockbuster clash in Ahmedabad. The pitch in Ahmedabad is renowned for being batting friendly. Although fast bowlers may have the upper hand early on, the ball generally starts coming onto the bat more comfortably as the match progresses, allowing batsmen to score boundaries more easily. All eyes would be on top Gujarat players like skipper Shubman Gill and Jos Buttler, who are likely to turn the match into a high-running chasing showdown. However, explosive Rajasthan cricketers like Sanju, Jofra Archer and Harsaranga would want to secure a big win for their side. Joining us live on this, we have Himanshu Shekhar, who is joining us live from the digital news floor. Himanshu, what is it that the viewers will have to look forward to as far as the match is concerned?
Well, Tanisha, it's an IPL match, and it's the saying is it's a game of silly shots, but great future. So there are a lot of things to look forward to. Right now, the news from the Narendra Modi Stadium is that Rajasthan Royals have decided to bowl first. So they would probably like to restrict Gujarat Titans to 175 to 200. That should be anything less than 175 will be a tricky thing for Gujarat Titans. I'm hoping this could be a great game. Shubman Gill and Sanju Samson are fierce competitors, and they are great hitters of the ball. So whosoever probably will hold the nerve will probably win this game. This is not a game which is probably a knockout or a game for the finals or something. But yes, a win here will be extremely important for both the teams as the points table stands at the moment.
Right, Himanshu, thank you very much for sharing those details. All eyes will be on the match today. Now, viewers, it is time to take you through all the fast and zippy trends. This is Fast Takes for you. A proposed bill in the United States Congress is threatening to upend the optical practical training program, a vital work authorization initiative for international students. This move has sent shockwaves through the Indian student community in the United States, with over 3 lakh students potentially affected. The proposed bill could force these students to leave the United States immediately after graduation, disrupting their career prospects and financial stability. India has cleared the mega deal to buy 26 Rafale marine fighter aircraft from France. The government-to-government deal worth rupees 63,000 crore has been cleared. Indian Navy will get 22 single-seater and 4 twin-seater aircraft as per the deal. Continuing its economic onslaught, United States President Donald Trump said on Tuesday that Washington is planning to announce a major tariff on pharmaceutical imports soon. India's pharmaceutical sector, one of the most dependent domestic industries on trade with America, could be significantly impacted by the move. The calls for MS Dhoni to bat higher in the order were finally heard as the Chennai Super Kings stalwart walked out to bat at the number 5 spot in the Indian Premier League 2025 match against Punjab. Dhoni hit 27 runs in just 12 balls but could not take his team over to the line while chasing a gigantic target of nearly 220 runs. Paris Hilton has expressed her grand wish of modeling her own company after the metronomical giant Disney. Hilton's epistemic remark about reimagining 1111 media in the business style that Bob Iger employs at Disney came amidst CNBC Changemakers Summit, where the social media sensation was invited as a leading businesswoman. Indian cricketing icon Virat Kohli reportedly removed all brand endorsements from his Instagram profile after there was no official statement, however, from the batting sensation on this. Fans speculate that the move followed Chiku's previous decision to redirect time towards cricket and personal life rather than social media distractions. Ahead of the Champions League clash between Aston Villa and French champions PSG, the supporters of rival clubs were involved in a violent brawl that raked the streets of Paris. Footage captured showed the two groups hurling punches, chairs, and even glasses at each other. IMF has reached a preliminary agreement with Argentina on $20 billion bailout, providing a welcome reprieve to President Javier as he seeks to reform the South American nation's dwindling economic order. Pakistani actor Fawad Khan's big comeback to Bollywood has emitted strong reactions, with some surrendering the Khoobsurat star, with others reinstating their demands for a de facto ban on all Pakistani artists. Khan will be seen next in Vivek Agarwal's rom-com directorial Abir Gulal. In in a sensational move aimed at modernizing Indian currency and combat counterfeiting, the Reserve Bank of India unveiled new designs for the rupees 10 and rupees 500 notes. Central Bank, speaking on this decision, stated that these innovative enhancements were part of an ongoing effort to ensure safer, more efficient currency in circulation. Viewers, now I leave you with the visuals of Indian Army conducting an integrated firepower exercise in deserts of Rajasthan, which showcases the combat readiness for executing relentless operations in challenging terrain. Watch these stunning visuals as I bid you goodbye.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
That also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influences, dirty influences. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media Campus, which is the largest newsroom in Asia, aims to bring together a diverse set of people from across the country. You can work from where you are, you can work with me here on this campus to create content.
Countdown for mega expose on Pakistan begins. 2611 Mastermind to be brought to India in 24 hours. Pakistan finally nailed. India gets Tahawwur Rana. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
This Ori, Ranveer Alabadia, Samay Raina, Apurva Makhija, this dirty influencer brigade are examples of the worst which has happened to one Indian generation. And while others from their generation do the country proud, achieve academic laurels globally, embark on space and AI startups, create and generate jobs, and contribute to the future of Bharat, these Auris, these Samay Rainas, these Ranveer Alabadias make us look away in shame and in disgust. Clean up the digital garbage heap with OTT platforms, YouTube comedians, and so-called dirty influencers running wild. It was only a matter of time before someone put a leash on this filth factory. You see, this is not comedy. It's a race to the bottom, where shock replaces skill and vulgarity, dirt masquerades as wit. Enough is enough. One of the biggest dangers to our country are negative influencers, dirty influencers. These are people who are there on digital mediums only to get numbers, and what they do has had a very negative effect on our society. We all know about it. But together, you and I can change that. Republic is starting an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is nation first, that helps our country, that creates awareness. And you can work with me here on this campus as part of the first phase of the Republic Influencer Incubator program, which is the Positive Influencers program. The Positive Influencers program, which is going to be run from the Republic Media Campus, which is the largest newsroom in Asia, aims to bring together a diverse set of people from across the country. You can work from where you are, you can work with me here on this campus to create content on anything which you feel, if it proliferates, if it spreads, will have a positive impact on our people. It could be in the area of health, technology, defense, awareness, current affairs, politics, or even history, science and technology. I know there are a lot of you out there who have the talent, and all that you want is the reach. And Republic is doing this to give your content the reach. Together, all of us can come together and create a content revolution in our country. The digital medium, the growth of digital in our country is one of the most fascinating things, but you can use it in a positive way for the country, or you can use it in a negative way for our country. There are too many people who are using the digital medium to make a quick buck. But together, all of us, if we become one unit that's working in national interest, that believes in nation first, then through the Positive Influencer program, we can change the way the digital medium works in our country. So come, I welcome you to work with me here on the Republic campus as part of the Positive Influencer program. Here on the Republic Media campus, you will have access to great infrastructure, a warm and welcoming professional environment, and of course, the best production values. Now, if you have the content and you feel it needs the finish, it needs to be worked on, or that you would benefit from working in an environment where there are many other content creators like you, then you can be here. You can work with me here in the Republic newsroom. You can work from home. You can make it 50-50. You can make it work the way you want. As long as you believe that the content you create, and we believe that the content you create, will make our nation number one, will be one solid contribution towards the Viksit Bharat, then you can be part of this wonderful program. The initiative I announced in the presence of the Prime Minister at the Republic Summit, which is the Republic Positive Influencer Program. So come, work with me, work with us. Let's make a difference for our country.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.